Do you love novels, but don't have time to read thousands of chapters? Imagine listening to your favorite stories anytime, anywhere, while driving, working, or relaxing. Here, you'll find premium audiobooks from Pocket FM, Audible, Webnovel, Wuxia, and more, all in one place. Every novel is a one-time payment, no subscriptions, no monthly fees, lifetime access. The full novel list and prices are in the description below. Once you choose a novel, just DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-fi, or Patreon, you get permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. And if the novel is ongoing, all future updates are included. Check the description, pick your story, and start listening today. Before we start the video, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Enjoy, and let's go.
Chapter 3301. Chapter 3301, 3301. Chapter 3301, I should have sent the Thorn Avatar. The terrifying pressure made it hard to breathe. Lin Moya could clearly sense Withering and Flourishing Elder's anger, both old anger and new fury. Amidst the anger was also intense killing intent. It seems the damage Chain Lightning did to the Wild Grass Avatar was even more severe than imagined. Chain Lightning had already struck towards the distance, entering 100 Herbs Alliance territory. Lin Moya wasn't sure exactly how much damage the Wild Grass Avatar had suffered, but he could be certain the damage wasn't small. At least all the wild grass in Netherworld race territory had been destroyed by the lightning, not a single blade remaining. At the same time, the wild grass avatar had also completed its mission, causing some impact on him and buying time for Withering and Flourishing Elder. Lin Moya knew that in terms of speed, he couldn't possibly outpace Withering and Flourishing Elder. Even if he used all his strength and employed spacetime power, he still couldn't match Withering and Flourishing Elder. This was the unbridgeable gap between Dao Venerable and Great Dao realms. Now he could only try to delay as much as possible. Lin Moya rapidly thought of countermeasures in his mind, while holding a Great Dao Immortality pill in his hand. Like before, he held one pill each for his soul and body. He now had 2 Great Dao Immortality pills left. With them, he could delay for 20 minutes. So the key issue was to delay for the remaining 40 minutes. The longer the better, of course. If he could delay even longer, he could save the Great Dao Immortality pills. Suddenly, Lin Moya had a flash of inspiration and thought of a method. He abruptly turned around, reversing direction to fly towards the 100 Herbs Alliance. Withering and Flourishing Elder, who was chasing, was clearly stunned for a moment. He didn't understand why Lin Moya suddenly reversed direction, actually flying towards his headquarters. This was no different from seeking death. In this moment of surprise, the distance between him and Lin Moya instantly widened considerably, causing him to miss the opportunity to attack. "You're seeking death!" Withering and Flourishing Elder shouted angrily, speeding up again to give chase. Lin Moya increased his speed to the limit, recklessly charging straight towards the 100 Herbs Alliance, towards Withering and Flourishing Elder's headquarters. The Netherworld race's territory wasn't large. At full speed, Lin Moya would enter 100 Herbs Alliance territory in just a few minutes. Suddenly a strange scent entered his nose. The scent was very faint. Others might not have noticed it at all. The scent carried a fresh fragrance, giving one a feeling of carefree delight. But Lin Moya realized something was wrong and instantly stopped breathing. Though he stopped breathing, he could still smell the scent. It wasn't smelled by his physical body, but by his soul. Just 10 seconds later, Lin Moya suddenly felt dizzy. His soul became groggy. His whole being felt drowsy. His speed suddenly slowed, further shortening the distance between him and Withering and Flourishing Elder. Poisoned, or cursed. The 100 Herbs Alliance had plant poisons and myriad grass curses. Either one was very troublesome. Lin Moya couldn't tell for the moment if he had been poisoned or cursed. He was immune to the vast majority of poisons and curses. He had the origin level technique, immunity, which was very powerful, so Lin Moya had never been troubled by poison or curses. Poisons and curses that could affect him should have transcended the Dao Venerable realm. Lin Moya's mind stirred. The 11-colored Dragon Soul Crystal immediately emitted a dragon roar, then breathed out dragon breath to envelop his soul. In the Dragon Soul Crystal's dragon breath, whether poison or curse, all were purified. His consciousness instantly cleared. Oh! A clear sound of surprise came. Withering and Flourishing Elder was obviously very shocked that Lin Moya was unaffected. Despite his surprise, Withering and Flourishing Elder's speed didn't slow at all. He continued closing the distance with Lin Moya. The distance between them was now close enough for Withering and Flourishing Elder to attack. But to be absolutely certain, Withering and Flourishing Elder didn't attack immediately. Having dealt with Lin Moya a few times, he knew Lin Moya was very troublesome. Lin Moya said softly, "It's only polite to reciprocate." With a thought, the undead army mobilized. Space distorted greatly as 10 million skeleton generals appeared in mid-air, forming a dense sea of skeletons charging madly towards Withering and Flourishing Elder. Withering and Flourishing Elder didn't care at all about the mere 5th-level Dao Venerable skeleton generals. He passed through the gaps between the skeleton generals like an arrow. Wherever he passed, countless skeleton generals turned to dust, dying on the spot. There were so many skeleton generals that all Withering and Flourishing Elder could see were skeleton generals, nothing else. With his vision blocked by skeleton generals, if he hadn't still been locked onto Lin Moya, he would probably have lost direction. How can there be so many? Withering and Flourishing Elder muttered inwardly. He had already chased quite a distance and killed vast numbers of skeleton generals, but there were still skeleton generals before him. The skeleton generals seemed endless, impossible to kill them all. Just as Withering and Flourishing Elder was getting a bit irritated, he suddenly lost his lock on Lin Moyo. The Great Dao enemy lock was broken, shocking Withering and Flourishing Elder immensely. Breaking a Great Dao enemy lock wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Even he couldn't easily accomplish it. Lin Moyo was only at 4th level Dao Venerable, yet he could break his Great Dao enemy lock. Being able to break a Great Dao enemy lock now, who knew what level Lin Moyo could reach in the future? This boy absolutely cannot be allowed to live. Withering and Flourishing Elder snorted angrily, his killing intent growing stronger. He stopped and shouted angrily, 10,000 flower kill. Countless flowers flew out from his body in all directions. After flying out, the flowers rapidly enlarged, quickly becoming all-encompassing. Wherever they went, no skeleton general escaped being crushed. This technique was incredibly powerful. Skeleton generals within a radius of tens of thousands of meters were instantly swept clean, casualties beyond counting. Withering and Flourishing Elder's gaze swept around and saw Lin Moyo in the distance. The distance between them had widened again, his previous efforts wasted. But Lin Moyo's direction hadn't changed. He was still heading towards the 100 Herbs Alliance, not taking the opportunity to flee elsewhere. What is this fellow trying to do? Withering and Flourishing Elder gave chase again, but was somewhat puzzled. Normally, after breaking his Great Dao enemy lock, Lin Moyo should have fled elsewhere while his vision was blocked. But now, Lin Moyo was running towards the 100 Herbs Alliance, which was clearly odd. From what he knew of Lin Moyo absolutely wouldn't do something foolish. There must be some reason. Withering and Flourishing Elder stared intently at Lin Moyo, completing another Great Dao enemy lock. He only needed an instant to complete a Great Dao enemy lock, but Lin Moyo needed some time to break it. Withering and Flourishing Elder chased while pondering what Lin Moyo was trying to do. But no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure out what Lin Moyo was planning. His vision darkened as vast numbers of skeleton generals appeared again, surging over in overwhelming numbers. Withering and Flourishing Elder had a headache. These skeleton generals posed no threat to him at all, but they could greatly affect his speed. I should have sent the Thorn Avatar. Withering and Flourishing Elder had come in a hurry. The Thorn Avatar wasn't with him. Otherwise the Thorn Avatar could have dealt with these skeletons. He ignored the skeleton generals and continued chasing Lin Moyo, closing the distance between them. But just 2 minutes later, Lin Moyo broke the Great Dao enemy lock again. Withering and Flourishing Elder's vision was blocked by skeleton generals again. Afraid Lin Moyo would flee elsewhere, he had to clear out the skeleton generals first. The distance between them widened again. This repeated over and over as Lin Moyo got closer and closer to the 100 Herbs Alliance. If someone has a Novel PA Plus account, please let me know. Thanks. Chapter 3302. Chapter 3302, 3302. Chapter 3302. No matter what, I must kill you today. Withering and Flourishing Elder was about to die of anger as he watched helplessly as Lin Moyo escaped into the 100 Herbs Alliance, into his own headquarters. What on earth is he trying to do? Though angry, he also wouldn't let Lin Moyo continue escaping like this. Otherwise it would be endless, and he'd never be able to catch Lin Moyo. Now the Thorn Avatar was already on the way and would arrive soon. And nearby 100 Herbs Alliance members had also received his orders and were rushing over. Suddenly Lin Moyo's voice sounded in his ear. Withering and Flourishing Elder, do you know why I'm jumping into your lair? How do you think you'll feel if I cause some destruction in your lair? Withering and Flourishing Elder's brow, like old tree bark, suddenly furrowed. He finally realized what Lin Moyo was planning to do. A cold smile appeared on his wrinkled face. Do you think this can threaten me? With your abilities, how much damage can you really do? You're certainly troublesome, but no matter what, you're still only 4th level Dao Venerable. Now that you've entered my territory today, don't think you can leave alive. Lin Moyo chuckled. Let's just see. As the words fell, the surrounding space began to distort continuously. Dense, endless skeleton generals flew out. Besides skeleton generals, there were also legion commanders. Each legion commander summoned their dragon rider legions. Lin Moyo released all 10,000 legion commanders, summoning a total of 100 billion dragon rider legions. There were the same number of skeleton generals, totaling 100 billion. After appearing, they rapidly spread in all directions, attacking as they flew. In an instant, the originally beautiful environment of the 100 Herbs Alliance was devastated. Lin Moyo's wings of time suddenly changed, with the curse wings joining to form the complete time curse wings. The time curse wings vibrated non-stop, scattering endless curses. This time the curses were all death curses, carrying the power of death. With Lin Moyo's current realm, those below Dao Venerable realm couldn't withstand his curse power. Under the curses, whether living beings or the earth, all rapidly withered and decayed. At this moment, Withering and Flourishing Elder finally understood what Lin Moyo was trying to do. Though the scattered skeleton generals and undead army weren't high in realm, there were no small number of 100 Herbs Alliance members who could deal with them. But their numbers were simply too many, so many it was shocking, even terrifying. Even Withering and Flourishing Elder had never seen an army of this scale before. Once the undead army scattered, even he would need a lot of time to clean them all up. During this time, who knew how much his territory would be destroyed? Riddled with holes might be too mild a description. Turning into ruins or becoming a wasteland would be normal. Even if he could kill Lin Moyo in the end, so what? His lair would definitely be destroyed. At this moment, Withering and Flourishing Elder's mood was extremely complex. He began to regret a bit that he shouldn't have provoked Lin Moyo. Though Lin Moyo had ruined his plans of many years in the Icefire secret realm, that was actually just each side making their own calculations. Normally, he should have accepted the loss. If that were the case, things wouldn't have become like this. He suddenly understood somewhat why the Beast Emperor had taken a friendly attitude towards Lin Moyo, and when the Beast Emperor first came, he had also advised making peace with Lin Moyo, but he hadn't accepted, because he couldn't swallow his anger. His plans of many years had been ruined by a mere small Dao Venerable. How could he swallow that anger? But looking back, if he had known Lin Moyo would be so troublesome, perhaps he would have endured for a while. But now it was too late to say anything. Now to let Lin Moyo go, where would he put his old face? Letting Lin Moyo go was absolutely impossible. Withering and Flourishing Elder laughed, his voice ice cold. If the 100 Herbs Alliance is destroyed, I can rebuild it. But today I must kill you. Great Dao Realm, caring about face even when dying. Lin Moyo cursed inwardly, then said softly, territory can be rebuilt if lost, but what if all the people die? Withering and Flourishing Elder sneered, but your things are numerous, their realm is too low. They can only kill those of low realms. Those people can recover in not too many years. Lin Moyo smiled and said, who says I can only kill those of low realms? At this moment, an 8th level Dao Venerable plant-based lifeform rushed over. It was a large rock covered in moss. The moss was this being's true form. It was closest to here and had rushed over immediately upon receiving Withering and Flourishing Elder's order. Withering and Flourishing Elder shouted, stop him. The moss lifeform immediately charged towards Lin Moyo. The huge rock was over 100 meters tall, smashing over like a small mountain. Lin Moyo's expression didn't change. The space beside him distorted as Su Piyu appeared out of thin air. With the cloud-piercing sword in hand, Su Piyu swung the sword. The small mountain was engulfed by sword light, turning to dust. Within the sword light, the moss lifeform died on the spot. However, a point of light flew out. It didn't fly into the distance, but fell into Withering and Flourishing Elder's hand. Spirit Plant Rebirth. The Dao Venerables of the 100 Herbs Alliance all possessed the Spirit Plant Rebirth ability. After death they didn't truly die, but would turn into a seed and escape back. Then 100 Herbs Alliance people would come find the seed and bring it back. Now with Withering and Flourishing Elder here, the seed naturally flew to his hand. Withering and Flourishing Elder sneered, you can't kill them. In not too many years, I can restore them to their original state. I forgot about Spirit Plant Rebirth. Lin Moyo had a headache. His plan needed to change. Even if he used Corpse Explosion to blow up a 9th level Dao Venerable, he couldn't continue. Because of Spirit Plant Rebirth, those blown up weren't truly dead. He could only blow them up once. Since that's the case, then I'll have to offend you. Lin Moyo's mind stirred. The undead army he had released immediately began attacking various lifeforms in the 100 Herbs Alliance. The undead army specifically targeted low-realm Dao Venerables, not touching those below Dao Venerable realm. At this time, the 200 billion undead troops had already spread out very widely, covering a large area of 100 Herbs Alliance territory under their feet. Possessing the undead eye, no Dao Venerable could escape their eyes. For a time, large numbers of seeds flew over from all directions, all flying towards Withering and Flourishing Elder. Withering and Flourishing Elder was so angry his beard bristled, you deserve to die. Lin Moyo said coldly, I'm not killing Borin, but Borin is dying because of you. All this karma will be recorded on your head. It's because of you that they are dying for no reason. The karma is heavy. You'll have a lot to repay in the future. Lin Moyo's voice was like a curse, each word striking Withering and Flourishing Elder's soul. Withering and Flourishing Elder shouted angrily, fine, fine, fine. I'll accept all this karma. No matter what, I must send you off today. He was determined to kill Lin Moyo today. The two had completely fallen out, with no room for reconciliation. Lin Moyo had roughly grasped Withering and Flourishing Elder's personality. He was an extremely grudge-holding villain. If he couldn't thoroughly frighten him this time, the future troubles would likely be endless. The killing intent in Lin Moyo's heart was also rising. Now he knew he still couldn't kill Withering and Flourishing Elder, but if he had the chance in the future, he must kill him. A black shadow appeared ahead. A huge red ball covered in spikes smashed towards them. The ball was hundreds of meters in diameter, coming with the momentum of a collapsing mountain. As it pounced over, it was accompanied by a great Dao enemy lock, impossible to dodge. Su Piyu was the first to attack, raising the cloud-piercing sword and charging out. Boom! Su Pu's figure was sent flying back. The huge ball only paused slightly, its momentum undiminished. In terms of power, Su Piyu had been utterly defeated. If someone has a Novel P+ account, please let me know. Thanks. Chapter 3303. Chapter 3303, 3303. Chapter 3303, Escaped Another Crisis. The Thorn Avatar. Lin Moyo understood in his heart. He knew this was Withering and Flourishing Elder's third avatar, also the last publicly known avatar. As for whether Withering and Flourishing Elder had any hidden avatars, no one knew. Just like the Icefire Seed, even the Beast Emperor and 3 ancestors didn't know Withering and Flourishing Elder had such an avatar. In one collision, Su Piyu was defeated in strength by the Thorn Avatar, but after Su Pu's obstruction, the Thorn Avatar's speed also decreased considerably. The Thorn Avatar suddenly expanded, its huge body turning into a giant net covered in spikes, enveloping the entire world within it, completely cutting off Lin Moyo's path forward. It didn't bother with Su Piyu at all, aiming directly at Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo wasn't afraid of it, but was considering how to deal with it. Using Corpse Explosion could indeed severely injure it instantly, but might not be able to kill it. Withering and Flourishing Elder's avatars were different from ordinary 9th level Dao Venerables, with much stronger vitality. Lin Moyo had already experienced the former Vine avatar. Using the Great Tao Immortality Pill, then using Gather Power to raise his realm to 9th level Tao Venerable, he could also fight it, but that would expose his origin technique. At that time, Withering and Flourishing Elder would likely spare no cost to kill him. Now he wasn't confident he could kill Withering and Flourishing Elder, so it was better not to expose himself. Neither method was ideal, and now wasn't the time to fight to the death. Try the skeleton hell. Lin Moya's mind stirred, and he pointed his finger. In an instant, the world changed color, turning black and red. The skeleton hell appeared in the world, surrounding the thorn in reverse. Countless hellfiends rushed out, pouncing on the thorn. The hellfiends didn't care about life or death, biting as soon as they pounced on the thorn, instantly getting riddled with holes from the thorns. But they didn't care at all. The hellfiends were extremely vicious, biting down again and again. Though they couldn't bite through much, they kept biting relentlessly. Accompanied by a dragon's roar, the new netherworld black dragon, Heio, burst out of the netherworld black pool. Its huge dragon head spewed out a breath of dragonfire, falling on the thorn, then its entire head rammed into it. With a huge boom, Heio was knocked back, several scales on its head broken. But the thorn avatar wasn't faring well either. The huge force made it contract involuntarily, its range instantly shrinking. At the same time, the burning and corrosion from the dragon breath made it very uncomfortable. The Hell's Eye opened, sweeping over with a soul attack. Spider lilies bloomed simultaneously, weakening its power. At this time Su Piyu attacked again, raising the cloud-piercing sword and slashing down. The cloud-piercing sword glowed brightly. The sword spirit within let out a crisp shout, the sword's aura rising sharply, amplifying Su Pu's power. As the sword light fell, a gap was instantly cut in the thorn avatar. Lin Moya seized this moment to pass through the gap, continuing to fly towards the distance. Withering and Flourishing Elder experienced again how troublesome Lin Moya was. He was a mighty Great Tao Realm powerhouse. Even if he could only use 30% of his power, he was still Great Tao Realm. Let alone a 4th level Tao Venerable like Lin Moya, even a 9th level Tao Venerable could be killed casually by him. But now, after chasing and killing all this way, Lin Moya had escaped again and again. Not only that, his territory was suffering a great massacre. Tao Venerables below 5th level kept dying, seeds constantly flying to his hand. Lin Moya's subordinates were too numerous, killing too quickly. If this continued, all his subordinates would die. Though Spirit Plant Rebirth could revive them, that also required a lot of time. Within a certain period, the number of times Spirit Plant Rebirth could be used was limited. Withering and Flourishing Elder was thoroughly enraged. If this continued, the 100 Herbs Alliance would be severely weakened, difficult to recover for at least 10,000 years. Even the Thorn Avatar couldn't stop Lin Moya. Withering and Flourishing Elder hardened his heart, knowing he couldn't drag this out any longer. A towering great tree appeared behind Withering and Flourishing Elder, with a great Tao entwined around it. Withering and Flourishing Elder revealed his true form. Though it was only a projection of his true form, it already caused the world to change for tens of thousands of miles around. Thunder roared, countless lightning bolts fell. The power of the great Tao poured down, as if warning Withering and Flourishing Elder not to do this. The power Withering and Flourishing Elder was using now had reached the limit of the origin continent. If he used any more, he would suffer punishment from the great Tao. Lin Moya saw the projection and only then knew Withering and Flourishing Elder's main body was a great tree. This tree had dense branches and leaves, blocking out the sky, incredibly vast. Lin Moya wasn't surprised at all. He judged at a glance that Withering and Flourishing Elder's main body wasn't as good as his world tree. In Withering and Flourishing Elder's main body projection, the tree trunk could be divided into silver and green colors. At this time, several silver branches suddenly broke off, falling from the tree. The fallen branches exploded on the spot, turning into countless segments, then each segment evolved into an arrow. A vast sea of arrows appeared in the world, like a huge net, densely shooting towards Lin Moya. The world shook and space shattered. The power of the great Tao surged wildly. Withering and Flourishing Elder's attack was too strong. Each arrow was enough to kill a 9th level Tao Venerable. This attack had already touched the edge of great Tao punishment. If it exceeded even a bit more, the heavenly Tao would certainly bring down punishment. If the great Tao brought down punishment, Withering and Flourishing Elder might not even be able to stay on the origin continent. Lin Moya and Withering and Flourishing Elder both knew this clearly. Lin Moya knew even more that Withering and Flourishing Elder had used all the power he could use, determined to kill him. Countless arrows pierced through the void, turning into a huge net sweeping towards him. He had nowhere to escape. Even if he were a pseudo-great Tao realm being, he would likely die facing such an attack. Lin Moya realized that Withering and Flourishing Elder couldn't casually use this attack either. He would likely have to pay some price. He threw the Great Tao Immortality Pill in his hand into his mouth. The Great Tao Immortality Pill he had prepared for so long, if not used now, when the Great Tao Immortality Pill took effect instantly, Lin Moya knew he had entered an undying state. In this state, he could gain 10 minutes of immortal time. The Great Tao Immortality Pill contained the power of the Great Tao. As long as the attack didn't surpass the Great Tao Immortality Pill would be effective. Withering and Flourishing Elder was at the Great Tao realm. If he used his full power, he might truly be able to break through the Great Tao Immortality Pill. But now he could only use 30% of his power, so the Great Tao Immortality Pill would certainly be effective. This wasn't Lin Moya's guess, but what the three ancestors had personally said. However, the stronger the attack endured, the shorter the time of the Great Tao Immortality Pill would be. At the same time, Lin Moya used the power Great Tao to employ the Undying Golden Body, raising his defense as much as possible to reduce the burden on the Great Tao Immortality Pill. He didn't use his origin technique. Lin Moya didn't use gather power to raise his realm, because he didn't want to further provoke Withering and Flourishing Elder. Moreover, now wasn't the time to use origin techniques. Lin Moya knew when to use them. When he used origin techniques would be when he truly intended to kill Withering and Flourishing Elder. Before he was certain, Lin Moya wouldn't act. The arrows pierced Lin Moya's body. The huge force sent Lin Moya flying horizontally. Lin Moya didn't resist the force of the arrows, but instead used the arrow's force to rapidly distance himself. It looked as if Lin Moya had suddenly accelerated sharply, getting further and further from Withering and Flourishing Elder. This result was within Lin Moya's expectations. Even the entire process was under his control. Which arrow to be hit by, which direction the force would transfer, how to borrow the force. Lin Moya had calculated it all. I will now start translating Corruption in the Dungeon. I have completely translated the following books. The 100th Regression of the Max Level Player. Real Life Player. Your Girlfriend Was Amazing. Check them out on my P at TR30N. Chapter 3304. Chapter 3304, 3304. Chapter 3304, Heavenly Punishment Fire, The Great Tao's Bottom Line. Withering and Flourishing Elder stared blankly at this scene, realizing Lin Moya hadn't died at all, or even been injured. Not only that, he had even used his attack to escape faster and further. The next second he reacted, roaring in anger, Great Tao Immortality Pill. The Three Ancestors. Only the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce had Great Tao Immortality Pills, and ordinary people couldn't buy them at all. Lin Moya's Great Tao Immortality Pill was most likely bought from the Three Ancestors. Previously the Beast Emperor had come to cause trouble for him on Lin Moya's behalf, so it was normal for Lin Moya to have some relationship with the Three Ancestors. Withering and Flourishing Elder's anger rose as he gave chase again. Let's see how many Great Tao Immortality Pills you have. By now Lin Moya had opened up some distance from Withering and Flourishing Elder. The distance between them exceeded 1,000 miles, the furthest they had been since Withering and Flourishing Elder began the chase. Lin Moya kept buying time for himself. That last attack shortened the Great Tao Immortality Pill's time by at least a third. Now only 6 minutes remain. I have one more Great Tao Immortality Pill, but ideally it can only last 10 minutes. Added together that's at most 16 minutes. To be safe, let's count it as 10 minutes. It's about 20 more minutes until the Beast Emperor arrives. That means I need to hold on for at least 20 minutes. Holding on for 20 minutes under a Great Tao Realm being's pursuit, without using his true trump cards, one can imagine how difficult that would be. Lin Moya's thoughts raced as he considered how to proceed. Suddenly, an immense aura came from behind again. His spiritual sense warned him. Withering and Flourishing Elder once more manifested his true body's projection, breaking off a branch that turned into countless dense arrows sweeping towards Lin Moya. Withering and Flourishing Elder said with killing intent, let's see how many times you can block. He also clearly understood the effects of the Great Tao Immortality Pill. As long as it received attacks, the pill's duration would decrease rapidly. Seeing the arrows filling the sky, Lin Moya's gaze sharpened. He thought of a method. Though not clever, it might be effective. If it didn't work, he could still rely on the Great Tao Immortality Pill to endure. He wouldn't lose anything. One battle beast after another appeared behind him, meeting the arrows in Lin Moya's place. The battle beasts were 7th level Tao Venerable. Facing Withering and Flourishing Elder's arrows, they had no resistance. The arrows instantly pierced through the battle beasts' bodies. Then with a thunderous roar, a series of brilliant explosions erupted in the air. As reborn beings, they would instantly self-destruct upon death. The battle beasts had 7th level Tao Venerable combat power. When they self-destruct, the power they released was comparable to 8th level Tao Venerable. It was equivalent to over 100 8th level Tao Venerables attacking with all their might, disregarding their lives. Though they couldn't stop the arrows, they did slow them slightly and cause a slight deviation in direction, and the dazzling explosions blocked vision for an instant. In the moment the explosions occurred, Lin Moya once again broke Withering and Flourishing Elder's lock on him. As he broke the lock, space distorted. Lin Moya released vast numbers of skeleton generals, blocking Withering and Flourishing Elder's vision like they were covering the sky. Withering and Flourishing Elder was stunned again. With the Great Tao enemy lock broken, the arrows instantly lost their target. The vast numbers of skeleton generals blocked his vision, preventing him from locking onto Lin Moya again. And in the battle beast's self-destruction, accuracy was lost. In an instant the arrows flew in different directions. The arrow's speed was extremely fast. Some arrows shot into the ground, instantly overturning the earth. How strong was 30% of a Great Tao Realm being's power? One arrow was enough to overturn thousands of miles of land. One terrifying hole after another appeared. The entire western continent shook. Even more violent rumblings sounded in the sky. The Great Tao seemed angry. Terrifyingly powerful flames appeared in the sky, as if they might fall at any moment to punish Withering and Flourishing Elder. Destroying the origin continent seemed to have exceeded the Great Tao's tolerance. Lin Moya was inwardly delighted. As expected, the Great Tao allows some Great Tao Realm beings to remain on the origin continent, but absolutely won't allow Great Tao Realm beings to damage the origin continent. The 4 remaining continents can be said to be the Great Tao's bottom line. Lin Moya realized his idea was correct. When Withering and Flourishing Elder used his full power to attack, though it was a threat, it was also an opportunity for him. If he had a way to guide Withering and Flourishing Elder's attacks to damage the origin continent, then the Great Tao would naturally bring down punishment. Seeing the flames that suddenly appeared in the sky, Lin Moya felt his heart pounding. Not just him, even a Great Tao Realm being like Withering and Flourishing Elder's face changed greatly when he saw the flames. This was heavenly punishment fire, the thing all cultivators feared most. All cultivators had to endure the trial of heavenly punishment fire when breaking through to Dao Venerable and entering the Great Dao realm. But that was just a trial. The power of true heavenly punishment fire was far beyond that. Burning a Great Dao realm being to death wasn't very difficult. Heavenly punishment fire is indeed somewhat similar to my world burning fire. That being in the soul void mistook world burning fire for Great Dao essence fire. That means the Great Dao essence fire he mentioned is also very similar to heavenly punishment fire. Three such similar fires, what exactly are the differences? Or are they the same thing? While pondering this, Lin Moya's speed didn't decrease at all. He continued fleeing at top speed. Withering and Flourishing Elder also didn't stop because of the heavenly punishment fire's appearance. He knew the heavenly punishment fire was just giving him a warning now and hadn't truly fallen. If he damaged the origin continent again like before, the heavenly punishment fire would truly descend. Then he'd be in big trouble. Not only would he be unable to stay on the origin continent, perhaps even his foundation would be affected. However, all of this was thanks to Lin Moya. He had no intention of letting Lin Moya go. On the contrary, his determination to kill Lin Moya was even firmer, and the opportunity was not far away. Lin Moya felt Withering and Flourishing Elder lock onto him again. He quickly sought the location of the lock. After finding it, he didn't rush to break it immediately. Even breaking the lock required choosing the right moment. Withering and Flourishing Elder said nothing. The distance between them was closing. Using the previous method, Lin Moya was about to release skeleton generals to block vision and break the lock, forcing Withering and Flourishing Elder to clear away the skeleton generals before continuing the chase. This time, it seemed no different on the surface. Just as Lin Moya was about to release the skeleton generals, his expression suddenly changed slightly. Several powerful auras appeared simultaneously, instantly locking down the area. The undead eye swept over, seeing 10 huge soul flames. The 9th level Dao Venerable experts of the 100 Herbs Alliance had arrived, a full 10 of them, from sky to ground, completely blocking his path forward. Lin Moya naturally wasn't afraid of 9th level Dao Venerables. However, if they wanted to entangle him, it would take time to shake them off. In this situation, even a delay of 1 or 2 seconds would allow Withering and Flourishing Elder to catch up and kill him. I told you, you can't escape. Withering and Flourishing Elder's voice, full of killing intent, entered his ears. Lin Moya inwardly laughed coldly. That remains to be seen. He chose a target. His time curse wings vibrated violently as he charged forward without hesitation. His chosen target was a flower-shaped 9th level Dao Venerable. The flower was covered in thorns. It was a man-eating flower. I will now start translating corruption in the dungeon. I have completely translated the following books. The 100th regression of the max level player. Real-life player. Your girlfriend was amazing. Check them out on my P at TR30N. Chapter 3305. Chapter 3305, 3305. Chapter 3305, Withering and Flourishing Elder begins to speak incoherently. Lin Moya chose a 9th level Dao Venerable in the shape of a man-eating flower. He didn't know its name or exactly what type it was. The only reason he chose it was because of its flower-like shape. Lin Moya vibrated his time curse wings, charging directly at it at an astonishing speed. A dense green mist appeared in his vision as the man-eating flower Dao Venerable spewed out a mouth of poisonous fog towards Lin Moya. The dense green mist carried a deadly poison. Even space cracked within the mist, the poison could corrode even space itself. Even other 9th level Dao Venerables would fear and avoid this type of poison. But Lin Moya didn't dodge or evade, heading straight into the mist. Relying on the Great Dao Immortality Pill, the dense green mist couldn't harm him at all. Passing through the mist like lightning, Lin Moya crashed headlong into the man-eating flower Dao Venerable's body. Seeking death. The flower was its mouth. The man-eating flower Dao Venerable instinctively closed its mouth, while countless spikes grew inside to impale Lin Moya. Inside the flower, the poison was even more concentrated. Combined with the terrifying spikes, it was enough to kill a 9th level Dao Venerable. Seeing this scene, the other 9th level Dao Venerables all thought Lin Moya was surely dead. Even Withering and Flourishing Elder had the same thought for an instant. The man-eating flower Dao Venerable's true terror lay in the deadly poison and spikes inside its body. Even with the Great Dao Immortality Pill's protection, Lin Moya shouldn't be able to last long. But vaguely, he felt something was off. Sure enough, with a huge boom, the back of the man-eating flower Dao Venerable suddenly exploded. A huge hole was blasted in the giant flower, and Lin Moya flew out through the hole, continuing to fly towards the distance without stopping for a moment. Only after Lin Moya had flown far away did the man-eating flower Dao Venerable let out a miserable cry. Its body had actually been pierced through. Not only was its body pierced, but its soul had also been severely damaged. The other Dao Venerables looked at each other in dismay. The man-eating flower Dao Venerable was a 9th level Dao Venerable after all, with an incredibly sturdy body. How could it be pierced through so easily? No one knew how Lin Moya had done it. Even Withering and Flourishing Elder didn't know how Lin Moya had accomplished this. Lin Moya had broken through their net, escaping once again. Withering and Flourishing Elder was about to explode with anger. He wanted to attack again, but looking at the heavenly punishment fire in the sky, he had to forcibly hold back. He continued chasing Lin Moya, his old eyes locking firmly onto Lin Moya. If looks could kill, Lin Moya would have died thousands of times. At this moment, light flickered on Lin Moya's body. The effects of this Great Dao Immortality Pill were about to end. The man-eating flower Dao Venerable's obstruction had still consumed part of the Great Dao Immortality Pill's power. When Lin Moya had charged into the man-eating flower Dao Venerable's body, he had used the Calamity Scepter to directly smash open a passage. This was also why he had chosen the man-eating flower Dao Venerable. He didn't want Withering and Flourishing Elder to see the Calamity Scepter. Lin Moya felt the power of the Great Dao Immortality Pill, calculating the time in his mind. The last Great Dao Immortality Pill, better not use it if possible. Even if I have to use it with no other option, it still won't be enough to last until the Beast Emperor arrives. Besides the Great Dao Immortality Pill, there must be another way. Lin Moya felt the conditions were too harsh. Trying to hold on until the Beast Emperor arrived without exposing too many trump cards was extremely difficult. Perhaps in the end, when his life was truly in danger, he would have to use his trump cards. But which one to use was worth considering. Lin Moya's thoughts raced, flashing back to what had just happened. Looking again at the heavenly punishment fire in the sky that could fall at any moment, an idea formed in his mind. Some trump cards may truly need to be exposed. If successful, not only could I hold on until the Beast Emperor arrives, I could also teach Withering and Flourishing Elder a lesson. He's been chasing and trying to kill me for so long. He should receive some punishment and pay a price. The key is to see how the Great Dao will calculate it. Thinking this, Lin Moya's flight altitude suddenly dropped, rapidly descending from 10,000 meters high to 100 meters. As Lin Moya's altitude lowered, Withering and Flourishing Elder also descended with him. Descending along with Withering and Flourishing Elder were the 10 ninth level Dao Venerables following in pursuit. Though their speed wasn't as fast as Withering and Flourishing Elders, they were still somewhat faster than Lin Moya. Just before the Great Dao Immortality Pill's power was about to disappear, space suddenly distorted violently. Vast numbers of skeleton generals appeared, blocking out the sky and obstructing Withering and Flourishing Elder's vision. This time the number of skeleton generals was shockingly high, exceeding 10 billion. No one could see Lin Moya behind the skeleton generals. At the same time, Withering and Flourishing Elder found his Great Dao enemy lot broken again. This trick again. Withering and Flourishing Elder shouted angrily. He was no longer surprised by Lin Moya's actions. Afraid Lin Moya would take the chance to change direction and escape, he waved his hand, launching attacks to blast a path through the skeleton generals. In an instant, vast numbers of skeleton generals died. Facing Withering and Flourishing Elder's attacks, the skeleton generals died as soon as they were touched, with no chance of survival. Suddenly, Withering and Flourishing Elder's brow furrowed. Extremely violent explosions suddenly occurred among the skeleton generals. The explosions were deafening. Each explosion was like a full power strike from an 8th level Dao Venerable. Now less than 100 meters from the ground, the earth was violently overturned. Though the power was far less than Withering and Flourishing Elders, it made up for it in sheer numbers. Explosion after explosion, dozens in succession. Thousands of miles of land were completely changed. Lin Moya had mixed large numbers of battle beasts among the skeleton generals. When Withering and Flourishing Elder cleared away the skeleton generals, he killed the battle beasts, triggering their self-destruction. Withering and Flourishing Elder's brow furrowed tightly. He didn't understand Lin Moya's intentions in doing this. If he wanted to destroy his territory, it didn't seem necessary to do this. Suddenly, a rumbling came from the sky. Withering and Flourishing Elder's face changed drastically. A ball of flames fell from the sky. An invisible force locked onto Withering and Flourishing Elder's entire being, rendering him unable to move. The flames struck Withering and Flourishing Elder with perfect accuracy. In an instant, Withering and Flourishing Elder was engulfed in fire. Miserable screams rang out. The heavenly punishment fire burned fiercely, causing Withering and Flourishing Elder unbearable pain. The 10 ninth level Dao Venerables who had arrived all immediately retreated in fear. Heavenly punishment fire. Why has the heavenly punishment fire descended? Could it be that those explosions just now angered the Great Dao? Not only did they not understand, Withering and Flourishing Elder didn't understand either. He didn't understand why the heavenly punishment fire had descended. The explosions just now weren't caused by him, so why would the heavenly Dao count it against him? Lin Moya watched this scene from afar, revealing a cold smile. He naturally understood the reason. Though the land was damaged by the battle beast's self-destruction, the battle beast's deaths were caused by Withering and Flourishing Elder. So naturally, most of the blame fell on Withering and Flourishing Elder. The Great Dao judged right and wrong based on cause and effect. The heavenly punishment fire had already given a warning before. Now that Withering and Flourishing Elder had erred again, he naturally had to be punished by the heavenly punishment fire. It seems I understand cause and effect better than you. With a cold smile, Lin Moya quickly flew away. He knew the heavenly punishment fire wouldn't last too long. Before long, Withering and Flourishing Elder would chase after him again. Moreover, the heavenly punishment fire was mainly for discipline, not truly meant to burn Withering and Flourishing Elder to death. Sure enough, less than 5 seconds after Lin Moya left, Withering and Flourishing Elder, wreathed in flames, chased after him with murderous intent. Kill you, I must kill you. This lord absolutely won't let you live. In his fury, Withering and Flourishing Elder was already speaking incoherently. The 100 Herbs Alliance territory began to glow with light. I will now start translating Corruption in the Dungeon. I have completely translated the following books. The 100th Regression of the Max Level Player. Real-Life Player. Your Girlfriend Was Amazing. Check them out on my P at TR30N. Chapter 3306. Chapter 3306, 3306. Chapter 3306, What Does It Feel Like to Lose Both the Wife and the Troops? The territory of the 100 Herbs Alliance began to glow with light, catching Lin Moya's attention. The entire ground glowing simultaneously was extremely unusual. Within the light, Lin Moya sensed a strange power of the Great Dao. This Great Dao power came from the same source as Withering and Flourishing Elder's power. Undoubtedly, this was Withering and Flourishing Elder's handiwork. After years of operating in the 100 Herbs Alliance, Withering and Flourishing Elder surely had many arrangements unknown to others. However, he didn't want others to know about these arrangements, so he hadn't used them initially. Now, determined to kill Lin Moyu, he no longer cared about keeping them secret. Lin Moyu was naturally wary of Withering and Flourishing Elder as a great Dao realm being, so he flew towards the sky without hesitation. Before he could fly 1,000 meters, he was suddenly pulled back down. A powerful suction force emerged from the ground, forcibly pulling him down. The suction was incredibly strong. The higher he flew, the stronger the suction he faced. Conversely, the suction was weaker closer to the ground. Besides the suction, the entire space became viscous. Lin Moyu found his speed rapidly decreasing. Not just him, those 9th level Dao venerable experts from the 100 Herbs Alliance were also affected. At least half of the entire 100 Herbs territory was enveloped by this vast suction force. Withering and Flourishing Elder, the instigator, was also somewhat affected, his speed decreasing. But he was clearly less affected than Lin Moyu, his speed not dropping as drastically. The distance Lin Moyu had worked so hard to open up was now rapidly shrinking. Withering and Flourishing Elder was still wreathed in heavenly punishment fire. He was clearly in great discomfort, his voice trembling as he gritted out, "Boy, you've pushed this lord to this point. This lord will absolutely not let you go." Lin Moyu had entered the 100 Herbs Alliance, using its beings as a threat, but to no effect. Then he had used various methods again and again, finally even finding a way to bring down heavenly punishment fire, ultimately making Withering and Flourishing Elder even more determined to kill him. Lin Moyu felt a kind of stubbornness in Withering and Flourishing Elder's personality. Withering and Flourishing Elder clearly wouldn't weigh pros and cons, he was simply rigid-minded. How did he cultivate to the great Dao realm being so inflexible? Or are all plant-based lifeforms this rigid-minded? Lin Moyu had no choice but to continue fleeing while observing the ground. The entire ground was glowing. For Withering and Flourishing Elder to make such an arrangement, and be reluctant to use it easily, there must be a reason. The specific reason wasn't actually important. What was important was understanding how Withering and Flourishing Elder had accomplished this. Though great Dao realm beings were powerful with mysterious methods, everything had its roots. There were patterns amid the changes. Finally, Lin Moyu discovered some clues. The light covering the 100 Herbs Alliance ground actually varied in intensity. Some places glowed a bit brighter, some places a bit dimmer. But the differences weren't large. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't notice. Moreover, the depth and hue of the light differed. In Lin Moyu's eyes, by judging the strength and depth of the light, he gradually saw what was hidden beneath. It was the network of origin spirit veins, with thin minor veins, slightly thicker branch veins, and main veins. The origin spirit veins varied in strength. There should be several origin spirit veins under the 100 Herbs Alliance ground. Some were strong and some weak. Withering and Flourishing Elder had used some unknown method to interweave these origin spirit veins. Then using these origin spirit veins, he had arranged a great formation. The formation's level wasn't necessarily high, but using origin spirit veins as formation eyes made its power terrifyingly strong. Even a 5th grade formation, empowered by several origin spirit veins, could possibly reach 7th grade or even higher. What an impressive feat! Lin Moyu admired Withering and Flourishing Elder. Such a grand arrangement wasn't something an ordinary person could accomplish. Lin Moyu could see this formation had a single purpose: to generate an enormous suction force, stronger at greater distances. The formation was also aimed at the sky. This also meant Withering and Flourishing Elder wanted to pull down certain things from the sky. What was in the sky? Clouds? Water? Certainly not these things. It couldn't possibly be the Yang origin or Yin origin either. A flash of inspiration struck Lin Moyu, and he suddenly thought of the answer. Could it be he's trying to pull down the ruins beyond the sky? No, that shouldn't be it. Above the origin continent were ruins beyond the sky. Ordinary people couldn't reach the ruins beyond the sky. Even he couldn't, because the ruins beyond the sky didn't exist in normal space. The ruins beyond the sky couldn't be pulled down at will. So what did Withering and Flourishing Elder want to pull down? Lin Moyu suddenly thought of a possibility. During the origin catastrophe long ago, since ruins beyond the sky had appeared, many fragments must have also been produced. These fragments drifted chaotically above the origin continent. If something was to be pulled down, it would be these things. Lin Moyu thought of the Icefire Seed. Now it seemed, had the Icefire Seed truly been something Withering and Flourishing Elder found beyond the sky? Or possibly pulled down? This formation was too vast. Activating it once wasn't easy and would consume endless power. The power of origin spirit veins wasn't infinite either. After one activation, it would take a very long time to recover. So Withering and Flourishing Elder hadn't used this formation initially. Now he was afraid Lin Moyu would escape, so he activated it. A smile appeared at the corner of Lin Moyu's mouth. You think this can trap me? Today I'll let you know what it feels like to lose both the wife and the troops. Lin Moyu multitasked, drawing runes in his soul. At this moment he was flying at high speed. Even he couldn't draw runes in this state. He could only use his soul to draw runes, then bring them out to use. At this moment, Lin Moyu greatly envied the ability to form runes with a thought. This ability was unrelated to realm, requiring sudden enlightenment. With his current ability, he could only form low-level runes with a thought. Higher-level ones weren't possible. Lin Moyu observed the formation on the ground, flying as high as possible to see the formation's patterns. At the same time, he drew complex runes in his soul. Withering and Flourishing Elder was getting closer and closer, rapidly closing the distance with Lin Moyu. 1,000 miles, 800 miles, 500 miles, 100 miles, Finally, when the distance between them was only 100 miles, Withering and Flourishing Elder prepared to attack. At this distance, he was confident enough to kill Lin Moyo. The heavenly punishment fire on his body had finally extinguished, allowing him to attack at full power without restraint. Suddenly, he found Lin Moyo had stopped. Not only stopped, but was smiling at him. Has this fellow gone mad? The thought flashed through Withering and Flourishing Elder's mind. Then he saw an incredibly complex and exquisite rune fly out from Lin Moya's hand, falling to the ground. Boom! An incredibly powerful force burst out from the ground. The suction instantly became a repulsive force, pushing him back hundreds of miles. This force was so strong that even Withering and Flourishing Elder could hardly resist it. After being pushed back hundreds of miles, Withering and Flourishing Elder looked at Lin Moyo in disbelief. How is this possible? Lin Moyo had actually used his own formation against him. I will now start translating corruption in the dungeon. I have completely translated the following books. The 100th Regression of the Max Level Player. Real-Life Player. Your Girlfriend Was Amazing. Check them out on my P at TR30N. Chapter 3307. Chapter 3307, 3307. Chapter 3307, Using the Spirit Plant Rebirth Treasure Ground to Grow Vegetables. Hundreds of miles away, Lin Moya smiled. Withering and Flourishing Elder, your formation is indeed quite good. But unfortunately, it's a bit too simple. Withering and Flourishing Elder's low voice was squeezed out of his throat. You dare to tamper with this lord's formation? Lin Moya shook his head. No, from now on, this formation no longer belongs to you. As the words fell, another complex and exquisite rune flew out from Lin Moya's fingertip, falling into the ground and permeating into the formation. The ground rumbled. The light released by the formation was even more intense than before. Withering and Flourishing Elder's face changed drastically. He found his connection to the formation rapidly weakening. At this rate, he would soon have nothing to do with this formation. Just as Lin Moya said, this formation no longer belonged to him. The formation he had personally arranged over more than 100 years was actually taken away in such a short time. Withering and Flourishing Elder's anger was beyond words. He was almost ready to attack Lin Moya at all costs, regardless of the 30% power limit. Lin Moya sensed Withering and Flourishing Elder's change but paid no mind, sending out rune after rune into the great formation. Withering and Flourishing Elder roared, "Stop! If you don't stop, this lord will." Before he could finish, a vast repulsive force hit him head-on like a heavy punch, sending Withering and Flourishing Elder flying back thousands of miles. The formation could generate huge suction, and could also produce incredibly powerful repulsion. Positive and negative, yin and yang. Lin Moya could freely convert between them. Lin Moya gradually took control of the formation. Strong repulsive force spread outward with him at the center. Even with Withering and Flourishing Elder's strength, it was difficult to approach. This formation gathered dozens of large and small origin spirit veins from the 100 Herbs Alliance territory. Its power was unimaginable. Unless Withering and Flourishing Elder used his full power, he had no way to suppress the repulsive force. Withering and Flourishing Elder stabilized himself with difficulty after being pushed back 1,000 miles. He roared, "This lord will definitely kill you." The projection of his true form appeared behind him again. Branches turned into vines, lashing down violently. In an instant, the world was filled with whip shadows. The vines broke through the repulsive force's obstruction, carrying tremendous momentum to whip Lin Moya into meat paste. Lin Moya seemed to have anticipated this. His time curse wings vibrated rapidly as he retreated like teleportation. As his figure disappeared, he broke Withering and Flourishing Elder's lock. Only a rune flew out from where he had been, falling into the formation. The formation's power instantly reversed, changing from repulsion to suction. Not good. Withering and Flourishing Elder's face changed, but it was too late. His attack not only missed, but due to the sudden suction force, Withering and Flourishing Elder had no time to withdraw. Countless vines lashed the ground, mountains collapsed and the earth shattered. Even the formation was damaged. Withering and Flourishing Elder was truly enraged. The power of this strike was at the very limit of his 30%, far surpassing Dao Venerable Realm. Though not directly hit, the terrifying residual force still sent Lin Moya flying uncontrollably for thousands of miles. But as he flew back, Lin Moya smiled. He wasn't looking at Withering and Flourishing Elder, but at the heavenly punishment fire in the sky. The heavenly punishment fire moved again, even more violently than before. Large amounts of heavenly punishment fire descended, instantly falling on Withering and Flourishing Elder. Withering and Flourishing Elder was once again engulfed in heavenly punishment fire, screaming miserably. With his realm, this level of heavenly punishment fire naturally couldn't burn him to death, but he certainly wouldn't have a good time. After stabilizing himself, Lin Moya smiled and continued drawing runes. Rune after rune flew out and fell to the ground. His control over the formation grew stronger and stronger. The formation was about to change hands. Withering and Flourishing Elder's 100 years of effort was about to become Lin Moya's property. From within the flames came Withering and Flourishing Elder's furious roar full of killing intent. Lin Moya, this lord will never let you go, never. Lin Moya said with some contempt, you've said this kind of thing so many times. Aren't you tired of it? I'm tired of hearing it. Don't you have any new phrases? How does it feel to make wedding clothes for others? This formation of yours, though a bit broken, still works quite well and covers a large enough area. From now on this formation belongs to me. You can find another place to rebuild the 100 Herbs Alliance. His tone was full of provocation. In fact, Lin Moya was deliberately provoking Withering and Flourishing Elder. He knew clearly that Withering and Flourishing Elder couldn't kill him now. With this formation in place, for Withering and Flourishing Elder to kill him, he would have to break through the 30% combat power limit. but doing so would bring the Great Tao's punishment. Even if Withering and Flourishing Elder didn't die, he would be severely injured and unable to stay on the origin continent. Moreover, the Beast Emperor would arrive soon. With the Beast Emperor's strength, Withering and Flourishing Elder would have even less chance of killing him. Since that was the case, why fear him? Lin Moya wanted to enrage him, make him break through the limit, and ultimately have to leave the origin continent, eliminating future troubles. As for killing Withering and Flourishing Elder, Lin Moya no longer hoped for that. In his confrontation with Withering and Flourishing Elder, he had realized he had underestimated the Great Tao realm. If he wanted to kill Withering and Flourishing Elder, his only option now was to use the Calamity Scepter. But to use the Calamity Scepter to kill someone, he had to get close to Withering and Flourishing Elder, and Withering and Flourishing Elder had to be unable to counterattack, allowing Lin Moya to attack freely. This was almost impossible. Now his goal was to make Withering and Flourishing Elder leave the origin continent. He had become a thorn in Withering and Flourishing Elder's side, probably his greatest enemy. As long as Withering and Flourishing Elder remained on the origin continent, Lin Moya would never have peace. If Withering and Flourishing Elder learned of Dao City's existence someday, he would likely attack without hesitation, slaughtering everyone in Dao City inside and out. Lin Moya believed he was capable of such a thing. After much consideration, forcing Withering and Flourishing Elder to leave the origin continent was the most secure method. Withering and Flourishing Elder kept grunting in the heavenly punishment fire, clearly in great discomfort. But at this moment, Withering and Flourishing Elder didn't speak. Lin Moya knew clearly, the more silent he was, the more intense his hatred grew. Lin Moya could clearly sense Withering and Flourishing Elder's killing intent, which had reached its peak. Since that was the case, Lin Moya wouldn't miss such an opportunity. He continued, once I fully control this formation, what do you think I should do with the 100 Herbs Alliance? Expel them all, or lock them all up? Trap them all so they can't move, then kill them one by one. That seems like a good method too. I hear there's a special treasure ground for spirit plant rebirth in the core area of the 100 Herbs Alliance. I suppose you can't take this place with you. Why don't I help you deal with it? I'm quite interested in this spirit plant rebirth technique. I wonder if it would still work without that treasure ground. As Lin Moya spoke, he paid attention to Withering and Flourishing Elder's emotional changes. With his extremely keen perception, he could sense even Withering and Flourishing Elder's smallest changes. Lin Moya found that with each additional sentence he spoke, Withering and Flourishing Elder's killing intent increased a bit. Especially when he mentioned the spirit plant rebirth treasure ground, Withering and Flourishing Elder's killing intent suddenly increased considerably. This showed that the spirit plant rebirth treasure ground was extremely important to Withering and Flourishing Elder. Lin Moya keenly grasped this point and smiled. I wonder how well it would work if I used the spirit plant rebirth treasure ground to grow vegetables. Maybe I'll find some cows to plow it. Shut up. This old one will kill you. Withering and Flourishing Elder finally broke. Terrifying aura erupted as he instantly manifested his true form, turning into a 10,000-meter giant tree crushing down towards Lin Moya. I will now start translating corruption in the dungeon. I have completely translated the following books. The 100th Regression of the Max Level Player. Real Life Player. Your Girlfriend Was Amazing. Check them out on my P at TR30N. Chapter 3308. Chapter 3308, 3308. Chapter 3308. If you want to know, strive to become a Dao Lord. Success. Lin Moya was delighted. Withering and Flourishing Elder had finally broken through the 30% limit on his power, breaking the Great Tao's restriction. The Great Tao would certainly no longer allow him to stay on the origin continent. As long as Withering and Flourishing Elder left the origin continent, Lin Moya would have no more future troubles. But now, he had to face Withering and Flourishing Elder attacking with full force in his rage. Facing a Great Tao realm being attacking with full power in his fury, Lin Moya wouldn't be afraid if it was in the soul world. But in the real world, he simply couldn't withstand it. Withering and Flourishing Elder, wreathed in heavenly punishment fire, attacked. Lin Moya fully activated the formation, turning it into repulsive force. The seemingly vast repulsive force couldn't stop Withering and Flourishing Elder's attack. The repulsive force was constantly pushed back, booming in the air. Layer upon layer of folds appeared between heaven and earth, then exploded under Withering and Flourishing Elder's attack. The ground shattered. The formation suffered backlash, breaking apart. Withering and Flourishing Elder's formation completely collapsed under his own attack. 100 years of effort shattered in this moment. Withering and Flourishing Elder no longer cared about this. He had gone berserk, now only wanting to kill Lin Moya. Lin Moya's soul held the Great Tao Immortality Pill, ready to take it at any time. He wasn't sure if his rebirth could take effect under Withering and Flourishing Elder's attack. Moreover, rebirth was the final bottom line. Better not to use it if possible. This ability was for fighting to the death. As the formation shattered, Lin Moya knew this strike was unstoppable. He was about to take the last Great Tao Immortality Pill. Suddenly, he stopped. A smile appeared on his face, knowing there was no problem now. A mist appeared beside him, enveloping him. Then his vision blurred, and he had already left Withering and Flourishing Elder's attack range. Withering and Flourishing Elder's attack fell on the ground, completely shattering thousands of miles of land, creating a bottomless pit. This strike was too strong, as if it would shatter the western continent again. Even the origin spirit veins under the ground shattered under this strike. Countless origin chi rushed into the sky. The Great Tao was thoroughly angered, sending down countless heavenly punishment fires to burn Withering and Flourishing Elder. Withering and Flourishing Elder let out miserable screams, heartrending. Lin Moya was brought by the Beast Emperor, appearing 10,000 miles away. The terrifying shockwave passed over 10,000 miles, striking him. Lin Moya felt that just this residual shockwave was enough to kill him. Fortunately, the Beast Emperor was there, blocking all the shockwaves for him. The Beast Emperor was still hidden in the mist. His voice was clearly somewhat shocked. "What did you do? Why has Withering and Flourishing Elder gone mad?" Lin Moya smiled and said, "I insulted him a few times, and he became like this." The Beast Emperor clearly didn't believe Lin Moya's words. How could a great Dao realm being like Withering and Flourishing Elder be driven mad by a few words? Lin Moya must have done something quite excessive, or said some very excessive words, breaking Withering and Flourishing Elder's bottom line. But now wasn't the time to inquire. Withering and Flourishing Elder, wreathed in heavenly punishment fire, charged over. For a great Dao realm being, a mere 10,000 miles could be crossed in the blink of an eye. Especially for a great Dao realm being going all out, 10,000 miles was nothing. Withering and Flourishing Elder appeared before the Beast Emperor and Lin Moya as if teleporting. Countless vines lashed down again, while at the same time generating boundless suction force to prevent the two from escaping. The Beast Emperor enveloped Lin Moya in mist, while activating a magical treasure. Space violently shook, a gap appearing. Go! The two entered the spatial gap, instantly leaving. When they appeared again, they were no longer on the western continent. Beneath their feet was the endless boundary sea. Lin Moya was surprised. The Beast Emperor had actually fled with him. The Beast Emperor said, "Withering and Flourishing Elder has clearly gone mad now. He can't stay on the origin continent for long. Before long he'll be forcibly sent away by the Great Dao." The Beast Emperor's meaning was very clear. Now Withering and Flourishing Elder had gone berserk, no longer caring about anything, attacking with full power. The Beast Emperor didn't want to fight such a Withering and Flourishing Elder. It was meaningless. Lin Moya asked, "How long can he stay on the origin continent? I see this heavenly punishment fire doesn't seem able to burn him to death." The Beast Emperor said, "Well, heavenly punishment fire is just for punishing great Dao realm beings. It's certainly very painful when burning, but it's not enough to burn a great Dao realm being to death." Lin Moya made a sound of understanding, "So heavenly punishment fire is just for show." The Beast Emperor denied Lin Moya's words, "That's not the case. Heavenly punishment fire also has grades. What you see now is just the weakest heavenly punishment fire. If it were more powerful, it could burn a great Dao realm being to death. But that kind of fire rarely appears. You'll naturally know in the future." This emperor is quite interested. "What exactly did you do to make Withering and Flourishing Elder become like this?" Lin Moya smiled and said, "After Withering and Flourishing Elder leaves, I'll tell you the whole process." The Beast Emperor laughed heartily. "Then this emperor is looking forward to it. It should be an interesting story." Lin Moya said, "Actually it's nothing much. I was just trying to protect myself. If he hadn't been determined to kill me, I wouldn't have provoked him at all." The Beast Emperor believed these words. No matter how arrogant Lin Moya was, he wouldn't actively provoke Withering and Flourishing Elder. Most likely Withering and Flourishing Elder had come to hunt and kill him, but ended up having an accident instead. But from this, the Beast Emperor also realized he had underestimated Lin Moya. Being hunted by Withering and Flourishing Elder, yet able to turn it around and push Withering and Flourishing Elder to this point, among great Dao realm beings, probably no one but Lin Moya could accomplish this. The Beast Emperor was about to speak when he suddenly said softly, "He's chasing over." As he spoke, the Beast Emperor activated that magical treasure again, opening a spatial gap. The two stepped in, leaving again. But Withering and Flourishing Elder had no intention of letting Lin Moya go, still relentlessly chasing after them. The Beast Emperor didn't want to fight Withering and Flourishing Elder, choosing to avoid him again and again. This repeated 5 times before the Beast Emperor looked up at the sky. Time's up. A brilliant great Dao appeared in the sky. This great Dao was different from others. It emitted an incomparably noble aura, high above, its nobility indescribable in words. But looking a second time, this great Dao had disappeared again, as if it had been an illusion just now. Then a mysterious aura descended. Lin Moya had felt this kind of aura before. Back then in the sea race, when he had rescued Old Whale, a similar aura had descended when Old Whale left. The Beast Emperor said, "The great Dao has come to take someone. I wonder if this fellow will obediently go back." Lin Moya asked, "What if Withering and Flourishing Elder refuses to go back?" The Beast Emperor let out a light laugh. "Refuse to go back? Then he doesn't need to go back. Unless he wants to die, then he can refuse to go back. What do you think this is? This is the Great Dao. Even Great Dao realm beings can't defy the Great Dao. These are the rules." Lin Moya pursued the question, "Who made these rules?" The Beast Emperor chuckled, "How would I know who made them? If you want to know, then strive to become a Dao Lord. Only Dao Lords can stand as equals with the Great Dao and have the right to know these things." The Beast Emperor's words carried a hint of envy. He also greatly envied existences at the Dao Lord level. A beam of light fell from the sky, landing on Withering and Flourishing Elder with perfect accuracy. Withering and Flourishing Elder was still wreathed in flames at this time, still somewhat crazed. But under the illumination of the Great Dao's light, Withering and Flourishing Elder began to calm down. He didn't resist the Great Dao, gradually rising into the sky along with the Great Dao's light. "I will now start translating Corruption in the Dungeon. I have completely translated the following books. The 100th Regression of the Max Level Player. Real-Life Player. Your Girlfriend Was Amazing. Check them out on my P at TR30N. Chapter 3309. Chapter 3309, 3309. Chapter 3309, Friend Lin, do you have any plans? Within the Great Tao's light, the heavenly punishment fire on Withering and Flourishing Elder gradually extinguished. Lin Moya could sense Withering and Flourishing Elder staring intently at him, wanting to firmly remember him. The Beast Emperor said, "It seems he has truly remembered you. If you become a Great Tao realm being in the future, you should be careful." Lin Moya smiled, "No matter. If he still can't let it go then, I'll just kill him." Lin Moya seemed to speak casually, but to the Beast Emperor's ears, it was not so simple. He felt Lin Moya spoke very seriously enough to be somewhat frightening. He believed that with Lin Moya's abilities, if he truly reached the Great Tao realm, he could absolutely kill Withering and Flourishing Elder. Watching Withering and Flourishing Elder depart, the Beast Emperor sighed, countless years of effort, all ending in failure. Lin Moya asked, "Elder Beast Emperor, what exactly are you staying on the Origin continent for?" The Beast Emperor said, "We didn't stay here, but tried every means to come here. As for why, you'll naturally know in the future. But I can tell you, myself, the three ancestors, and that one in the Boundary Sea, though our methods differ, our goal is the same." Lin Moya grasped the key point in the Beast Emperor's words. They hadn't stayed on the Origin continent, but had tried every means to enter it. Clearly, it wasn't easy for them to enter the Origin continent. They must have paid a great price. It made sense. If it were so easy to enter the Origin continent, there would certainly be more Great Tao realm beings coming in. As for their purpose on the Origin continent, it wasn't actually important to Lin Moya. Lin Moya knew clearly they wouldn't do anything harmful to the Origin continent, because that would bring the Great Tao's punishment, which even they couldn't withstand. The several of them had stayed on the Origin continent for who knows how many years, preparing for how many years, all for the same purpose. Unfortunately, now Withering and Flourishing Elder had made a mistake and was driven away by the Great Tao. It was indeed quite depressing. Lin Moya would naturally be resented. Withering and Flourishing Elder certainly wouldn't let him go, but looking at Lin Moya's manner, he wasn't afraid at all. On the contrary, he was thinking of killing Withering and Flourishing Elder. The Beast Emperor couldn't help but sigh for Withering and Flourishing Elder, wishing him good fortune. After Withering and Flourishing Elder left, the Beast Emperor smiled and said, "Now can you tell me?" Lin Moya said, "It's a long story. Let's talk as we go. By the way, you can also tell me what's so amazing about the Spirit Plant Rebirth Treasure Ground." On the way back, Lin Moya roughly explained the whole process. He started from the destruction of the Netherworld race, but omitted some information about the Netherworld Blackpool, only saying he had obtained 2 hell fragments, adding that he already had a grudge with the Netherworld race, and they attacked him en masse, so he wiped them out in passing. The life or death of the Netherworld race meant nothing in the Beast Emperor's eyes. He didn't care at all. What the Beast Emperor cared more about was how Lin Moya had held on until he arrived after being discovered by Withering and Flourishing Elder. Though he had hurried over at top speed, it still took nearly an hour. During this time, what exactly had Lin Moya done? Not only was Lin Moya unharmed, but Withering and Flourishing Elder was in a worse state. When Lin Moya explained the whole process, the Beast Emperor listened in amazement. What Lin Moya had done was unimaginable to him. He had fully utilized almost everything that could be used, turning each unfavorable condition into a favorable one. The Beast Emperor put himself in that situation and found he couldn't have done things to that degree like Lin Moya, especially at the end, luring Withering and Flourishing Elder to attack and damage the Origin continent, bringing down heavenly punishment fire, then using words to enrage Withering and Flourishing Elder, making him unleash his full power, ultimately causing Withering and Flourishing Elder to be driven away by the Great Tao. These things sounded not difficult when Lin Moya said them, but were actually ridiculously hard. No one else could have done it. Thinking back now, Lin Moya had actually been prepared to face Withering and Flourishing Elder from the very beginning. The Beast Emperor said, "There was a process from Withering and Flourishing Elder losing his reason and attacking you with full force until he was driven away by the Great Tao. Did you consider how to deal with it if I hadn't arrived in time?" Lin Moya smiled carefreely. "Didn't I still have a Great Tao immortality pill? I could have held on for a while at least. Moreover, I believed in Elder Beast Emperor. You would certainly arrive in time, early rather than late." The Beast Emperor smiled. "I didn't expect you to have such confidence in me." Lin Moya said very affirmatively, "Of course. Though Lin's realm is low, my judgment isn't bad. I have a good sense of what kind of person Elder Beast Emperor is." This flattery made the Beast Emperor quite pleased. Indeed, what this Emperor promises, he will certainly accomplish. Lin Moya timely ended this topic. "Elder Beast Emperor, if possible, can you tell me about the Spirit Plant Rebirth Treasure Ground?" Obviously, what Withering and Flourishing Elder cared about most was that Spirit Plant Rebirth Treasure Ground. Previously, he had successfully enraged him using the Spirit Plant Rebirth Treasure Ground as an excuse. The Beast Emperor chuckled. "That Spirit Plant Rebirth Treasure Ground actually has some background. It's not something from the Origin continent." Lin Moya showed a strange expression. "Not from the Origin continent? Could it be?" He thought of the formation in the 100 Herbs Alliance territory. If it wasn't from the Origin continent, then it might be from beyond the sky. The Beast Emperor said, "Your guess is correct. That treasure ground was indeed pulled down from beyond the sky through the formation. I don't know which Great Tao realm expert this treasure ground originally belonged to before falling into Withering and Flourishing Elder's hands. Withering and Flourishing Elder obtained the Spirit Plant Rebirth method from the treasure ground, so he passed down the Spirit Plant Rebirth method. But he made some modifications, making the Spirit Plant Rebirth method serve himself. Now that he's gone, this Spirit Plant Rebirth method is also useless. In the future, those Plant and Wood Tao venerables can no longer rely on this method for unlimited rebirth. After the Beast Emperor's explanation, Lin Moya learned that the spirit plant rebirth method, including the required treasure ground, truly came from beyond the sky. Lin Moya said, besides using it for spirit plant rebirth, does that treasure ground have any other uses? The Beast Emperor said, it's somewhat useful for plant-based lifeforms, but not much use for others. Friend Lin can take it away. Perhaps when you become a great Dao realm being in the future, you can sell it to those fellows. You can also sell it to the three ancestors. The three ancestors will certainly offer a good price. In the great Daos beyond the sky, there were no small number of plant-based great Dao realm beings. Good things could be exchanged from them using the treasure ground. This time Withering and Flourishing Elder left in such a hurry that he didn't even have time to take this treasure ground. It shows how close to madness he was at the time. Lin Moya said, over so many years, Withering and Flourishing Elder must have obtained quite a few good things from beyond the sky, right? The Beast Emperor said, there are indeed many good things beyond the sky, but they can't be obtained casually. That fellow would activate the Great Formation once every few hundred years, but most times there was no gain at all. Actually, the three ancestors gained more. The three ancestors can personally go to the ruins beyond the sky, which is better than blindly activating the formation like him. Lin Moya was slightly stunned. Withering and Flourishing Elder can't go to the ruins beyond the sky. The Beast Emperor said, of course he can go, but it's very troublesome to go once, and the price paid is not small. He's not like the three ancestors. The three ancestors have a treasure that makes going beyond the sky relatively simple. Lin Moya chuckled, what about you? The Beast Emperor laughed heartily, this emperor can naturally go too. You'll understand in the future. Alright, another sentence dismissing him. Lin Moya couldn't be bothered to pursue the question. The two quickly approached the western continent. The Beast Emperor asked, now that Withering and Flourishing Elder has left, the 100 Herbs Alliance territory is empty. Adding the Netherworld race's territory, does friend Lin have any plans? I will now start translating Corruption in the Dungeon. I have completely translated the following books. The 100th Regression of the Max Level Player. Real Life Player. Your Girlfriend Was Amazing. Check them out on my P at TR30N. Chapter 3310. Chapter 3310, 3310. Chapter 3310, this emperor will give you some advice. The Netherworld race's territory wasn't large, but the 100 Herbs Alliance's territory was not small. These two territories combined were much larger than Dao City. The Beast Emperor continued, these two areas are now unclaimed. Friend Lin, you know that occupying territory is actually very important on the Origin continent. You shouldn't waste this opportunity. There seemed to be deeper meaning in his words. Lin Moya immediately asked humbly, please enlighten me, Elder Beast Emperor. The Beast Emperor said, there are some things I can't say too explicitly. With your intelligence, you should understand this emperor's meaning. Lin Moya immediately had some understanding. Occupying territory seemed very important. The Beast Emperor occupied an enormous territory. Though the entire northern continent didn't completely belong to him, it was still his domain. The three ancestors were the same. They occupied a large area in the eastern continent, and also had forces in various continents. Though they didn't seem to be the dominant force everywhere, when adding up the Lu Feng Chamber of Commerce's territory, the area the three ancestors occupied was no less than the Beast Emperor's. As for the King of the Boundary Sea, there was no need to mention. How large was the entire Boundary Sea, how vast was that territory, far surpassing the Beast Emperor and three ancestors. Antares, becoming the new emperor of the Eastern Spirit Empire, also secretly occupied a large territory. These great Dao realm beings certainly knew some information, which is why they did this. With the Beast Emperor's reminder, Lin Moya naturally understood what he should do. Lin Moya said, there are quite a few Dao venerables in the 100 Herbs Alliance. The Beast Emperor smiled and said, what do you want to do? If you need help, this emperor can assist you, but it won't be free. Lin Moya laughed heartily, of course. Junior is already very grateful that Elder Beast Emperor could come. For the following matters, Junior will naturally pay compensation. Lin Moya expressed his thoughts, then Junior will speak directly. First, I trouble Elder Beast Emperor to kill Withering and Flourishing Elder's Thorn Avatar and bring its corpse to Junior. Second, gather all the Dao venerables of 7th level and above from the 100 Herbs Alliance. Withering and Flourishing Elder had left, but his avatar was still here. The Thorn Avatar had fled somewhere, but Su Pu was in constant pursuit. It couldn't escape. As for the Dao venerables in the 100 Herbs Alliance, the undead army was conducting a carpet search. They also couldn't escape. Lin Moya could easily handle those below 7th level Dao venerable himself. He didn't need the Beast Emperor's help. For 7th level and above, the Beast Emperor would control them and bring them. The Beast Emperor didn't ask at all what Lin Moya planned to do. He first did as Lin Moya instructed. He also didn't ask about compensation. He believed Lin Moya would certainly give him reasonable payment. Lin Moya guided the Beast Emperor in direction, quickly catching up to the Thorn Avatar still entangled with Su Pu. Though the Thorn Avatar was strong, it was no match at all against the Beast Emperor. In just a few moves, the Thorn Avatar was killed. Lin Moya took away the Thorn Avatar's corpse, then together with the Beast Emperor, subdued the Dao venerables of 7th level and above in the 100 Herbs Alliance one by one, gathering them in one place. This matter wasn't difficult for the Beast Emperor, just took some effort. The 100 Herbs Alliance was not weak. There were over 300 7th level Dao venerable members, over 78th level, and a full 10 9th level. They had various forms, not all plants. There were also a few spirit beasts. The strangest one was a half-insect half-plant being, with half its body insect and half plant. They were all injured by the Beast Emperor, forced to gather in one place in a dispirited state. Lin Moyo had them wait. After a short while, dark clouds flew over from the distance. The dark clouds were a vast expanse, each cloud an innumerable undead army. The Legion commanders controlled the undead armies, bringing the Dao Venerables below 7th level. If any resisted, they would be subdued by force. If force couldn't subdue them, they would be killed. Lin Moya didn't intend to kill them all, but if they resisted, he wouldn't show any mercy. In just 5 days, all the surviving Dao Venerables in the 100 Herbs Alliance had been gathered together. Lin Moya looked down at these Dao Venerables from above. I give you 2 paths. 1 is to live, 2 is to die. Those who choose to live will swear a great Dao oath to never be my enemy. I will choose an area for you where you can continue to survive and multiply. Those who choose to die, that's even simpler. I will personally send you on your way. But I want to make it clear, if any of you choose death, I won't just kill one person, but your entire lineage. Lin Moya's voice was like a merciless demon, reverberating in all the Dao Venerables' souls. Many of the Dao Venerables present were leaders of their clans, especially those 7th level and above all had a vast lineage behind them. Plants and trees that had gained sentience and become Dao Venerables all valued their lineages highly and were very united. Lin Moya's conditions left them almost no choice. Even the Beast Emperor had to inwardly praise Lin Moya for grasping the 100 Herbs Alliance Dao Venerables so precisely. It seemed like 2 choices, but was actually only 1 choice. Either swear a great Dao oath and live, or face clan extinction. Obviously Lin Moyo had overestimated the Dao Venerables' loyalty to Withering and Flourishing Elder. Learning that Withering and Flourishing Elder couldn't return, they decisively chose to live. One by one, the Dao Venerables swore great Dao oaths, and even engraved the oaths into their bloodline inheritance. This was equivalent to their entire clan swearing the oath. Lin Moyo projected a map of the Western continent, then drew out an area on the map. This area was located between the 100 Herbs Alliance and the insect race, a long narrow region. This area was naturally not as good as the 100 Herbs Alliance's former territory, only about 1/5 of before, but it was enough for these plants and trees to live. Plants and trees that had gained sentience originally didn't have high requirements for territory. The key was that after having this area, once Lin Moyo occupied this territory, it would create a buffer between him and the insect race. If the insect race wanted to provoke Lin Moyo, they would first have to get past the plant and tree Dao Venerables. The Beast Emperor watched Lin Moyo's arrangements. Though he said nothing, he felt Lin Moyo had arranged things very well. After making the arrangements, Lin Moya said to the Beast Emperor, Elder Beast Emperor, do you think my arrangements are alright? The Beast Emperor chuckled lightly, completely fine. Your arrangements are very good. Lin Moya nodded and said loudly, then so be it. You have 10 days to start moving. As the words fell, all the plant and tree Dao Venerables quickly took action. With rumbling sounds from the earth, the plant and tree Dao Venerables swiftly departed, beginning to move their entire clans. 10 days was enough time for them to move. After 10 days, 4/5 of the original 100 Herbs Alliance territory, plus the Netherworld race's territory, would all belong to Lin Moyo. The territory Lin Moya now occupied was actually on par with what Withering and Flourishing Elder had occupied before. After all the Dao Venerables left, the Beast Emperor asked, how does friend Lin plan to handle his territory? Lin Moya said, I haven't thought it through yet. Please give me some advice, Elder Beast Emperor. As he spoke, Lin Moya took out 2 Icefire Dao stones and handed them to the Beast Emperor. The Beast Emperor was clearly somewhat surprised, so polite. Lin Moya smiled and said, Elder Beast Emperor came from afar to save Junior, and even helped Junior kill people and find people. This compensation is what Elder deserves. The Beast Emperor chuckled, then this Emperor won't be polite. As for how you should develop this territory, this Emperor will give you some advice. I will now start translating Corruption in the Dungeon. I have completely translated the following books. The 100th Regression of the Max Level Player. Real Life Player. Your Girlfriend Was Amazing. Check them out on my P at TR30N. Chapter 3311 3211. Chapter 3311 3211. Chapter 3311 How About Building an Undead Empire. The Beast Emperor, like the 3 ancestors, was old and experienced. Lin Moya was sufficiently polite, so the Beast Emperor naturally wouldn't be stingy. Moreover, the Beast Emperor saw Lin Moya's potential. People like Lin Moya were rare, with only a few appearing in an entire era. The future achievements of such people were immeasurable. If you can't kill someone, it's better to befriend them. The Beast Emperor said, generally speaking, there are several ways to handle your own territory. The most common way is to do as I have done, establish a force, with you as the king of this force. Another way is like the 3 ancestors, infiltrating from various aspects. Actually, the Lu Feng Chamber of Commerce isn't as simple as you think. Those things the 3 ancestors do. At this point, the Beast Emperor smiled mysteriously and didn't continue. Lin Moyo heard the implication. Besides the overt Lu Feng Chamber of Commerce, the 3 ancestors' forces must have hidden parts. This also fit Lin Moya's impression of the 3 ancestors. They were indeed very likely to do such things. It's possible that the forces hidden in the dark were even more terrifying than the Lu Feng Chamber of Commerce. Lin Moyo asked, besides these, are there any others? The Beast Emperor chuckled, apart from the methods of myself and the 3 ancestors, there's also ruling like that one in the Boundary Sea. However, he has unique advantages that others can't imitate. If you think about it, you should be able to understand the reasons. Lin Moya's thoughts raced, and he instantly understood the differences. The king of the Boundary Sea's biggest advantage was his absolute control over the sea race. This was different from the Beast Emperor. Under the Beast Emperor were various royal clans and numerous beast race lineages. Each lineage had its own system, its own living habits, cultivation methods, and ancestors. And their ancestors might be stronger than the Beast Emperor. If an ancestor were to revive one day, the Beast Emperor's ruling position could be weakened. But the Sea race was completely different. There were no lineages in the Sea race. Everyone obeyed the King of the Boundary Sea's orders. The King of the Boundary Sea had true absolute power, his word was law. The Beast Emperor said, "Of the three methods, the three ancestors method isn't suitable for you. You can choose between the other two." Lin Moya said, "Thank you for your guidance, Elder Beast Emperor. I'll think it over carefully before deciding." The Beast Emperor chuckled, "There's no rush for this matter. You have plenty of time. Come, let's go see how many good things that old fellow Withering and Flourishing has collected over the years." The Beast Emperor led Lin Moya towards Withering and Flourishing Elder's lair. On the way, Lin Moya pondered how to handle his new territory. From the Beast Emperor's words, Lin Moya could be certain that the amount of territory occupied was very important. As for where the importance lay, the Beast Emperor didn't say and Lin Moya couldn't guess, but he could be sure it was certainly very important. So this territory absolutely couldn't be given to others. It must be controlled by himself. The several origin spirit veins under the territory must also be controlled by him. At first, he had thought about moving Dao City here, but now, after hearing the Beast Emperor's words, Lin Moya decisively abandoned this idea. Dao City was developing well in the eastern continent for now. It didn't need to be moved yet. Moreover, Dao City already had the Lu Feng Chamber of Commerce, which meant the three ancestors' forces had already infiltrated. This wasn't necessarily a bad thing, but it meant Dao City was no longer completely his own territory. He needed to share a piece of the pie. The three ancestors had always done things this way. There were no major problems. Lin Moya had never thought of monopolizing it himself. That would only slow Dao City's development. But for this new land, Lin Moya didn't plan to let the three ancestors get involved. He decided to occupy it himself. Lin Moya thought of the simplest method to build this area into his undead empire. The King of the Boundary Sea controlled the entire Sea race, but each member still had their own thoughts. They might even wonder if the King of the Boundary Sea's actions were correct. In terms of control, even the King of the Boundary Sea was far inferior to his own undead legions. The legion commanders also had intelligence, but they would never question whether his orders were correct. As long as it was an order he gave, even if it was wrong, even if it meant going to their deaths, they would do it without hesitation. This way, the territory would be his alone. If there were any benefits in the future, they would be maximized. The Beast Emperor had clearly dealt with Withering and Flourishing Elder before. He went straight to Withering and Flourishing Elder's lair. This was a huge valley, surrounded by 3 mountains, with only one entrance. The Beast Emperor said, "Withering and Flourishing's lair is inside. This fellow has arranged several formations here. It's always troublesome to come here." Lin Moya smiled and said, "You've come many times." The Beast Emperor said, "I don't get along with this fellow. I have indeed come a few times, but usually I call him out to talk. There are too many formations here. I don't want to go in." Call him out to talk? It was probably to fight. Lin Moya could see there were indeed many formations here. And the formations were very ancient, carrying an archaic aura. It was clear that Withering and Flourishing Elder had indeed studied formations extensively. The Beast Emperor said, "Can you handle it?" The Beast Emperor didn't understand formations well. If he were to do it, he would probably just force his way through. Lin Moya smiled and said, "Let me do it. Some of the formations here will self-destruct. If we force our way through, we might damage the things inside." From these formations, one could roughly judge Withering and Flourishing Elder's level in formations. It probably hadn't reached 7th grade. He wasn't a very powerful formation master. The only advantage was that the formations he arranged were very ancient, with some research value. The Beast Emperor said, "All right, then you do it." That old fellow Withering and Flourishing, his formation skills are actually mediocre, but he especially likes to tinker with this stuff. He's researched for so many years without much progress. Lin Moya heard the disdain in the Beast Emperor's words. He smiled and said, "Formations require high talent. Sometimes, if you don't understand, you just don't understand. There's no helping it." The Beast Emperor deeply agreed. Despite his high realm, he just didn't understand much about formations. He could figure out those 3rd grade and below formations, but not really anything above 3rd grade. The formations Withering and Flourishing Elder had arranged here were partly for warning purposes. Lin Moya guessed that Withering and Flourishing Elder didn't want to be disturbed. In case he was doing something, he could be warned in advance. But there was one thing Lin Moya didn't quite understand. Formations of this level couldn't stop the Beast Emperor at all. But the Beast Emperor was clearly wary and didn't really want to force his way through. Perhaps there were some hidden things within the formations. The Beast Emperor warned, "Be careful when breaking the formations. There's a soul-devouring bug hidden in one of the formations. Soul-devouring bugs can cause significant damage to the soul. Even I find them troublesome." While studying the formations, Lin Moyo asked, "What are soul-devouring bugs?" The Beast Emperor said, "Soul-devouring bugs are a strange type of insect. Withering and Flourishing pulled them down from beyond the sky once. They're quite troublesome. They can immune most powers. Once bitten by one, your soul will be damaged and it's hard to recover." Lin Moyo heard the Beast Emperor's wariness. If soul-devouring bugs are so troublesome, why didn't Withering and Flourishing Elder use them? The Beast Emperor chuckled. It's not that he didn't want to use them. He couldn't use them. He's also afraid of soul-devouring bugs. He could only trap them in formations to act as guardians. I have completely translated the following books: Corruption in the Dungeon, The 100th Regression of the Max Level Player, Real Life Player, Your Girlfriend Was Amazing. Check them out on my P at TR30N. Chapter 3312. Chapter 3312, 3312. Chapter 3312, The Great Karma Between the Buddhist and Insect Races. It turned out that it wasn't that Withering and Flourishing Elder didn't want to use the soul-devouring bug, but that even he feared it. Lin Moyo became even more cautious. Originally, these formations weren't particularly difficult for him, just ancient enough to have some research value. Now, he became more careful, and his speed in breaking the formations slowed significantly. It was fine to go slower, but nothing could go wrong. The fact that the soul-devouring bug could be trapped in a formation indicated that its raw power wasn't very strong. The real trouble with the soul-devouring bug lay elsewhere. First, it was immune to various attacks. Second, it could directly harm the soul, ignoring physical defenses. Even innate souls of great Tao realm beings couldn't defend against it. This characteristic made even the Beast Emperor wary. Lin Moyo asked the Beast Emperor where the soul-devouring bug came from. The Beast Emperor's answer surprised Lin Moyo. He didn't know where the soul-devouring bug originated. This also suggested one thing: the soul-devouring bug wasn't a product of the Origin continent. Back during the Origin catastrophe, the soul-devouring bug only appeared much later. Lin Moyo could only speculate whether it came from another world. As Lin Moyo unraveled the formations, he continued chatting with the Beast Emperor. Talking with the Beast Emperor was far better than dealing with the sly three ancestors. From the Beast Emperor, Lin Moyo could gain a lot of information, and this information was something the three ancestors wouldn't share. Even if they did, it would come at a price. That's how businessmen were. Everything was about money. Now that Lin Moyo had occupied a large piece of land in the western continent, in terms of territory size, it was no less than that of the dragon or insect races and only slightly smaller than that of the Buddhist race. It could be considered one of four major powers. As for the remaining Dao Venerables in the 100 Herbs Alliance, while their combat power wasn't weak, they no longer had any territory. Neither the dragon race nor the insect race were easy to deal with. Now that he had become one of the four major powers in the western continent, Lin Moyo naturally needed to understand more about the other three powers. Previously, his understanding of the Buddhist, dragon, and insect races all came from information provided by the three ancestors. This time was a good opportunity to ask the Beast Emperor and see his perspective. By cross-referencing information, he could get more accurate insights. The Beast Emperor didn't hold back. He spoke as if chatting with an old friend, sharing what he knew. The Buddhist and insect races were indeed not native to the Origin continent. To be precise, while Buddhist traditions didn't originate from the Origin continent, its people were natives of this land. So technically, they could be considered half-native to the Origin continent. The insect race, however, had no connection to the Origin continent. They came from elsewhere entirely. Lin Moyo was puzzled by this. The dragon race is native to the Origin continent and so powerful. Why didn't they wipe out the insect race? I think they should have had that ability. The dragon and insect races seemed like mortal enemies, yet for some reason, the dragon race hadn't eradicated them completely. This didn't make sense. The Beast Emperor said, "It's not that they don't want to, it's that they can't." The root of this issue runs deep. It involves not only the Origin catastrophe but also touches on matters of the Great Tao. Even this emperor only knows a fraction of it. Even if I wanted to tell you, it might not be accurate. You can think of it this way: both the Buddhist and insect races carry immense karma so great that even the entire dragon race cannot bear it. So while they have enmity with the insect race, they've never considered wiping them out. Lin Moyo instinctively asked, "Then does their conflict serve to suppress the insect race?" The Beast Emperor said, "Possibly. For more detailed information, perhaps only those in the dragon race know. When I say dragon race, I don't mean those in this continent but those above. The dragons in realms beyond were truly in charge. The dragons on this continent followed their orders. However, under normal circumstances, dragons from realms beyond wouldn't interfere with those on this continent. Presumably, not eradicating the insect race was an order left from long ago." As for why there was such immense karma between the Buddhist and insect races or what exactly it entailed, the Beast Emperor wasn't clear on that either. This was yet another mystery for Lin Moyo to unravel in time. However, Lin Moyo felt fortunate he hadn't made a mistake earlier. At one point, he had considered turning the insect race into food for his skeleton hell to enhance its power. Fortunately, he hadn't done so. Karma was something to be cautious about. Getting too entangled in it wouldn't do him any good. If unlucky enough, some karma could even cost lives. After breaking several formations without finding any sign of a soul-devouring bug, Lin Moyo laughed and said, "Withering and Flourishing Elder seems quite interested in formations. But knowing his talent isn't great in this area, why did he delve into formations so deeply?" The Beast Emperor said, "This emperor doesn't know either. I remember he wasn't initially focused on formations. This seems to have started in recent hundreds of thousands of years. Withering and Flourishing Elder had come to the Origin continent long ago. Starting his study of formations hundreds of thousands of years ago and persisting for so long likely wasn't out of mere curiosity." Lin Moyo understood well that someone like Withering and Flourishing Elder, a great Tao realm being, wouldn't do anything without purpose. Spending hundreds of thousands of years studying formations despite lacking talent and reaching nearly 7th grade proficiency must have been for a reason. After breaking another formation, Lin Moyo suddenly stopped and said, "I found a soul-devouring bug." The Beast Emperor asked, "Is it in one of these formations ahead?" Unlike Lin Moyo, who could see through formations to spot soul-devouring bugs directly, Lin Moyo projected an image. "Is this it?" In his projection appeared a plump bug glowing red, a peculiar red resembling blood but not quite. At first glance, it seemed vibrant yet carried an underlying sense of danger. Half its head was retracted into its body. It had 3 pairs of sharp claws gleaming coldly under light. Its vibrant red carapace had a small gap down its middle indicating movable wings beneath it. Upon seeing this image, the Beast Emperor immediately confirmed, yes, that's it. Judging by its appearance, it seems dormant. Is there any way not to wake it? If awakened, it'll attack everyone nearby. I'm not afraid, but souls below 7th level Dao Venerable would likely perish after just 2 or 3 bites. What he described sounded terrifying. 7th level Dao Venerable souls were already strong but couldn't withstand even 2 or 3 bites from this creature. Lin Moya didn't doubt him at all. Isn't there any way to kill this thing? The Beast Emperor said, it's hard, it can immune most great Dao powers, only specific ones can kill it. But each soul-devouring bug fears different great Dao powers and I don't know which one scares this particular bug. I also don't know how Withering and Flourishing managed to trap it. I have some admiration for him there. His tone seemed genuinely impressed. It was clear dealing with such creatures caused him significant trouble too. Lin Moya noticed something peculiar about how Withering handled things here. Withering hasn't actually trapped it, he's just kept it dormant. If disturbed externally, it'll wake up. If it's as terrifying as you say, a single awakening would render these formations useless against containing such power. This formation connects throughout this valley, forcing entry elsewhere would trigger self-destruction across all points, waking everything within including our sleeping friend here. Given such risks, breaking through forcefully wasn't an option anymore. The Beast Emperor's voice grew serious again. Do you have any ideas? Lin Moya replied calmly, let me think. I have completely translated the following books. Corruption in the Dungeon, the 100th regression of the max level player, real-life player. Your girlfriend was amazing. Check them out on my P at TR30N. Chapter 3313. Chapter 3313, 3313. Chapter 3313, this emperor never lets his guard down. Lin Moya didn't act immediately, but carefully observed the soul-devouring bug. The Beast Emperor didn't rush him either, knowing it couldn't be hurried. Lin Moya could clearly sense that the Beast Emperor was a bit nervous at this moment. It was interesting that a mere soul-devouring bug could make a great Dao realm being like the Beast Emperor nervous. Lin Moya looked carefully at the soul-devouring bug through the formation, while also sensing the aura around it. He used his eyes to look in his soul to sense, trying to obtain as much detailed information as possible. Gradually, Lin Moya's brow furrowed. As Lin Moya frowned, the Beast Emperor's aura also changed, becoming more tense. Why does this soul-devouring bug have the aura of the Soul Void on it? Could it be from the Soul Void? Lin Moya had fortunately encountered a powerful being from the Soul Void before, leaving a deep impression. He sensed a similar aura on the soul-devouring bug. Though he had some guesses, he couldn't be completely certain. As he continued observing, he made new discoveries. The soul-devouring bug also had some characteristics of the insect race. They were both insects, so there were some similarities. The insect race's characteristics were special, completely different from other insects on the origin continent. The appearance of insect race characteristics on the soul-devouring bug was intriguing. It wasn't just related to the Soul Void, but also to the insect race. Lin Moya observed for quite a while without taking action. The Beast Emperor finally couldn't help asking, "Friend Lin, have you discovered anything?" Lin Moya said, "Indeed, I've made some discoveries. The origins of the soul-devouring bug should be related to the Soul Void." The Beast Emperor was somewhat surprised. Really? How did it get connected to the Soul Void? Lin Moya said, "This is just a feeling I have. I recently encountered a being from the Soul Void, leaving a deep impression, so I shouldn't be mistaken." The Beast Emperor exclaimed in surprise, "You actually fought with a being from the Soul Void?" Lin Moya nodded. It was just a trace of their will, not a real fight. But they were indeed very strong. I was almost killed. The Beast Emperor's voice was full of wariness. That's the Soul Void. Even this emperor wouldn't dare to go there. Friend Lin, your courage is truly admirable. Lin Moya gave a bitter laugh. Don't tease me. They came after me, I didn't go looking for them. I haven't lived enough yet, I'm not that eager to die. Putting aside the matter of the Soul Void, the Beast Emperor asked, besides this, has friend Lin thought of any methods? Lin Moya said, it's almost impossible to remove the formation or transfer it without alerting it. This formation is connected as one with the other formations in the valley. Pull one thread and the whole fabric moves. I've found over 100 entrances and exits, only one of which is correct. The rest are wrong. And only Withering and Flourishing Elder knows which entrance is correct. Even I can't find it. If we choose the wrong entrance, the formation will collapse instantly and the soul-devouring bug will awaken. So the best method is to kill it. The Beast Emperor said, how to kill it? Its strength isn't actually that great. The key is finding the great Dao power that can deal with it. If we can find that, even a 4th level Dao Venerable could kill it. This was the difficulty in killing the soul-devouring bug, finding the great Dao power it couldn't immune. Once the right power was found, killing it wouldn't be hard. If not found, even the Beast Emperor couldn't kill it. There were countless types of great Dao powers. They couldn't try them one by one. The soul-devouring bug wasn't a target, sitting there motionless. Lin Moya thought for a moment, if it's really related to the Soul Void, I might have a way to deal with it. But I'm not certain. We can only try. The Beast Emperor considered, that's too risky. Lin Moya said, it is indeed somewhat risky, so I need to make some preparations. If I fail, I can at least buy you some time. The Beast Emperor wasn't an indecisive person. After thinking for a few seconds, he made a decision. In that case, this Emperor will risk his life alongside you. Friend Lin, you try first. If it doesn't work, this Emperor will use various methods and definitely kill this bug. Lin Moya suddenly laughed. Elder Beast Emperor, why do I hear a lack of confidence in your words? The Beast Emperor laughed and scolded. Nonsense, how could there be confidence? This Emperor has dozens of magical treasures that can unleash dozens of great Dao powers. As long as one of them works, we can kill this bug. Lin Moya praised. The Beast Emperor is indeed wealthy. The Beast Emperor said, enough talk, do as you planned. Lin Moya nodded and took out several origin crystals to start arranging a formation. The formation he arranged was a ceiling array, the strongest containment formation Lin Moya could think of. He used 9th grade premium origin crystals given by the dragon race, using the best materials to enhance the ceiling array's effect to the limit. By Lin Moya's estimate, this ceiling array's power wouldn't be weaker than those 8th grade formations. Seeing the 9th grade origin crystals, the Beast Emperor exclaimed in surprise, 9th grade premium origin crystals, friend Lin is really generous. Even for him, 9th grade premium origin crystals weren't something he could just take out casually. Lin Moya said, I was lucky and obtained them by chance. The Beast Emperor didn't believe Lin Moya's words. How could these be obtained just by luck? Soon Lin Moya finished arranging the ceiling array and said softly, Elder Beast Emperor, I'm going to start. Are you ready? The Beast Emperor nodded. This Emperor can act at any time. Lin Moya activated the ceiling array. The ceiling array permeated the formation group in the valley. The interlocking formations suddenly affected by an external force all began to collapse. The soul-devouring bug immediately awakened, letting out a sharp cry. The cry resonated directly in their souls. Lin Moya and the Beast Emperor were momentarily dazed. Even a great Dao realm being like the Beast Emperor was affected, showing how dominant the soul-devouring bug was on the soul level. Without another word, Lin Moya's world-burning fire fell with a boom. Since it was related to the soul void, Lin Moya believed the world-burning fire would be effective. Even that powerful being from before feared the world-burning fire, so the soul-devouring bug would surely fear it too. As Lin Moya expected, the newly awakened soul-devouring bug was burned by the world-burning fire, immediately letting out a series of shrill cries. The cries were full of pain. The soul-devouring bug was wrapped in flames, flying around wildly. The Beast Emperor watched and asked in surprise, is this heavenly punishment fire? Lin Moya shook his head. It's not heavenly punishment fire, just somewhat similar. Just somewhat similar? With the Beast Emperor's eyesight, he really couldn't see any difference between the two. But since Lin Moya said so, he naturally wouldn't ask further. Even if it really was heavenly punishment fire, if Lin Moya said it wasn't, he could only treat it as if it wasn't for now. Seeing the fire was effective against the soul-devouring bug, the Beast Emperor felt reassured and relaxed a bit. But Lin Moya frowned and said, Elder Beast Emperor, though my fire can burn it, it doesn't seem able to truly kill it. I'll try some other powers. Don't let your guard down. The Beast Emperor nodded. Don't worry, this Emperor never lets his guard down. Lin Moya immediately used other powers, starting with the most familiar Death Force. As the Death Force fell on the soul-devouring bug, its already burned body began to rapidly decay. The Death Force was also effective. Lin Moya felt more certain. Let's try something else. Then he used Time Force and Space Force. Space Force was ineffective, and Time Force was also ineffective. Next Lin Moya used Destiny Force, which was also ineffective. Finally, Lin Moya used the Power Great Dao, gathering all his strength to throw a punch. With a light boom, the soul-devouring bug was sent flying, hit the ceiling array and bounced back, no longer moving. I have completely translated the following books. Corruption in the Dungeon, the 100th Regression of the Max Level Player, Real Life Player. Your Girlfriend Was Amazing. Check them out on my P at TR30N. Chapter 3314. Chapter 3314, 3314. Chapter 3314, might as well rename him Crying Rome. It's dead. The Beast Emperor exclaimed in delight. Lin Moya shook his head slightly. No, it's not dead yet. The soul-devouring bug wasn't particularly strong. Aside from its strange abilities, it had almost no combat power. However, its vitality far exceeded what the Beast Emperor had described. Even if a suitable Great Dao power was used, injuring it at 4th level Dao Venerable wasn't difficult, but killing it was another matter entirely. It was like grinding water with a stone, slow and tedious, and one also had to guard against its sudden attacks. It wasn't as simple as the Beast Emperor had made it sound. Lin Moya understood that while the Beast Emperor knew about the soul-devouring bug, he lacked experience in dealing with it. Using a 4th level Dao Venerable with the right Great Dao power to kill a soul-devouring bug was just the bare minimum. The current soul-devouring bug had been severely burned by world-burning fire, its body corroded by Death Force, and finally pummeled nearly to death by Lin Moya's power Great Dao punches. Yet even after all that, it still wasn't dead. Lin Moya could feel its injuries healing rapidly. Hearing Lin Moya's words, the Beast Emperor's laughter abruptly stopped. Its vitality is indeed beyond imagination. Lin Moya said, you can see for yourself, it's just that strong, but now it's barely hanging on. Luckily for me, several of my powers can restrain it. Lin Moya suddenly changed his tone. Elder Beast Emperor, could this be your first time dealing with a soul-devouring bug? The Beast Emperor gave an awkward laugh. Not exactly. I just didn't realize its vitality was this strong before. Lin Moya thought for a moment and said, then may I trouble Elder Beast Emperor to use this as a test subject? Use all your magical treasures on it so I can see their effects on the soul-devouring bug and get a better understanding. The Beast Emperor asked, wouldn't that take too long and risk complications? Lin Moya replied, no, I have it under control. What others feared as a terrifying creature became merely an experimental subject in Lin Moya's hands. The Beast Emperor didn't refuse. He took out various magical treasures and began bombarding the soul-devouring bug. Each magical treasure contained different powers of the Great Tao. For a while, wind, fire, lightning, and all sorts of forces rained down on the soul-devouring bug. Inside the ceiling array, it became incredibly lively. Lin Moya observed the changes in the soul-devouring bug closely. Through the Beast Emperor's efforts, he conducted experiments on it. The more he understood about the soul-devouring bug now, the better prepared he would be if he encountered one again in the future. He quickly noticed one thing: the soul-devouring bug was indeed immune to most powers. The Beast Emperor used over 100 magical treasures with over 100 types of Great Tao powers. Only one type of Great Tao power managed to harm the soul-devouring bug, all others were immune. Moreover, the powers it was immune to were absorbed by the soul-devouring bug. After absorbing these powers, its recovery speed significantly increased. It can immunize against most powers and absorb those immune powers to heal itself. If uninjured, it might even absorb those immune powers to enhance its realm. This particular soul-devouring bug isn't strong, but that doesn't mean all soul-devouring bugs are weak. Lin Moya intensified his death force to keep the soul-devouring bug gravely injured but not dead. He then asked aloud, Elder Beast Emperor, do soul-devouring bugs vary in strength? The Beast Emperor replied, of course. There was once an extremely powerful soul-devouring bug that killed several Great Tao realm beings. At that time, this emperor was preoccupied with other matters and only heard about it in passing. Lin Moya said, so they do vary in strength. This one must be relatively weak. The Beast Emperor agreed wholeheartedly. That seems right. After all these experiments, has friend Lin discovered anything else? Lin Moya said, indeed I have. First, it can absorb immune Great Tao powers to heal itself. I suspect it can also absorb these powers to strengthen itself. Moreover, if it's continuously attacked by non-immune Great Tao powers over time, it seems to develop resistance and eventually immunity. From this, I speculate that their immunity to Great Tao powers is something they've accumulated over countless years. They might have bloodline inheritance similar to dragons or spirit beasts. If this continues unchecked over time, they could eventually become immune to all Great Tao powers. But such creatures wouldn't be allowed by the Great Tao to exist. There must be some power they cannot immune against. The Beast Emperor said softly, I didn't expect friend Lin's understanding of the Great Tao to be so deep. This emperor is impressed. Lin Moya smiled and said modestly, you're too kind. Alright then, the experiments are done, it's time for it to die. The Beast Emperor suddenly said, friend Lin, this emperor has an impolite request. Lin Moya smiled slightly. Please speak freely, there's no need for such formality between us. The Beast Emperor said, after killing the soul-devouring bug, could you let this emperor have part of its corpse? Lin Moya asked curiously, what use does its corpse have? The soul-devouring bug's realm wasn't high, around 4th level Dao venerable at most. Its corpse didn't seem particularly valuable for things like corpse explosion or becoming a reborn being. But since the Beast Emperor wanted it, there must be some other use for its corpse. The Beast Emperor explained, this emperor wants to use it for some experiments, perhaps it could help improve my soul level slightly. Using a soul-devouring bug's corpse to enhance soul levels, wasn't that similar to Ice-Fire Dao stones? For Great Tao realm beings like him who valued soul levels above all else, anything that could enhance their souls was precious. Lin Moya asked casually, may I ask what level your innate soul has reached now? The Beast Emperor replied, you're quite perceptive about matters of the Great Tao realm. To be honest, I've reached 9th level innate soul peak, one more step would make me 8th level innate soul. Lin Moya nodded inwardly, no wonder he felt like his own soul level seemed comparable or even superior at times when compared with the Beast Emperor's presence earlier. Still, it felt unlikely, perhaps there were things left unsaid by him. Withering and Flourishing Elder's soul level doesn't seem as high as yours, Lin Moya remarked thoughtfully. The Beast Emperor laughed heartily, indeed. While both our souls are 9th levels, his remains mid-stage while mine stands at peak stage nearing advancement soon. And speaking further, the three ancestors hold late-stage 9th levels, surpassing Withering slightly. As for King Boundary Sea, that fellow matches me currently, but soon enough, I'll surpass him too. Having already opened up, the Beast Emperor elaborated openly without reservation, a small favor returned generously. Lin Moya quipped humorously, so Withering and Flourishing Elder really is weakest among you all. No wonder you could teach him lessons before. The Beast Emperor chuckled, that wasn't much. Here on Origin Continent, we're restricted from full power usage anyway, it's merely playful sparring. But beyond here? Oh, I'd make him cry running away. Might as well rename him Crying Rome after today. From their conversation it became clear how vast disparities existed even within same-tiered beings across celestial hierarchies. 9th level innate souls alone divided into early/mid/late/peak stages, all bearing significant gaps between each phase. And differing tiers altogether widen chasms further still. For instance, a Lord of Tao requiring pinnacle first-tier innate souls, how unfathomably powerful must such entities truly stand? Setting aside idle musings, Lin Moya refocused decisively. World-burning fire flared fiercely anew alongside amplified death force, gathering every ounce wielded strength under power's great blade. With resounding force unleashed, a single punch struck true. I have completely translated the following books. Corruption in the Dungeon, the 100th regression of the max-level player, real-life player. Your girlfriend was amazing. Check them out on my P at TR30N. Chapter 3315. Chapter 3315, 3315. Chapter 3315, The Path Once Strayed From. This time the soul-devouring bug could not survive. Lin Moya precisely controlled his power, causing the already half-dead bug to perish completely. After death, the soul-devouring bug's body began to change, rapidly crystallizing into a crystal in the blink of an eye. This crystal was about a finger length long. Lin Moya held it in his hand, sensing a pure soul force from within. Soul crystal. Lin Moya's mind stirred. The crystal formed from the dead soul-devouring bug was very similar to a soul crystal, just not as pure. Lin Moya understood its essence at a glance and wasn't very interested in it. He handed the crystal to the Beast Emperor. So this is a soul-devouring crystal. So that's what it looks like. The Beast Emperor was clearly seeing a crystal from a dead soul-devouring bug for the first time, his voice slightly excited. Lin Moya smiled and said, "It seems soul-devouring crystals are quite rare." The Beast Emperor nodded, "Indeed rare. For us Great Tao Realm beings to improve is extremely difficult. Origin crystals are no longer useful to us. We need some extremely powerful and precious materials. Icefire Tao stones count as one, and soul-devouring crystals count as another." Lin Moya asked, "So which of these two is better?" The Beast Emperor said, "They can't be compared. Icefire Tao stones need to be refined, which is a rather long process and involves enduring some pain. Soul-devouring crystals can be directly absorbed, directly enhancing soul levels, but unlike Icefire Tao stones, a lot of time is needed afterwards to polish one's foundation. Comparatively, this emperor prefers soul-devouring crystals. After all, there's no suffering involved, and the time spent in the end isn't much different." Lin Moya laughed, "You're seeing a soul-devouring crystal for the first time, how do you know so much about it?" The Beast Emperor gave an awkward dry laugh. "It is my first time seeing one, that's true. But this emperor has heard about it from others several times. It can't be wrong." Lin Moya guessed that the Beast Emperor's so-called heard from others was likely just hearsay passed down. Lin Moya said, "Then I'll give you this soul-devouring crystal." The Beast Emperor was stunned. "You're giving it all to me? Soul-devouring crystals can be divided." Lin Moya refused, "No need. I'm still far from the Great Tao Realm anyway, so I have no use for this thing. When I reach the Great Tao Realm someday, if Elder Beast Emperor has any good things then, just don't forget about me." The Beast Emperor didn't expect Lin Moya to be so generous. While feeling a bit embarrassed, he decisively didn't refuse. "Then this emperor won't be polite. Rest assured, Brother Lin, if there are any benefits in the future, I'll definitely include you." A single soul-devouring crystal directly bought over the Beast Emperor. Their level of closeness rapidly increased, changing from friend to brother. However, how much gold content there was in this brother title, only heaven knew. With the soul-devouring bug dead, the entire valley's formation was considered broken. The two strode into the most core area of the 100 Herbs Alliance. Upon entering, Lin Moya slightly furrowed his brow. The valley was divided into two parts. One part was deathly still, while the other part was full of vitality. This scene was too familiar to him. It was just like his own undying Great Tao. One side was death, one side was life. Lin Moya thought to himself, could Withering and Flourishing Elder also be comprehending the undying Great Tao? But what he displayed in previous battles wasn't the undying Great Tao. At this moment, the Beast Emperor's voice sounded in his ear. It said that Withering and Flourishing once obtained an item. That item recorded a supreme Great Tao, which he's been trying to comprehend. It was also because of that item that he changed his name to Withering and Flourishing. He calls this path the Life and Death path, said to allow one to comprehend life and death. Lin Moya asked softly, "Do you know what kind of item it is?" At this moment, a strange sense of urgency arose in his heart. The undying Great Tao was his innate Great Tao, undoubtedly the most important of the 6 Great Taos he possessed. He had never seen anyone else comprehend the undying Great Tao. Even in the information he had obtained, there wasn't a trace of information about the undying Great Tao. This made him develop an illusion that the undying Great Tao was something unique to him. Now suddenly seeing Withering and Flourishing Elder seemingly comprehending the undying Great Tao, even if it was just a possibility, he wanted to know the answer. Unfortunately, the Beast Emperor couldn't give Lin Moya an accurate answer. The Beast Emperor said, "I only know that item is extraordinary, but I'm not clear on exactly what it is." Withering and Flourishing Elder had even changed his name because of this item. How could it be a simple thing? Lin Moya knew he couldn't get an answer from the Beast Emperor's mouth, so he could only observe for himself. He sensed the auras of life and death coming from both sides. Gradually, his furrowed brow slowly relaxed. Withering and Flourishing hadn't comprehended the undying Great Tao, at least not yet. The death and life here were all artificially arranged, unrelated to the Great Tao. There was a trace of life and death power within, but it was different from the undying Great Tao. It was similar but not the same. Lin Moya secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Strange, why did I care so much about whether Withering and Flourishing Elder would comprehend the undying Great Tao? Many people comprehending the same Great Tao should be a very normal thing. Why did I have such an emotional reaction? Innate Great Tao, sudden inspiration. Could it be that something is still hidden within the undying Great Tao? It seems I need to put more thought into the undying Great Tao. The undying Great Tao is my fundamental Great Tao. With life undying, as long as the undying Great Tao is completed, why worry about other Great Taos not succeeding? A flash of inspiration made Lin Moya suddenly realize that he had strayed from his path again. The sudden burst of thoughts made Lin Moya stop, standing motionless in place. The Beast Emperor also stopped with him. He didn't urge Lin Moya, just quietly waited. Lin Moya's current state was very much like a cultivator's sudden enlightenment. Thunder and lightning flashed in Lin Moya's soul world. In an extremely short time, he reviewed his entire cultivation process, walking again the path he had once walked. Finally, Lin Moya realized that in his choices time and time again, not every choice had been correct. Many times, choices that seemed correct had actually led him astray. It wasn't that he had gone completely wrong, but that he had chosen a path that wasn't the most direct. Condensing Tao patterns wasn't wrong, comprehending great Taos was also right, but he shouldn't have put the Undying Great Tao on the same level as other great Taos. The Undying Great Tao was the first great Tao he comprehended, and also his innate great Tao. His ability to achieve such accomplishments was due to the crucial role played by the Undying Great Tao. It could be said that without the Undying Great Tao, his cultivation path wouldn't have been so smooth. As he comprehended more and more Great Taos later, the role of the Undying Great Tao gradually weakened. Especially after comprehending illusory-type Great Taos, the role of the Undying Great Tao became even less apparent. More often, he used the power of life, the power Great Tao in coordination, or just to heal injuries. He had never truly unleashed the true power of the Undying Great Tao. Unknowingly, he used the Undying Great Tao less and less frequently. Though it was his innate Great Tao, it had come to stand on equal footing with the other Great Taos, even inferior to some of the later comprehended Great Taos. Now, Lin Moya suddenly realized this was wrong. The 6 Great Taos he possessed, too real, too illusory, with time and space Great Taos between reality and illusion seemed to maintain a perfect balance. But thinking about it now, besides balance, the 6 Great Taos also needed a leader. This leader wasn't himself, but one of the 6 Great Taos. Using the Undying Great Tao to command the other Great Taos, perhaps this is the correct answer. Lightning danced wildly in his soul world. Lin Moya's comprehension of the Great Tao deepened at an astonishing speed. The 81st Tao pattern that was about to be completed was instantly finished. Then he began to condense the 82nd Tao pattern. At the same time, a strange aura emanated from Lin Moya's body. The Beast Emperor murmured softly, "He's really had an enlightenment. I will now start translating Corruption in the Dungeon. I have completely translated the following books. The 100th Regression of the Max Level Player. Real Life Player. Your Girlfriend Was Amazing. Check them out on my P at TR30N. Chapter 3316. Chapter 3316, 3316. Chapter 3316, Late Stage 8th Grade Innate Soul. Lin Moya's sudden enlightenment was both expected and unexpected for the Beast Emperor. Enlightenment is rare. Most cultivators can't experience even one enlightenment in their entire lives. Even those with exceptional talent rarely achieve enlightenment. Enlightenment requires not just talent, but also opportunity. But the Beast Emperor was only slightly surprised by Lin Moya's enlightenment, then felt it was quite ordinary. Having seen too many miracles, when Lin Moya suddenly had an enlightenment, the Beast Emperor felt it was almost normal. In his countless years, the Beast Emperor had seen innumerable cultivators. Lin Moya was in a league of his own, incomparable to anyone else. Whatever happened to Lin Moya, there was no need for surprise. The Beast Emperor's surprise lasted only an instant before he sighed softly, "Such talent, it's truly enviable. I wonder what insights he's gained." He looked around at the life and death energies, but couldn't sense much after observing for a long time. At this moment, Lin Moya's inner world was in turmoil. In his soul world, 6 Great Taos appeared, with the Undying Great Tao connecting to the other 5. It wasn't a true connection of the Great Taos, but a connection of their essences in a sense. He repeatedly manifested each Great Tao's true form, using himself as a medium to make the essences of the Great Taos interact. Having experience with fusing the time and space Great Taos before, Lin Moya was familiar with this process. As the essences of the Great Taos fused under Lin Moya's guidance, the previously equal Great Taos gradually developed a hierarchy. The Undying Great Tao, as Lin Moya's innate Great Tao, began to rise in status. The other 5 Great Taos became subordinate to the Undying Great Tao. Lin Moya's comprehension of the Undying Great Tao erupted like a volcano. His powers of death and life increased dramatically. Suddenly, gray and white energies appeared in his soul world. They danced like 2 long dragons, spreading their essence throughout his soul world. Soon, his entire soul world was enveloped by the gray and white energies. Lin Moya had an epiphany and slowly opened his soul's eyes, taking a deep breath to absorb all the gray and white energies along with the 2 dragons. His soul was filled with the life and death powers of the Undying Great Tao. At this moment, his soul felt as if it was merging with the Great Tao. He had comprehended and controlled Great Taos before, even invoking their power and manifesting their true forms, but he had never felt this sense of fusion with a Great Tao. The feeling of merging with the Great Tao was marvelous. It was Lin Moya's first time experiencing it, and in an instant he became captivated, almost unable to extricate himself. He had felt something similar before, when receiving rewards in the Great World and when receiving Great Tao rewards, but it wasn't as clear as now. Lin Moya felt his closeness to the Great Tao increasing. Increasing closeness to the Great Tao was a broad way of saying that his soul level had improved. Previously his soul was already an 8th grade innate soul, but he wasn't sure exactly what stage it was at within the 8th grade, early, middle or late stage. But now, Lin Moya clearly sensed his current level. The Great Tao told him that his soul level had advanced from mid-stage 8th grade to late stage. However, his realm was still low, so he couldn't freely wield Great Tao power like other Great Tao realm experts. When he reached the Great Tao realm, he would be able to skip a level and rival many veteran Great Tao realm experts. In other words, his foundation was becoming more and more solid, just waiting for an opportunity to soar. The lightning and thunder in his soul gradually dissipated as this enlightenment came to an end. Lin Moya tried hard to remember the feeling of merging with the Great Tao, maintaining this state as much as possible to carefully experience it. This state was extremely beneficial for his cultivation. Perhaps no practical benefits could be seen on the surface, but imperceptibly accumulating over time, the benefits would become greater and greater. Lin Moya's soul murmured to itself, "This enlightenment has yielded significant gains. I understand the path I need to take going forward, correcting the detours I had taken before. Being a jack of all trades sometimes means being a master of none. There's reason in the saying one trick is enough to eat all over the world. I should focus on the undying Great Tao as the main path, with the other 5 Great Taos as support, walking a path of undying immortality." For Lin Moyo, the improvement in soul level was secondary. The greatest gain this time was understanding the path he needed to take in the future. It was fortunate to have this enlightenment. If he had continued on without realizing, he would have strayed further and further, making it increasingly difficult to return to the right path. With a thought, the gray and white undying Great Tao surrounded him, while the other 5 Great Taos appeared at his feet. From this moment, the hierarchy between the Great Taos became clear. With a late-stage 8th grade innate soul, clothed in the undying Great Tao and standing atop the 5 other Great Taos, he emanated a profound pressure. He was like an emperor, using the undying Great Tao as his imperial robe and armor, inspecting his generals. In the physical world, a heavy pressure suddenly emanated from Lin Moya's body. The Beast Emperor beside him shuddered, his aura violently churning. Such strong pressure. Brother Lin actually possesses an innate soul. The Beast Emperor couldn't help exclaiming, his voice filled with shock. The pressure Lin Moyo unconsciously released had already surpassed the Tao Venerable level. The Beast Emperor clearly understood what this pressure represented. Lin Moya's future attainment of the Great Tao realm was now certain. Most terrifying was that the Beast Emperor felt the pressure Lin Moya released seemed even stronger than his own. He realized that Lin Moya's soul level might be even higher than his own, though he had this suspicion, he dared not believe it. The pressure came suddenly and disappeared just as suddenly. Before the Beast Emperor could figure it out, the pressure had vanished. Lin Moya slowly opened his eyes. There was no sharp light in his eyes, only extreme gentleness. "Thank you, Elder Beast Emperor, for protecting me." The Beast Emperor suppressed his inner shock and laughed heartily. "Brother Lin is too polite. Congratulations on your enlightenment and great progress in cultivation." Lin Moya smiled humbly. "This enlightenment only made me realize I had taken some detours before. After this, I understand how to proceed on my future path." The Beast Emperor laughed even more loudly. "That's even more worth celebrating than progress in cultivation. For cultivators, progress in cultivation is temporary, but finding the right path is more important." Lin Moya nodded. "Indeed worth celebrating. Only by walking the right path can one go further." The Beast Emperor said, "If this Emperor is not mistaken, Brother Lin's soul has already reached the innate soul level, right?" Lin Moya didn't deny it. Indeed, it has reached the innate soul level. The Beast Emperor sighed. 4th level Tao Venerable with an innate soul. Brother Lin's future entry into the Great Tao realm is inevitable. Even the heavenly tribulation will be much weaker. The higher the soul level, the weaker the tribulation. With Lin Moya's soul level, the heavenly tribulation he would face later wouldn't be too strong. Combined with Lin Moya's own strength, entering the Great Tao realm would be no problem. Lin Moya smiled and said, "Then I'll take Elder Beast Emperor's auspicious words. I also hope I can smoothly enter the Great Tao realm." As mists swirled, the Beast Emperor spoke, "Brother Lin, there are some things this Emperor feels should be told to you. I will now start translating Corruption in the Dungeon. I have completely translated the following books. The 100th Regression of the Max Level Player. Real-Life Player. Your Girlfriend Was Amazing. Check them out on my P at TR30N. Chapter 3317. Chapter 3317, 3317. Chapter 3317, Waiting for an Opportunity to Soar." The Beast Emperor hesitated noticeably as he said this, clearly having some reservations. Lin Moya said, "If Elder Beast Emperor finds it difficult, you don't have to say it." Lin Moya understood the Beast Emperor's personality very well. This method of backing off to advance worked very effectively on the Beast Emperor. The more he said this, the more the Beast Emperor would tell him. The Beast Emperor said, "Actually, if Brother Lin wasn't also walking the path of Tao patterns, there are some things this Emperor couldn't say." The Beast Emperor naturally cultivated Tao patterns, which was the most orthodox cultivation path. However, due to some special reasons, after the origin catastrophe, the method of cultivating Tao patterns was lost. It was as if an invisible hand had completely erased the correct cultivation method, not allowing people to know it. Now on the origin continent, besides the few great Tao realm beings like the Beast Emperor, very few knew the method of cultivating Tao patterns. Even the ancestors of the Great Holy Lands didn't know, and also followed the current cultivation methods. At the time, Lin Moyo also found it strange. Since the 3 ancestors knew the correct cultivation method, why didn't they spread it, instead letting countless people take detours? Thinking about it later, they must have had no choice, surely having reasons they couldn't speak of. Lin Moya didn't speak, he just listened quietly. The Beast Emperor sighed and continued, "It involves some secrets. Some things can't be told to outsiders. Can't be told to outsiders, but Brother Lin isn't an outsider. There's no problem telling you a bit. With Brother Lin's knowledge, you should know that many things have been buried by time. For example, this method of cultivating Tao patterns, it's not that we don't want to tell, but that we can't tell. Not only can we not speak of the Tao pattern cultivation method, we can't even speak of the lesser method of breaking through to the Great Tao realm. Only when we encounter someone like Brother Lin, who already knows how to cultivate Dao patterns and has embarked on the Dao pattern cultivation path, can we speak of it. Lin Moyo asked, who set these rules? The Great Dao. The Beast Emperor said, it's a long story. Let's talk as we walk. They walked along the path of intertwining life and death as the Beast Emperor slowly explained. There are 3 great Daos, named time, years, and fate. The time great Dao governs the river of time, encompassing past and present. The years great Dao governs what has been. It seems to overlap with the river of time, but it's not so. The years great Dao has the ability to erase certain things from the river of time. But this doesn't mean the years great Dao is superior to the time great Dao. The two are parallel, both primordial great Daos, just with different responsibilities. The time great Dao is responsible for recording, while the years great Dao is responsible for erasing the past. Lin Moya listened carefully, then said, so the fate great Dao is responsible for erasing the future. The Beast Emperor said, though not entirely correct, it's close enough. With the 3 working together, no one except the Dao Lords can defy them. Before entering the origin continent, we all swore great Dao oaths not to leak the Dao pattern cultivation method, nor reveal the method of breaking through to the great Dao realm. The Beast Emperor explained why they couldn't speak of it, because they had sworn oaths. If they leaked information about the Dao pattern cultivation method to others, they would be punished. That's why he had hesitated so much when asking Lin Moyo earlier. Lin Moyo asked, what if I had answered that I wasn't cultivating the Dao pattern method? The Beast Emperor replied without hesitation, then this emperor would have passed on the Dao pattern method to Brother Lin. With Brother Lin's talent, not cultivating Dao patterns would be too much of a waste. Lin Moyo felt somewhat moved. Even knowing he might be punished, the Beast Emperor still asked him, and he was prepared to pass on the Dao pattern cultivation method if Lin Moya's cultivation method was incorrect. The Great Dao's punishment wouldn't be light. The Beast Emperor would certainly have to pay a price. Yet even so, he still decided to do this. Lin Moya smiled and said, thank you, Elder Beast Emperor. Fortunately, this junior didn't disappoint you. The Beast Emperor said, Brother Lin, don't be so polite. What's our relationship? A little punishment is nothing. May I ask where Brother Lin obtained the Dao pattern cultivation method? Lin Moya said, once the 3 ancestors had me go to the ruins of the godslaying sect. I obtained the Dao pattern cultivation method from there, as well as the method for those ancestors to break through to the great Dao realm. The Beast Emperor laughed. The 3 ancestors truly live up to being businessmen. Even when the great Dao forbids speaking of it, they can find loopholes. Brother Lin, do you know why the great Dao hides this information? Lin Moya shook his head, indicating he didn't know. The Beast Emperor said, the great Dao is supremely impartial. It actually has no self-awareness, only instinct. The great Dao will only use the most direct and simple methods to solve problems. After the origin catastrophe, 5 of the 9 continents sank, the divine continent Cauldron was lost, and the origin continent was greatly injured. Moreover, the cancer within the origin continent still exists, not yet completely resolved. To preserve the origin continent's vitality, the great Dao had no choice but to restrict the cultivation paths on the origin continent. Except for a very small number of people, most will have no chance. Every great Dao realm achievement requires the support of a large amount of origin power, and this origin power comes from the origin continent. With the origin continent severely damaged, the great Dao chose to cut costs and increase income. It erased the correct cultivation methods, making it difficult for cultivators on the origin continent to advance to the great Dao realm. But according to the Beast Emperor, the path to advancing to the great Dao realm wasn't completely blocked. This also confirmed Lin Moya's understanding of the great Dao. It would always leave a glimmer of hope. That said, the fact remained that over countless years, no one had advanced to the great Dao realm. It was impossible that no geniuses had appeared in so many years. Lin Moyo asked, but after so many years, no more great Dao realm beings have appeared on the origin continent. The Beast Emperor said, not only was the origin continent itself damaged, its destiny was also severely injured. It's already very difficult for new great Dao realm beings to appear. Add to that the great Dao's restrictions, and it becomes even more difficult. There are naturally geniuses, so over these years, some have become pseudo-great Dao realm beings. Though pseudo-great Dao realm isn't great Dao realm, they can similarly live forever without worrying about lifespan. They just need to wait for an opportunity. When the opportunity comes, they can naturally soar and achieve the great Dao. Lin Moyo asked further, what opportunity? The Beast Emperor said, this emperor doesn't know exactly what opportunity, but it can be certain that it will be an unimaginable upheaval of heaven and earth. At that time, the stars will shift and the world will be turned upside down. Everything will become different. That will be the turning point for all geniuses, and also the turning point for us old fellows, and even more so the turning point for the origin continent. Lin Moya's expression became serious. Does Elder Beast Emperor know when? The Beast Emperor said, unknown. Everything is unknown. We few have been here for so many years, always waiting. Perhaps this opportunity will come in the next second, or perhaps we'll have to wait another few 100,000 years. But as long as one enters the pseudo-great Dao realm, they can afford to wait several 100,000 years. Brother Lin, you must wait for the opportunity to soar. I will now start translating Corruption in the Dungeon. I have completely translated the following books. The 100th Regression of the Max Level Player. Real Life Player. Your Girlfriend Was Amazing. Check them out on my P at TR30N. Chapter 3318. Chapter 3318, 3318. Chapter 3318, Plant Whatever You Want. The Beast Emperor spoke casually, and he was right, for Great Tao realm beings like them who wouldn't die barring accidents, even a few million years wasn't an unbearable weight. This further illustrated that the Beast Emperor, 3 ancestors, King of the Boundary Sea, and the exiled Withering and Flourishing Elder must have had enormous plans for finding ways to enter the origin continent. It must be to wait for that opportunity, that upheaval of heaven and earth, to see how the world would change. If the origin continent truly underwent a dramatic change that benefited cultivators, the first to benefit would naturally be the cultivators on the origin continent. And with the Beast Emperor's group controlling vast resources and occupying large territories on the origin continent, they would undoubtedly benefit the most, far surpassing others. Lin Moyo gradually began to understand the true purpose of the Beast Emperor and the others coming to the origin continent. It was for that upheaval, waiting for an opportunity. But the Beast Emperor didn't say exactly what benefits they could gain, only calling it a turning point. Lin Moyo didn't pursue the question further. He knew this was a great secret of the Beast Emperor's group, not something he could ask about. He could only say that this turning point was immensely important to them. For this turning point, they gave up countless years of cultivation time in the Great Daos beyond. On the origin continent, their cultivation was difficult to improve, but they all believed that for this turning point, it was worth it. Moreover, according to the Beast Emperor, in this great upheaval, those cultivators who could become pseudo-Great Tao Realm could take another step forward to become true Great Tao Realm. Their ability to achieve pseudo-Great Tao Realm in an environment where the path forward was almost cut off had already proven their talent. This was also a selection by the Great Tao for the origin continent under strong restrictions, selecting the most outstanding individuals. Lin Moyo pondered for a moment, then said softly, "Why do I feel like this seems to be an elaborately arranged situation? Does the Great Tao really have no consciousness?" The Beast Emperor said with certainty, "The Great Tao has no consciousness, this is beyond doubt. However, the Great Tao has extremely strong instincts. It can make many decisions smarter than intelligent beings." Lin Moyo didn't doubt the Beast Emperor's words. What exactly is the Great Tao? Which Great Tao is it exactly? Lin Moyo had always been curious about which specific Great Tao was meant by the Great Tao. He knew it wasn't the Time Great Tao or the Space Great Tao, so which Great Tao was it exactly? The Beast Emperor laughed. "When we speak of the Great Tao, we don't mean any specific Great Tao, but rather the collective instinctive consciousness of all Great Taos. All primordial Great Taos converge together to form a collective with instinctive consciousness. It represents all Great Taos." Lin Moyo showed some surprise. "So that's how it is?" The Beast Emperor said, "Now you understand. On the origin continent, everything is controlled by it, because it represents all Great Taos. It is the supreme existence. However, it's said that powerful Tao Lords can stand as equals with the Great Tao, but this Emperor doesn't know if that's true." The Beast Emperor spoke frankly. When he said his level was limited and he didn't know something, he really didn't know. Lin Moyo suddenly smiled. "It might not necessarily control everything on the origin continent, right? For example, those beings at the bottom of the Boundary Sea, and the origin ancestral land." The Beast Emperor laughed. "You're just nitpicking." Lin Moyo said, "Well, am I right or not?" The Beast Emperor said, "You're right, no problem. Those beings at the bottom of the Boundary Sea are indeed troublesome, and I suspect the Great Upheaval will be related to them. Perhaps when there's a way to deal with them, it will trigger the Great Upheaval. This Emperor has discussed with the 3 ancestors before. The Great Upheaval should need a catalyst. We just haven't found the catalyst yet. Perhaps it's at the bottom of the Boundary Sea, or maybe in the origin ancestral land." The Beast Emperor had gotten into the topic and started talking nonstop. "Regarding the origin ancestral land, how much does Brother Lin know?" Lin Moyo shook his head. "I've only heard there's such a place. I don't know anything else." The Beast Emperor laughed. "It's right that you don't know. Actually, this Emperor doesn't know either. It's all hearsay. The origin ancestral land has appeared many times. The intervals between appearances vary in length, hard to determine the timing. The number of people who can enter the origin ancestral land each time also varies, never fixed. The only certainty is that only Tao Venerables can enter. Moreover, the origin ancestral land has an age limit. Those too old can't enter. The 3 ancestors and I have tried. The limit is 100,000 years old. Tao Venerables over 100,000 years old can't enter." This information was all new to Lin Moyo. The origin ancestral land actually had restrictions on age and cultivation level. Tao Venerables under 100,000 years old could enter. This was the basic condition, though it was quite lenient. Normally, it wouldn't be a problem. If someone couldn't cultivate to Tao Venerable by 100,000 years old, their life was probably over anyway. Lin Moyo said, "The 3 ancestors told me that the Child of Een would definitely be able to enter." The Beast Emperor said, "That's right, the Child of Een can definitely enter. The Child of Yang can enter too. But over all these years, while a few children of Een have appeared, not a single child of Yang has shown up. Brother Lin is the Child of Een. When the origin ancestral land appears, you'll definitely have to enter. All I can say is, be very careful once you're inside." Lin Moyo was stunned. "Is the origin ancestral land that dangerous?" The Beast Emperor said, "It's actually not too bad. Most people can come back alive. But strangely, no child of Yang has ever returned, and only a very few children of Een have come back." Lin Moyo thought for a moment. Not returning doesn't necessarily mean they died. The Beast Emperor made a sound of agreement. "That's right, not returning doesn't mean they died. Moreover, the origin ancestral land is a very strange place. Some people come back with their memories intact, but some return with their memories in disorder. A few even went mad. Brother Lin, can you understand this? A Tao Venerable, actually going mad." Lin Moyo echoed the Beast Emperor's words, "It is indeed strange. Making a Dao Venerable go mad isn't easy." The Beast Emperor then told everything he knew about the origin ancestral land. Fortunately, Withering and Flourishing Elders Valley was large enough for the Beast Emperor to talk at length. The Beast Emperor turned into a chatterbox, speaking in great detail until he had told Lin Moyo everything, finally giving Lin Moyo some understanding of the origin ancestral land. In the Beast Emperor's words, the origin ancestral land was not only strange but also very dangerous. The Beast Emperor advised Lin Moyo more than once not to take risks. However, Lin Moyo was deeply interested in the origin ancestral land. He had made a promise to the three ancestors that when the origin ancestral land opened, he would enter and share the information and resources he obtained inside with the three ancestors. Thinking back now, it seemed the three ancestors were certain he could return. Yet according to the Beast Emperor, historically there were no examples of children of Yin returning after entering. Why did the three ancestors believe he would definitely return? Lin Moyo thought to himself, the three ancestors must know something. Finally, they reached the end of the path of life and death and truly entered the valley. This journey had been quite rewarding for Lin Moyo. Not only did he gain an enlightenment, but he also obtained a lot of information from the Beast Emperor, which might prove very useful at some point in the future. As they left the path of life and death, a strange aura hit them. This aura seemed to contain endless vitality, flowing continuously. The Beast Emperor pointed ahead. This is the treasure ground for spirit plant rebirth. This emperor will erase Withering and Flourishing's soul imprint for Brother Lin. After Brother Lin refines it, you can plant whatever you want. I am in the process of translating the first couple of hundred of chapters. The only issue is moving them takes forever, like 10 every 20 minutes or so. Please ignore them till I move them. Chapter 3319. Chapter 3319, 3319. Chapter 3319, suddenly feeling sorry for Withering and Flourishing Elder. In the Beast Emperor's words, the treasure ground used by Withering and Flourishing Elder for spirit plant rebirth was like a vegetable garden. Plant whatever you want. As he spoke, the Beast Emperor began erasing Withering and Flourishing Elder's soul imprint. While working, the Beast Emperor explained, this treasure ground actually has another name, the Spirit Rotation Blessed Land. Once a Spirit Rotation Blessed Land is formed, it cannot be moved or stored in a rules world. It must remain where it is. So, Brother Lin, think carefully about what you want to plant. It's best to plant something that doesn't require much care. Anything planted here, whether flowers, grass, or trees, can become spiritual entities. The Beast Emperor explained the uses of the Spirit Rotation Blessed Land. Anything planted on it could survive. Even ordinary rice planted here could become spiritual rice, a treasure for cultivation. In the Great Daos beyond, some people used it to grow various spiritual materials and grains. The Spirit Plant Rebirth secret technique essentially preserved a final trace of vitality after death. Then the being was replanted here, using the unique properties of the Spirit Rotation Blessed Land to revive them. This secret technique was only effective for plant-based lifeforms and required a special method to separate a trace of true spirit. Only then could a trace of vitality be left behind after death. Withering and Flourishing Elder controlled this trace of true spirit, which essentially meant he controlled the life and death of all Dao Venerables in the 100 Herbs Alliance. Lin Moyo pondered the Beast Emperor's words, considering a possibility. He didn't have any seeds to plant, but if not plants, could he plant something else? Lin Moyo asked, are there many Spirit Rotation Blessed Lands in the Great Daos beyond? The Beast Emperor said, not many, but not too few either. There used to be many of them, but their numbers decreased after that catastrophe. Fortunately, they are not consumable resources. As long as some remain, they can continue to be used. So this thing isn't particularly precious in the Great Daos beyond, but on the Origin continent, it's quite rare. Brother Lin can make good use of it. As he spoke, the Beast Emperor successfully erased Withering and Flourishing Elder's soul imprint. The Beast Emperor's soul level was higher than Withering and Flourishing Elder's, so erasing his soul imprint wasn't difficult. Even Lin Moyo could have done it himself, it just would have taken much longer. It might have taken years to wear it down. Having the Beast Emperor handle it was naturally better, it only took a few minutes to complete. With the soul imprint erased, the Spirit Rotation Blessed Land became ownerless again. Lin Moyo quickly left his own soul imprint on it and completed its refinement. The Beast Emperor said, take your time deciding what to plant, there's no rush. Let's keep moving. I remember Withering and Flourishing Elder had something good here that he probably didn't take with him. The two walked past the Spirit Rotation Blessed Land and deeper into the valley. The deeper parts of the valley were lavishly arranged. Withering and Flourishing Elder had lived here for countless years and had made his home quite comfortable. It was clear that apart from Withering and Flourishing Elder himself, there were usually no outsiders here. Lin Moyo stood in the valley and scanned it thoroughly but found nothing unusual for now. There were no formations or hidden places, the entire valley was visible at a glance. The Beast Emperor lightly coughed as a drop of blood flew out from within his misty aura. The Beast Emperor's blood radiated astonishing power, even space around it warped. Just this one drop of blood was enough to crush a Dao Venerable below 4th level. Then the blood began burning fiercely. Using his blood as fuel, flames erupted high into the sky. The flames flickered continuously. After several seconds, they suddenly pointed in a specific direction. The Beast Emperor said, found it. It's hidden quite well. Fortunately, I have my methods. Where the flames pointed appeared to be an ordinary mountain wall, nothing unusual at first glance. The Beast Emperor led Lin Moyo over and followed the flames' guidance to pull at something with his hand. From the mountain wall, he pulled down an entire piece of bark. The bark was large, several meters wide and tall, but it was already withered and lifeless. It seemed to have some special purpose. After removing the bark, Lin Moya discovered a cave behind it. Even his spiritual perception hadn't detected this cave earlier clearly. This bark was extraordinary. Lin Moya examined it carefully and was slightly startled. Is this withering and flourishing elder's bark? The Beast Emperor said. To be precise, it's dead bark left behind after withering and flourishing shed his skin. Lin Moya asked in confusion. Withering and flourishing sheds skin? The Beast Emperor nodded. Withering and flourishing isn't an ordinary tree. His true form is called the 1,000-layer tree. Every 10,000 years, he sheds his skin once. Each time he sheds skin, his power increases slightly. After accumulating this process 1,000 times, he can advance one realm. For example, from 9th grade innate soul in Great Tao realm to 8th grade innate soul. Lin Moya clicked his tongue in amazement. There's actually such a tree. Shedding skin every 10,000 years to advance once every 10 million years. If time were sufficient, wouldn't that mean withering and flourishing elder could theoretically improve infinitely? Combined with Great Tao realm being's immunity to aging, wouldn't that mean withering and flourishing elder had no limits? The Beast Emperor guessed what Lin Moya was thinking and laughed heartily. Of course it's not that simple. When completing 1,000 sheds of skin, he must undergo a trial. You can think of it as heavenly punishment. If he passes, he advances. If not, he perishes completely. Indeed, the Great Tao is fair. Everything must remain balanced. The Beast Emperor tossed the bark to Lin Moya. This bark is decent material, brother. Lin should keep it. Lin Moya accepted it without hesitation. The bark was indeed good material. Judging by its quality, it was at least 8th level Tao venerable grade. It seems withering and flourishing elder is truly full of treasures, Lin Moya joked as he followed the Beast Emperor into the cave. The Beast Emperor said seriously, you're right. The 1,000-layer tree is full of treasures. In fact, in realms beyond, the 1,000-layer tree has been hunted by powerful beings who kill them for their sap to refine pills and use other parts for crafting tools. So someone like withering and flourishing returning to realms beyond won't necessarily have an easy life. He'll have to tread carefully. This guy really is pitiful, preparing for so many years on the origin continent only for everything to end in failure. Lin Moya suddenly felt some sympathy for withering and flourishing elder. Being constantly targeted must be unbearable. The cave was deep. After several twists and turns, they finally reached its end. After rounding one last corner, a brilliant light appeared before them along with a faint fragrance filling their senses. What was strange was that before turning this corner, they hadn't noticed anything at all. All light and scent had been completely sealed off until now. Lin Moya saw a small pool not more than 1 meter across, with a thin layer of transparent liquid inside emitting that faint fragrance. At its center lay something fist-sized resembling a seed but radiating dazzling light, and within that light Lin Moya sensed sharp energy emanating from it. The Beast Emperor smiled. I wasn't wrong, it really is a great Tao sword core. Lin Moya asked curiously, what is a great Tao sword core? The Beast Emperor explained, a great Tao sword core is a treasure nurtured by the sword Great Tao itself, a supreme treasure for sword cultivators. It has many uses. It can be refined into an unparalleled sword, or used to temper one's sword intent or even enhance one's soul level. The 81 swords suppressing heaven and earth were all made from Great Tao sword cores as their fundamental material. 10,000 years ago, with formations withering and flourishing elder pulled something down from beyond, and I suspected then it might be this, and I wasn't wrong. I will now start translating Corruption in the Dungeon. I have completely translated the following books. The 100th Regression of the Max Level Player. Real Life Player. Your Girlfriend Was Amazing. Check them out on my P at TR30N. Chapter 3320. Chapter 3320, 3320. Chapter 3320, a spring compressed to its limit can always bounce higher. According to the Beast Emperor, after obtaining the Great Tao Sword Core, Withering and Flourishing Elder had been trying to refine it into his new avatar. Withering and Flourishing Elder even used the sap from his own body for refinement, but unfortunately, he never succeeded. The Great Tao Sword Core was special, only those who cultivated the sword Great Tao could use it. Even as a Great Tao realm being, Withering and Flourishing Elder could do nothing with the Great Tao Sword Core. But he didn't give up. For a full 100,000 years, he kept trying to refine it, but never succeeded. The sap was equivalent to Withering and Flourishing Elder's blood. The method he used was called blood refinement, a technique specifically for refining difficult to refine treasures. The Beast Emperor waved his hand, drawing the Great Tao Sword Core to him. As soon as the Great Tao Sword Core left, the sap in the pool instantly turned to mist and completely dried up. The Beast Emperor handed the Great Tao Sword Core to Lin Moya. Keep it. It might be useful in the future. Even if you can't use it yourself, you can sell it for a good price to exchange for some precious items. Remember, don't sell it to the 3 ancestors now. If you want to sell it, wait until you reach the Great Tao realm and exchange it for items used by Great Tao realm beings. The Beast Emperor added this caution, afraid Lin Moya might be taken advantage of. Lin Moya smiled and said, "Thank you, Elder Beast Emperor." The Beast Emperor said, "There's no need for such formalities between us." Lin Moya had actually already thought of a use for the Great Tao Sword Core. As a Great Tao realm treasure, it couldn't be used to summon elemental liches for now. Moreover, the most suitable place for the Great Tao Sword Core should be to give it to Lin Mohan. His elder sister cultivated the Sword Tao. The Great Tao Sword Core was practically tailor-made for her. Withering and Flourishing Elder's good items weren't just the spirit rotation blessed land and the Great Tao Sword Core, but those things were basically all on his person. When he left, they left the origin continent with him. What remained were only things that couldn't be taken away, like the Great Tao Sword Core. After taking the Great Tao Sword Core and leaving the cave, the Beast Emperor smiled and said, "All right, this emperor should be going now." From now on, this territory is yours. How to handle it is up to you. Lin Moyo bowed to the Beast Emperor. Thank you, Elder Beast Emperor. The Beast Emperor chuckled. Don't be so polite. Come visit this Emperor for tea and chat when you have time. As his words fell, the Beast Emperor turned into a mist and vanished without a trace. The valley suddenly became quiet. Lin Moyo looked at the Spirit Rotation Blessed Land. This Spirit Rotation Blessed Land had already connected to the Earth of the origin continent and couldn't be separated. Over countless years, Withering and Flourishing Elder had made many arrangements. Below the Spirit Rotation Blessed Land, several origin spirit veins were connected to it, providing origin power. Although the Spirit Rotation Blessed Land could absorb origin power from heaven and earth on its own, with origin spirit veins providing assistance, its effects could be further enhanced. Lin Moyo had already decided what to plant. With a thought, a huge crystal appeared in mid-air. Like Sleeping Beauty, Lillian was sleeping inside the crystal. Her soul was recovering, but the recovery speed was extremely slow. Moreover, her soul wasn't injured, so spirit flowers couldn't be used to speed up her recovery. The Spirit Rotation Blessed Land can grow spiritual flowers and herbs. I wonder if it can help Lillian recover. Lillian's current state was somewhat similar to a Tao Venerable who had used Spirit Plant Rebirth. Both were living beings, just different in form. Lin Moyo thought it should work. He placed the crystal coffin containing Lillian into the Spirit Rotation Blessed Land. Immediately, soil from the Spirit Rotation Blessed Land flew up as if alive, crawling over the crystal coffin. In a moment, the crystal coffin was enveloped by the spiritual soil from the Spirit Rotation Blessed Land. Lin Moyo sensed the changes in Lillian and found that her soul's recovery speed was gradually accelerating. It's indeed effective. At this rate, she'll fully recover in at most 100 years. Lin Moyo breathed a sigh of relief. He had fulfilled most of his promise to Lillian. Because he couldn't find the soul venerable, he still couldn't revive Lillian's people, but at least Lillian could come back to life. That was enough. There are too many unsatisfactory things in the world. It's impossible for everything to go as one wishes. Lillian was once a member of the Starry Sky Divine Spirit race, but after that sacrifice, she was no longer one. Revived by Xiao Haoiwen, Lillian had a completely new identity, no different from other humans on the origin continent. Except for her unchanged appearance, some marks that once belonged to the Starry Sky Divine Spirit race had also disappeared. Lillian had become a completely new being. Looking towards the distance at the endless path of life and death, Lin Moyo showed a hint of disdain. Neither one thing nor the other, no use in keeping it. With a flick of his finger, Death Force fell like raindrops, destroying all vitality on the path of life and death. Under the Death Force, all beings were equal. Whether withered plants or thriving areas, all withered and completely died. The Death Force went back and forth, plowing through the path of life and death several times in an extremely short time, completely erasing all traces of it. The land swept by Death Force completely lost all vitality, even more desolate than if it had been burned. Truly not a blade of grass grew, almost no different from the former territory of the Netherworld race. Then Lin Moyo waved out life force, bringing vitality to this land. Under the nourishment of life force, this land quickly burst with vitality, even releasing more vitality than the surrounding areas. Lin Moyo murmured to himself, life and death transformation, moving towards death to live, just like a spring compressed to its limit can always bounce higher. Now his Great Tao had changed, from a balance of 6 Taos to a state with the Undying Great Tao as the main and the other 5 as support. In his vision, the current Undying Great Tao was just connected to the other Taos, having just completed positioning. In the future, as the Great Tao powers fuse, when using the Undying Great Tao as his innate Great Tao, it would naturally mobilize the power of other Taos. By then, when the Undying Great Tao emerged, the Time Great Tao, Space Great Tao, and Destiny Great Tao might all activate together. Lin Moyo knew he had taken a new path of integrating the heavenly Taos. After erasing the path of life and death, Lin Moyo released a large number of Legion commanders with a thought. At the same time, the previously released skeleton generals and Legion commanders had all returned and were now gathered outside the valley. Lin Moyo's idea was simple. He wanted to rule this area alone, and naturally, he would entrust the rule to his undead army. Now the undead army's numbers were astonishing. There were 300 billion skeleton generals, 10,000 legion commanders, and if all the dragon riders were released, that would be 100 billion. Not counting the number of skeleton kings, the total of the undead army had reached 400 billion. In the current origin continent, there were almost no enemies that could make Lin Moyo deploy his entire undead army. Lin Moyo decided to allocate 1/10 of the skeleton generals, plus 1/10 of the dragon rider legions, to manage this land. 30 billion skeleton generals, 10 billion undead legions, a total of 40 billion combat power, each at 5th level Tao Venerable, with the legion commanders even reaching the peak of 5th level. This combat power was enough to have a say, and no one would dare to say anything. To be on the safe side, Lin Moyo also left Yanbei behind. With this 8th level Tao Venerable reborn being, they wouldn't lack high-end combat power. Lin Moyo planned this land in his mind, already thinking about how to build cities, where to build them, how many cities to build, and a series of other issues. I will now start translating corruption in the dungeon. I have completely translated the following books. The 100th Regression of the Max Level Player. Real Life Player. Your Girlfriend Was Amazing. Check them out on my P at TR30N. Chapter 3321. Chapter 3321, 3321. Chapter 3321, It's Safe Here, Don't Be Afraid. Lin Moyo used the Destiny Great Tao to examine the strength of destiny throughout the entire area. Then, based on the direction of the origin spirit veins, he selected 1,000 locations to build strongholds. After arranging everything through his thoughts, the Legion commanders immediately set out with their troops. They divided into 1,000 groups, then established strongholds at the locations Lin Moyo had chosen. Lin Moyo absorbed the experience of the formations Withering and Flourishing Elder had once arranged on this land. The 1,000 stronghold locations he selected would form a formation once built. This formation would be connected through the origin spirit veins, allowing the undead army to display even more powerful combat strength. Establishing strongholds was just the beginning. He still had many things to do afterwards to ensure his territory was absolutely secure. The undead army's efficiency was incredibly high. They would strictly follow Lin Moya's orders without any compromise. Soon, undead legions reached the selected locations and began building strongholds using local materials. The strongholds built by the undead army outwardly resembled fortresses. Each stronghold would be composed of several enormous fortresses. Each stronghold would station 30 million skeleton generals, plus 10 million dragon rider legions, led by one legion commander. Lin Moya sat in the valley, using his thoughts to communicate with the origin spirit veins underground. Withering and Flourishing Elder had once extended the tendrils and branches of various origin spirit veins to connect with the spirit rotation blessed land, which gave Lin Moya many conveniences. He didn't need to search for origin spirit veins one by one, but could refine them directly while sitting here. Otherwise, finding and refining origin spirit veins one by one would not be an easy task. Withering and Flourishing Elder's years of effort in arranging things for himself now all became Lin Moya's dowry. With his innate soul level, plus endless soul power, refining the origin spirit veins was very quick. On this land, there were 11 origin spirit veins in total. 8 of them were 5th grade origin spirit veins, which weren't particularly high grade. There was one 6th grade and one 7th grade origin spirit vein each. The strongest origin spirit vein had reached 8th grade, though not yet at the 9th grade limit. It was already powerful enough. The power of these origin spirit veins would form a unified formation after the 1,000 strongholds were built. Lin Moya was confident he could defend his territory as solidly as metal and stone. A month later, all 11 origin spirit veins had completed initial refinement. Truly refining origin spirit veins was an extremely time-consuming task. Even the origin spirit vein in Dao City hadn't been completely refined by Lin Moyo. Just using it after initial refinement was already enough. Moreover, origin spirit veins refined by him were very difficult for others to take away, unless the other person's soul level was even higher than his own. But on the origin continent, it was very difficult to find someone with a higher soul level than himself. Even the Beast Emperor and 3 ancestors were inferior to him in soul level. As long as he didn't die, these origin spirit veins would not have a new master. Lin Moya's mind stirred as he activated the teleportation ability within the origin spirit veins, directly teleporting out. He instantly teleported 1,000,000 miles away, seeing a huge fortress from afar. The fortress was pitch black, looking like steel that had been burned by flames, becoming a single entity. The fortress was incredibly huge. From a distance, one could see flames dancing within the fortress. Each flame represented a skeleton general. In the sky above the fortress was a fiercely burning flame. Under its illumination, the fortress looked even more imposing. This fiercely burning flame was actually composed of dragon riders. They were stationed in the air, observing the surroundings, ready to enter battle at any time. There were 10 such fortresses, connected to each other, forming a huge fortress group. However, these 10 fortresses together were just one stronghold. There were 1,000 such strongholds. After Lin Moyo arrived, he waved out a ball of flames to complete the final refinement of the fortress. The flames engulfed all 10 fortresses. After refinement, the fortresses would become even more solid. At the same time, Lin Moya drew out runes and placed them into the fortresses. The fortresses and runes fused together, becoming formation bases. Each stronghold was a formation base. 1,000 formation bases connected through origin spirit veins to form a super large-scale formation. This formation had multiple abilities and could be used for both attack and defense. Lin Moyo incorporated his most proficient space-rending killing formation and sealing formation into the formation. The formation level could reach the peak of 7th grade, with power comparable to an 8th level Dao Venerable expert. Moreover, with the support of origin spirit veins, the formation's power was endless. Even 108th level Dao Venerables couldn't break through the Great Formation. Lin Moyo estimated that at least 3 9th level Dao Venerable experts working together would be needed to break this formation, but 9th level Dao Venerables weren't easy to find. The neighboring dragon race certainly wouldn't come cause trouble, and the Buddhist race wouldn't either now. Only the insect race might be possible. But for the insect race to fight the dragon race and come over at the same time, they would also need the agreement of those Dao Venerables in the 100 Herbs Alliance, which wasn't an easy thing. After Lin Moyo finished arranging the formation and informed the dragon race, it would basically be absolutely secure. In the following days, Lin Moya continuously used the origin spirit veins to teleport, refining the 1,000 strongholds into formation bases bit by bit. It took a full 3 years of time to finally refine all 1,000 stronghold formation bases. Formation, activate. Following Lin Moya's will, his entire territory began to rumble and shake violently. The 1,000 strongholds rapidly completed their connections. A huge formation covering tens of millions of miles of land took shape with a boom. The sky over this land became gloomy. Space also began to distort. The entire world was enveloped by boundless power. The projections of terrifying pitch-black fortresses appeared in mid-air, chilling to behold from afar. The origin spirit veins continuously provided power to the formation. After forming, the formation grew stronger and stronger. Lin Moya's eyes were filled with joy as he shouted, "Success!" 3 years of effort hadn't been wasted. Through the formation, he had firmly grasped this land in his hands. This land had only one master him. The territory he now possessed wasn't much less than those of the Beast Emperor and others, perhaps only less than the King of the Boundary Sea. After all, the Boundary Sea was boundless, and the King of the Boundary Sea's territory was immeasurable. Looking at the sky, Lin Moya knew the changes here would certainly attract many people's attention. But that wasn't important. This land was already as solid as metal and stone. No one could enter. As for what speculations people might have, it didn't matter to him either. Lin Moya's mind stirred as he teleported back to the valley. In the center of the valley, the Spirit Rotation Blessed Land still existed. Within the Spirit Rotation Blessed Land was a high protrusion covered in spiritual soil. Inside was the soul crystal where Lillian slept. Lin Moya came to the crystal's side and said with his soul voice, "Recover well. When you truly awaken, I'll naturally know. I'll come then. It's safe here, don't be afraid. Everything is fine." After speaking, Lin Moya left the valley. He now had his territory, and the affairs here were finished. It was time for him to leave. Though he had encountered danger this time, the gains were extremely bountiful. In Lin Moya's view, it was worth it. It's about time to return to the southern continent. Lin Moya used the origin spirit veins to teleport several times, arriving at the edge of his territory. Across a canyon was the dragon race's territory. This place was once the border between the Netherworld race and dragon race territories. Now it had become the border between his undead empire and the dragon race. Across the canyon, he saw many members of the dragon race gathering there. I will now start translating Corruption in the Dungeon. I have completely translated the following books. The 100th Regression of the Max Level Player. Real-Life Player. Your Girlfriend Was Amazing. Check them out on my P at TR30N. Chapter 3322. Chapter 3322, 3322. Chapter 3322, They Can't Stop Me. Among the dragon race, Lin Moya saw several old acquaintances, or rather, old familiar dragons. Lin Moya flew over. The dragon race elder aura he emitted immediately surprised many dragon race members. From the dragon race group, one person slowly flew out, seemingly coming to welcome Lin Moya. Lin Moya smiled and said, "Elder Ao Luo, I didn't expect you to personally lead people here." Ao Luo also smiled and said, "So it's Elder Lin." Some strange changes occurred in the Netherworld race's territory. We don't know what happened, so we came to take a look, just in case. Previously, the Netherworld race had nearly attacked the dragon race, so the dragon race had to be cautious about any changes in the Netherworld race. As a result, the Netherworld race didn't come, but Lin Moya arrived instead. Ao Luo had long known that Lin Moya went to the Netherworld race's territory, but there had been no news afterwards, so gradually, it was forgotten. Lin Moya said, "There is no more Netherworld race in this world. That place is now my undead empire. I was just about to inform clan leader Long Wei about this matter. Since you're here, it saves me an extra trip." Lin Moya transmitted a message, briefly explaining the situation with the Netherworld race. He concealed most of it, only telling him that the Netherworld race had been destroyed by him, and their territory now belonged to him. On the Netherworld race's territory, he had established an undead empire and set up a great formation, asking the dragon race to help keep an eye on it. Lin Moya was an honorary elder of the dragon race and had done them favors. The dragon race naturally wouldn't refuse such a small request. At the same time, Lin Moya learned from Ao Luo that they had recently opened their ancestral grounds again. Then Longxing led them into the ancestral grounds, except for those transformed giant beasts. Although this couldn't solve the problem at its root, it could at least treat the symptoms. In the short term, there wouldn't be any more trouble in the dragon race's ancestral grounds. According to Longsheng, this method was also found by Lin Moya, which was another favor to the dragon race. Having done the dragon race such great favors repeatedly, Ao Luo was extremely courteous to Lin Moya. This Ao Luo dragon was clear about favors and grudges, always repaying kindness, and was also quite intelligent. Lin Moya was happy to deal with such a dragon. After bidding farewell to Ao Luo, Lin Moya set off on his journey back to the southern continent. He needed to first go to a city in the southern part of the dragon race territory and take a hurricane warship from the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce there to return to the southern continent. According to his calculations, hurricane warship number 4 should arrive soon. Hurricane warship number 4 was currently the only warship that could travel from the western continent to the southern continent. If not taking hurricane warship number 4, to go from the western continent to the southern continent, one would have to first reach the eastern continent via hurricane warship number 3, then transfer to hurricane warship number 10 to go to the southern continent. This would be time-consuming and laborious, doubling the journey time. Of course, some powerful Dao Venerables could choose to cross the boundary sea, but that would be dangerous. If something unexpected happened, even a Dao Venerable could perish. The reason for this situation was still the conflicts between various races. Initially, the 4 hurricane warships were each responsible for travel between 2 continents, and things weren't so complicated. Lin Moya released Little May again. "Little May, have you gained anything in these few years?" 3 years had passed. The 10-year-old Little May was now 13. Not only had her cultivation strengthened considerably, but she had also grown taller, and her appearance had become more delicate and lovely. Little May's voice was still crisp. "I've learned a lot and now have some understanding of formations. In the past 3 years, while Lin Moya was arranging formations, although he didn't release Little May, he always allowed her to see the outside situation. Little May had watched the entire process of Lin Moya refining the fortresses and arranging formations. Throughout the process, Lin Moya constantly explained the key points of formations to Little May, while also teaching her how to draw runes. As a teacher, Lin Moya was truly dedicated, holding nothing back. Little May possessed an innate Dao soul and had cultivation experience from her previous life, so she learned extremely quickly. She constantly absorbed the knowledge Lin Moya imparted, and her understanding of formations and runes improved rapidly. Lin Moya discovered that although she had an innate Dao soul, Little May's speed of understanding formations and runes was still far from comparable to his own. He could grasp formations and runes almost instantly, with no bottlenecks at all. Even the most difficult runes only required a bit of practice to master skillfully, and even the most complex formations could be understood with some observation and thought. But Little May wasn't like this. Her speed in mastering formations and runes was far inferior to his. Some things required his explanation for her to understand. Without his clear explanations, Little May would need a lot of time to comprehend and realize. This made Lin Moya certain that for these two paths of runes and formations, whether one's soul reached the innate level didn't have much impact. The stronger the soul, the faster one could learn, but it wouldn't affect the upper limit. Just like Withering and Flourishing Elder, who was already at the Great Dao realm with an innate soul, but after researching for so many years, still couldn't reach the level of a 7th grade formation master. Given Little May's current abilities, Lin Moya felt that becoming a 7th grade formation master wouldn't be a problem, but going higher would be difficult. Little Yu's situation was similar, with their talents being close. This didn't mean there was no need to study formations in this situation. Some people might think, since they can't reach the peak of formations and runes anyway, why bother learning? But it's not like that. Learning from others can help polish one's own skills. Learning other paths can have a positive influence on one's own cultivation path at certain times. So Lin Moya still wanted to pass on the ways of formations and runes to Little May, and Little May understood this principle, studying very seriously. As Lin Moya broke through to 4th level Dao Venerable, he knew his formation level had risen again. As long as he had suitable materials, arranging an 8th grade formation wouldn't be a problem. He could barely be considered an 8th grade formation master. 8th grade formation masters were currently the most powerful formation masters on the Origin continent, and there were very few of them. As for 9th grade formation masters, there were none on the Origin continent at all. The reason was simple: there were too few Great Dao realm beings. To become a 9th grade formation master and arrange 9th grade formations required being at the Great Dao realm. This was something Lin Moya had only recently understood. Starting from 7th grade formations, the requirements for cultivation level to arrange formations became higher and higher. 4th level Dao Venerable was the basis for 8th grade formation masters, while 9th grade required the Great Dao realm. Lin Moya carefully taught Little May. Whenever she didn't understand something, Lin Moya would explain it to her, with infinite patience. Little May sat on the cloud-piercing sword and asked in her crisp voice, "Teacher, is the person you placed in the spirit rotation blessed land my teacher's wife?" Lin Moya looked at this little girl with mature memories and thoughts, and shook his head slightly. "No, we are comrades in arms." Little May made a sound of understanding. "I see. So that means teacher is still single." Lin Moya smiled, a look of reminiscence flashing in his eyes. "You have 7 teachers' wives. The 7th teacher's wife has some connection with you. The relationship is quite complicated." Little May immediately asked, "How is it complicated?" Lin Moya said, "Her name is Guhanyu. She's the current Holy Lord of the Cold Water Holy Land." "Ah." Little May showed a surprised expression. She remembered Lin Moya had once asked if she knew Guhanyu. So Guhanyu was actually her teacher's wife, and her previous life was Guhanyu's ancestor. Just from the name, it was clear that Guhanyu must be a direct descendant of her family. After her surprise, Little May's eyes burned with curiosity. "That's so interesting. The Holy Lord of the Cold Water Holy Land isn't allowed to marry outside, right? What does teacher plan to do?" Lin Moya said, "If she's unwilling, then I'll just have to take her by force. They can't stop me. I will now start translating Corruption in the Dungeon. I have completely translated the following books. The 100th Regression of the Max Level Player. Real-Life Player. Your Girlfriend Was Amazing. Check them out on my P at TR30N. Chapter 3323. Chapter 3323, 3323. Chapter 3323, Others Can Call You Mr. Lin, Why Can't I? If others heard Lin Moya's words, they would surely think he was boasting. The Cold Water Holy Land had stood in the southern continent for countless years. For someone to dare say they would take their Holy Lord by force, forget about the Holy Lord. Even ordinary disciples of the Cold Water Holy Land weren't people others could touch. What is a Holy Land? It's the hegemon of an area, the true master of that region. But Little May was full of confidence, as if in her eyes, there was nothing Lin Moya couldn't accomplish. Even Withering and Flourishing Elder of the Great Dao Realm had been utterly defeated and finally left the Origin continent in disgrace. Did the Cold Water Holy Land have any Great Dao Realm beings? Forget Great Dao Realm, they might not even have any Heavenly Dao Realm beings. Little May waved her small fist. "Then Little May will help teacher snatch her." Little May's previous life was an ancestor of the Cold Water Holy Land. Now she wanted to help an outsider snatch someone from the Cold Water Holy Land, and the Holy Lord at that. It was indeed strange. Lin Moya said, "Snatching someone is the worst option. If they're willing, that would be best." Little May thought for a moment. Actually, in Holy Lands, the Holy Lord can marry. It's just that they generally don't marry outsiders. There's no explicit rule, it's more of an unwritten custom. I remember, many years ago when the Holy Land wasn't yet a holy land, there was a case of a holy lord marrying an outsider. But after it became a holy land, holy lords generally stopped marrying outsiders. However, disciples of the sect would occasionally marry outsiders. In the area controlled by the Coldwater Holy Land, disciples of the Coldwater Holy Land would occasionally marry into other families for alliances. Over countless years, many families had more or less connections with the Coldwater Holy Land, even blood relations. This way, the Coldwater Holy Land's control over its territory grew stronger and stronger. But those were all disciples, mostly not from the main lineage. Very few from the main lineage married outsiders. As for the Holy Lord, as Little May said, though there was no explicit rule, no Holy Lord had ever married an outsider. Lynn Moya said, if the Coldwater Holy Land insists the Holy Lord can't marry an outsider, then let Hanya step down from the Holy Lord position. After all, once she's with me, she won't be a Holy Lord anymore. Little May's eyes lit up. Teacher is right. As long as she's not the Holy Lord anymore, there won't be so many problems. But the question is, the Holy Lord position holds great power. Will Teacher Hanyu be willing to give it up? Lynn Moya said, that question needs to be asked to Hanyu. No one else knows the answer except her. But this teacher believes, as long as one's fist is hard enough, there's no problem in the world that can't be solved. Lynn Moya's conclusion was crude, but also very practical. The Great Tao is the biggest rule in the world. All other rules must bow before the Great Tao. When a person's fist is big enough to ignore the Great Tao and ignore any rules, then there's nothing in this world that can't be solved. Just like that elder in blue robes, who could silently enter his soul world, take away the 4 wives in the sleeping coffin, and even take away Yukingro and use you right under his nose. That was the elder in blue robe's fist. It had reached an extremely unreasonable level, giving no one any chance. The silhouette of a city appeared ahead. The city ahead was called Five Dragon City, meaning a city where the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth converge. Five Dragon City was a large city with a Lu Feng Chamber of Commerce branch. It was also a city that Hurricane Warship Number 4 must pass through. Lin Moyo emitted an elder's aura. The dragons coming and going all bowed and greeted Lin Moyo when they saw him. Now almost everyone in the dragon race knew they had an honorary elder. Though he wasn't of their bloodline, the dragon race had strict rules. All dragon race members treated Lin Moyo equally. Little May still sat on the cloud-piercing sword, talking with Lin Moyo. After finishing discussing Guhanyu, Little May asked about the other 6 teachers' wives. Lin Moyo clearly didn't want to talk about them, only saying they weren't here for now. Little May was very clever. Seeing Lin Moya's words, she knew there was more to the story, so she didn't ask further. Along the way, the two of them imagined various reactions from the Coldwater Holy Land and various possibilities. After all, Little May was an ancestor from tens of thousands of years ago. She didn't know if the Coldwater Holy Land's rules had changed over so many years. Times change, and anything could have changed. In Five Dragon City, Lin Moyo went to the Lu Feng Chamber of Commerce and learned that Hurricane Warship Number 4 would arrive in 5 days. Originally there were no more tickets, but because of Lin Moya's special status, the Lu Feng Chamber of Commerce directly arranged a place for Lin Moyo. Privileges were everywhere. Even on the Hurricane Warship, several rooms were reserved for special individuals. Five Dragon City's scale was among the top in the dragon race. The wide streets were bustling with dragons and humans coming and going, and there were many humans doing business here. It was very lively. Though it couldn't compare to the nine-tailed city of the Heavenly Fox clan, it wasn't easy to tour completely in just a few days. Lin Moyo had been arranging formations and refining fortresses non-stop for years. This time, he could take a break and enjoy a few days of leisure. When entering Five Dragon City, there was a slight tremor in his soul as the 85th Tao pattern condensed and took shape, beginning to condense the 86th Tao pattern. The series of fortuitous encounters before, the boost from the great Tao crystals, bathing in the dragon blood waterfall in the dragon race ancestral grounds, sharing Little May's destiny, the enlightenment on the path of life and death all accelerated his cultivation speed. After all these boosts, Lin Moya's speed of condensing Tao patterns had reached an astonishing level. At 4th level Tao Venerable, he only needed 1 year to condense each Tao pattern. Compared to when he was at 3rd level Tao Venerable, not only had it not slowed down, but it had actually sped up considerably. In the 3 years of arranging formations, Lin Moyo had condensed 3 Tao patterns. Until today, the number of Tao patterns had reached 85. In another 5 years, he could condense 90, and he would be able to advance to 5th level Tao Venerable. This cultivation speed, plus the number of Tao patterns Lin Moyo possessed, could only be described as unprecedented. Lin Moyo wasn't sure if anyone in prehistoric times had been faster than him, but at least in the current era, no one's cultivation speed could surpass his own. The two of them played in Five Dragon City for a few days. According to Little May, in her previous life she spent most of her time cultivating, rarely having such relaxing times. In this life, besides cultivating, she also wanted to play well and enjoy life. Lin Moyo naturally wouldn't object. Everyone had their own way of cultivation. As long as one's Tao heart was firm enough, whether it was bitter cultivation or cultivating while playing, it didn't really matter. Just like Little Wu who loved to play so much, Lin Moyo had never said anything about it. 5 days later, Hurricane Warship Number 4 arrived from afar, stopping 100 miles away from Five Dragon City. Many people disembarked from Hurricane Warship Number 4, while many people from Five Dragon City also boarded the ship. Lin Moyo brought Little May and flew over. Someone was already waiting on the ship. Seeing the person waiting, Lin Moyo showed surprise. Sister Feng Yao, why is it you? Lu Feng Yao stood gracefully at the bow. Why can't it be me, Mr. Lin? Lin Moyo smiled and said, Sister Feng Yao, you're going too far. Lu Fengyao smiled with narrowed eyes. What? Others can call you Mr. Lin, why can't I? Lin Moya said very firmly, is Sister Fengyao sure you want to call me that? If she really called him that, then their relationship would have to change, from sister to guest. The difference was not small. Lu Fengyao naturally understood. She snorted lightly, I'm not joking with you anymore. Then she looked at Little May, your disciple is so pretty. Little May giggled, Big Sister is very pretty too. I have completely translated the following books. The 100th Regression of the Max Level Player. Real-Life Player. Your Girlfriend Was Amazing. Corruption in the Dungeon. Check them out on my P at TR30N. Chapter 3324. Chapter 3324, 3324. Chapter 3324, that guy seems to have feelings for you. Lin Moyo introduced Little May's identity as his disciple. Lu Fengyao seemed to like Little May very much and was especially warm towards her. Little May also responded fluently, without any of the shyness typical of ordinary children. Lin Moya naturally didn't find it strange. After all, Little May had memories of her previous life. Although she was only 13 years old in this life, her mentality was already very mature. Lu Fengyao, unaware of this, immediately took a liking to this clever and well-behaved little girl. Lu Fengyao led Lin Moyo and Little May to their rooms. I prepared rooms a few days ago when I received news that little brother Lin was coming. Lin Moya said, the last few times I went to the market, I didn't see Sister Fengyao. I heard Sister Fengyao went out to gain experience. So you came to the Hurricane Warship. Lu Fengyao said, the Hurricane Warship is a very good place to gain experience. You can meet all kinds of people, and it's safe too. Indeed, as Lu Fengyao said, the Hurricane Warship was an excellent place for gaining experience. Here, one could encounter all sorts of people, different races, and deal with various conflicts. What was being trained was not cultivation, but the ability to manage affairs. It was more suitable than managing a branch of the Lu Feng Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, there was also a trading area on the Hurricane Warship, which could provide a similar environment. He knew this must be arranged by the three ancestors. The three ancestors were grooming Lu Fengyao to be a manager of the Lu Feng Chamber of Commerce. A manager didn't necessarily need high cultivation, but must be smart and able to find the key points in vast affairs. This ability needed to be cultivated through experience. Of course, cultivation couldn't be too low either. Lu Fengyao's cultivation wasn't bad. After not seeing her for so many years, Lu Fengyao's cultivation had made considerable progress. After all, she was someone the three ancestors wanted to cultivate. Resources wouldn't be lacking. Lu Fengyao's beautiful eyes looked Lin Moyo up and down. Little brother Lin, you're getting more and more impressive. Your sister has been hearing legendary stories about you everywhere. Lin Moyo said, Sister Fengyao is too kind. It's just good luck. Lu Fengyao patted Lin Moyo, I know you too well. For you, luck comes last. Tell me honestly, what's your cultivation level now? Lu Fengyao knew Lin Moya's cultivation must have surpassed her own. She couldn't see through it anymore. Lin Moya said, I just reached 4th level Dao Venerable not long ago. Lu Fengyao's eyes instantly widened, with 70% surprise. 4th level Dao Venerable. Lin Moya nodded, yes, 4th level. Lu Fengyao let out a long breath, patting her chest. Goodness, how old are you to be at 4th level Dao Venerable already? Are you letting others live? If those geniuses knew, they would all go by tofu. Lin Moya was now only about 3,000 years old, while so-called geniuses only needed to become Dao Venerables before 10,000 years old. The gap between them was immeasurable. Little May beside them didn't quite understand. Why buy tofu? Lu Fengyao laughed, of course to buy a block of tofu to smash themselves to death. Little May obviously still didn't understand. Lin Moya smiled and said, it's just a joke, don't think too deeply about it. Lu Fengyao suddenly said, next time there's a genius conference, little brother Lin must come and scare those guys to death. Lin Moya smiled and agreed, I'll definitely come if I have the chance. The room Lu Fengyao arranged for Lin Moya was still the best on the entire warship. As they approached room number 1, they saw several people standing there, seemingly waiting for someone. Seeing Lu Fengyao, the young man in the lead immediately said, Fengyao, you changed this young master's room for this guy. Lu Fengyao frowned, Wu Xingguang, we're not that familiar. Wu Xingguang, hearing the name, Lin Moya already knew the other's identity. He was from the Wu family of Li Fengcliff, 5th level Dao Venerable, not weak in cultivation, but unfortunately too old, already over 100,000 years old. The Wu family once had high hopes for him, but were ultimately disappointed. When he became a Dao Venerable, he was already over 20,000 years old and didn't make it into the ranks of geniuses. Relying on the Wu family's resources, in the subsequent 80,000 years, he cultivated to 5th level Dao Venerable. It wasn't bad, at least becoming a 7th level elder in his lifetime wouldn't be a problem. Most crucially, he had a younger brother named Wu Xingchen. Wu Xingchen was a genius of this generation and was designated as the Wu family's successor. Lin Moyo had encountered him at the Genius Conference. With the backing of the Wu family and a genius brother like Wu Xingchen as the successor, Wu Xingguang was somewhat arrogant usually. Wu Xingguang seemed not to have heard Lu Fengyao's words and continued speaking. Fengyao, I'm asking you, why did you give this young master's room to this guy? Lu Fengyao said, this room wasn't originally open to the public. You begged 3 or 4 times before this young lady reluctantly agreed to let you stay once. Now an honored guest has arrived, naturally you have to give way. Moreover, this young lady didn't kick you off the ship, I've already arranged another room for you. What else are you unsatisfied with? Lu Fengyao's aura was imposing. This was the Hurricane Warship, her territory. Even if you're the young master of the Wu family, so what? Even if the head of the Wu family came, Lu Fengmiao wouldn't be afraid. Wu Xingguang said, is this kid's status more noble than this young master's? Moreover, what's our relationship? How can you do this? Lu Fengmiao said coldly, it's none of your business how this young lady does things. Get out of the way quickly, or don't blame this young lady for being impolite. Also, there's no relationship between us. Don't flatter yourself. A rumbling sound arose as formation after formation was revealed. This was the Hurricane warship, covered in formations. Lu Fengmiao wasn't afraid of him at all. Not to mention a 5th level Dao Venerable, even if a 7th level elder came here, they would have to obey. Wu Xingguang was about to say something more when an old man behind him coughed lightly. Wu Xingguang's mouth, which had just opened, closed again. He said in a low voice, fine, this young master will give Fengmiao face. Let this matter pass. But Lu Fengmiao didn't give Wu Xingguang any face at all. I'll warn you one more time. If you address me like that again, I'll kick you off the ship directly. Anger flashed in Wu Xingguang's eyes. He snorted lightly, then left. Before leaving, Wu Xingguang glared fiercely at Lin Moyo, as if saying, it's all because of you. Lin Moyo knew he had been remembered, but here, Wu Xingguang didn't dare to act out. Lu Fengmiao opened the door while saying, don't mind him. That guy is nothing but arrogant. She wasn't afraid of Wu Xingguang overhearing. It was clear that Lu Fengmiao truly didn't care about Wu Xingguang. Indeed, there was no need to care. Not just Wu Xingguang, even the entire Wu family, she didn't need to care about. Lin Moyo smiled and said, Sister Fengmiao, that guy seems to have feelings for you. Lu Fengmiao snorted disdainfully, he has feelings for many people. Don't be fooled by him calling himself young master. His status in the Wu family isn't much anymore. Lin Moyo was slightly stunned, marriage alliance, but he's a man. Lu Fengmiao laughed, for big families like theirs, women can marry out, men can marry in. It's very normal. But this guy has one good point. His younger brother Wu Xingchen is more promising and has now been confirmed as the Wu family's successor, so this guy's status has risen a bit again. He set out from the southern continent this time, passing through the eastern, northern, and western continents before returning to the southern continent, making a big circle. Guess what he's going to do next? Lin Moyo smiled and said, how could I guess that? Sister Fengmiao, just tell me directly. Lu Fengmiao slowly uttered 2 words, propose marriage. I have completely translated the following books. The 100th regression of the max level player. Real-life player. Your girlfriend was amazing. Corruption in the dungeon. Check them out on my P at TR30N. Chapter 3325. Chapter 3325, 3325. Chapter 3325. If you can't marry her, then marry into her family. Lin Moyo was stunned for a moment. Propose marriage. Little Mei chimed in at this point. To whom is he proposing? Lu Fengmiao said, to many people. He got some good things from the demon race in the northern continent, then plans to return to the southern continent to visit various holy lands, proposing to them one by one. According to our information, he either wants to marry a woman of suitable status to form a power alliance, or he'll marry into a family himself, which would also form a power alliance. His first stop when returning to the southern continent is the Cold Water Holy Land. The Wu family of Li Fengcliff was on the same level as the Cold Water Holy Land. If Wu Xingguang wanted to propose marriage, he would naturally only look for candidates among these top families. Lin Moyo said, the Cold Water Holy Land does have precedence of clan members marrying outsiders. If he offers suitable conditions, he might really succeed in his proposal. Lu Fengmiao chuckled, indeed. But this guy has big ambitions. Guess who he's set his sights on? Before Lin Moyo could guess, Little Mei had already chimed in. It couldn't be the current Holy Lord, could it? Lu Fengmiao said, he doesn't have that much courage. Although the Cold Water Holy Land has clan members and disciples who marry outsiders, the Holy Lord has never married an outsider. The one he wants to propose to is the younger sister of the current Holy Lord Gu Hanyu, Gu Hanjing. Lin Moyo immediately recalled information about Gu Hanjing. She was Gu Hanyu's younger sister, a 4th level Dao Venerable, with average talent, not as good as Gu Hanyu. However, due to Gu Hanyu's talent, Gu Hanjing's status in the Cold Water Holy Land was quite high. In the future, when Gu Hanyu advances to 7th level Dao Venerable and becomes a 7th level Elder, giving up the position of Holy Land Leader, Gu Hanjing's status might rise again. In a power like the Cold Water Holy Land, the Holy Lord is the person in charge, but the real power is in the hands of the 7th level and above Elders. The Holy Lord is more like a spokesperson for the great power. When nothing major happens, the Holy Lord's authority is supreme. Once something major happens, the elders will appear, and at that time, even the Holy Lord must listen to the elders. Lin Moyo said, Wu Xingguang actually wants to marry Gu Hanjing. Gu Hanyu will most likely not agree. Lu Fengmiao said, yes, but he's brought some good things. He plans to directly approach the elders of the Cold Water Holy Land. If the elders speak up, then Gu Hanyu won't be able to say much. Did you see those 2 people following behind him? One is called Wu Quangfeng, the other Wu Quanggaya. Both are 7th level elders. Lin Moyo nodded. Then what if the marriage proposal fails? Lu Fengmiao said, that's simple too. He'll change his target, for example, go to the Questioning Dao sect. There are 2 good candidates in the Questioning Dao sect master's lineage. If he forms a marriage alliance with the Questioning Dao sect, it would mean the Questioning Dao sect and Wu family joining hands, which would be unfavorable for the Cold Water Holy Land. The Wu family is ambitious. They're not content with obscurity, and they're very good at using relationships between various powers to do things. I guess they'll use this as a condition, hoping to form a marriage alliance with the Cold Water Holy Land. The Lufeng Chamber of Commerce's intelligence system was incredibly powerful, hearing even the smallest details. Lin Moya didn't know how their intelligence system operated. It was truly remarkable. After arranging things for Lin Moya, Lu Fengyao left temporarily. She still had many things to attend to. As the door closed, Little May giggled and said, "Teacher, if that guy really succeeds, won't you become relatives with him?" Lin Moya said softly, "It won't happen. I know Hanya's temperament. This kind of threat doesn't work on her. Unless her sister is willing herself, even if the elders speak up, it won't work." Little May made a sound of understanding, but what if they force it? In great powers, forced marriages were actually not uncommon. Although such things didn't happen often, they did occur occasionally. It was euphemistically called sacrificing the individual for the greater good, for the interests of the family. Lin Moya said, "That's the Coldwater Holy Land's family business. What does it have to do with me?" Little May giggled, "Teacher, aren't you also going to propose this time? Have you prepared any gifts?" Lin Moya thought for a moment. "I haven't prepared anything specifically. I'll look around later and see what I can use." In another luxurious room on the Hurricane warship, Wu Xingguan said to an elder, "Wind Elder, do you know who that guy just now was?" Among the people accompanying Wu Xingguan on this trip, Wu Quanfeng and Wu Quangayo were two 7th-level elders. They were brothers with powerful strength. Working together, they were top-tier existences among 7th-level beings. Wu Quanfeng said, "That young fellow has extraordinary talent, and his relationship with the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce is clearly not ordinary. You'd better not provoke him." Wu Xingguan said, "I saw he's only at 4th level Dao Venerable. His clothes are just ordinary, and I didn't see any decent magical treasures. What kind of relationship could he have? As far as I know, he's not among the successors of any major holy lands or powers." Wu Quanfeng said in a low voice, "He is indeed at 4th level Dao Venerable, but have you ever seen a 4th level Dao Venerable who's only 3,000 years old?" Wu Xingguan was stunned on the spot. "He's only 3,000 years old." Wu Quanfeng said, "That's right. This kind of person is more terrifying than any relationship, so try not to provoke him if possible." At this point, Wu Quangayo on the other side also said softly, "This guy is very dangerous. I feel the killing intent he's hiding is terrifying. The blood on his hands is more than yours and mine combined. If we go against him and can't kill him, we'll be the ones to die." Wu Quanfeng said, "Don't forget your purpose on this trip. There's no benefit in making too many strong enemies. Also, Lu Fengyao is the successor designated by the 3 ancestors. She's not someone you can covet. Be more polite to Lu Fengyao in the future." Listening to the teachings of the 2 elders, Wu Xingguang asked in a low voice, "Elders, who exactly are these 3 ancestors you speak of?" Wu Quanfeng said, "You're not a genius, your status and position aren't high enough, so it's normal that you don't know some information. You just need to know that the 3 ancestors are the true power holders of the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. They can't be offended." Wu Xingguan was somewhat confused. According to the hierarchy of powers, shouldn't our Wu family be above the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce? Wu Quanfeng chuckled, "The hierarchy of powers is just for show to the world. The terrifying nature of the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce is beyond your imagination. You just need to remember these words. Put aside your small thoughts and complete this mission well. If you succeed, you'll be able to stay in the Wu family in the future and still have status. If you fail, then you'll have to marry into another family. You know what you'll face once you become someone who marries into another family." Wu Xingguan's expression suddenly tightened. He knew this point. Once he became someone who married into another family, he would have no more status in the Wu family. His former power would disappear, and some unpleasant things would happen. He would completely become a pawn of the Wu family, living the rest of his life only for the interests of the Wu family, with no chance of turning things around. This was the rule of the Wu family. Even having a genius brother as the successor couldn't change this. So this time, he must succeed. He must marry a suitable candidate and complete the marriage alliance. At worst, he could lower his standards. The person he married could be less ideal, but he absolutely could not marry into another family. After staying for a day, the warship slowly started moving, heading south. The warship would pass through the dragon race territory and enter the insect race area. Finally, it would make a brief stop in the insect race area, then enter the Buddhist race territory, and finally leave the western continent, heading towards the southern continent. I have completely translated the following books. The 100th Regression of the Max Level Player. Real Life Player. Your Girlfriend Was Amazing. Corruption in the Dungeon. Check them out on my P at TR30N. Chapter 3326. Chapter 3326, 3326. Chapter 3326, How Could an Elder's Sister Not Allow It? In the insect race's territory, there were no cities, only nests. In most cases, the insect race was self-sufficient, with very little interaction with the outside world. The items needed by the insect race were not many. For merchants, this market was not large and did not offer much profit. Moreover, in most people's eyes, the insect race was an extremely terrifying race. They were very volatile, unreasonable, and prone to killing people at the slightest provocation. For various reasons, there were indeed few people willing to do business with the insect race. After flying for 2 days, the Hurricane warship stopped in front of a nest of the insect race. This nest looked like a large mountain, with a huge opening that resembled the entrance to a valley. Countless insects were coming in and out of the opening, a sight that made one's scalp tingle. The constant buzzing sound was very uncomfortable to hear. So this is what an insect race nest looks like. Little May stood at the ship's rail, looking from afar. Lin Moyo asked, "Haven't you seen it before?" Little May nodded, "No, I haven't." In her previous life, Little May spent most of her time cultivating. She had seen the insect race but had never seen their nests. Not only had she never seen insect race nests, Little May had also never been to the Netherworld race or the 100 Herbs Alliance. Many things she only knew from hearsay. On the contrary, in this life, following Lin Moyu, she had broadened her horizons considerably. Lin Moya said, actually, it's nothing special. If you've seen those tiny insects, seen ant nests, you'd know that insect race nests are just enlarged versions of those things. Little May said, teacher is knowledgeable and experienced, how could Little May compare? These words seemed like flattery, but there was a hint of teasing. Lin Moya chuckled, are you itching for trouble? Little May immediately stuck out her tongue, I was just joking. Teacher is magnanimous and won't take it seriously, right? Lin Moya said, your previous life was of noble birth, so you couldn't see many things at the bottom. Sometimes, observing the most basic things is also a form of cultivation. Just like when we study runes and formations, what we need to focus on most are the minute details. They often determine the level of the formation and the effect of the runes. Little May nodded, teacher is right. Little May will pay attention to this in the future. Lin Moya said, look a bit more then come back. We need to continue cultivating. Try to comprehend second-grade formations before leaving the Western continent. Little May was very obedient. After looking for 2 more moments, she immediately returned to her room to cultivate. Now Little May was a true first-grade formation master, and also a first-grade rune master. Lin Moyo had high requirements for her. He wanted Little May to master how to fuse device formations and rune formations before allowing her to comprehend second-grade formations. Although he didn't require Little May to perfectly fuse device formations and rune formations, it was still very difficult. Little May was almost there now. Being able to achieve this in 3 years was already remarkable. If it were someone else, it might take 10 or even several decades. The fusion of device and rune formations was not something ordinary people could master. Little May studied very seriously, asking when she didn't understand, drawing runes over and over again tirelessly. A day later, the hurricane warship, which should have set off again, was still stopped there. The roaring sound in their ears grew heavier. Lin Moya saw countless insects gathering outside the ship. These insects varied in strength. The weak ones weren't even at the celestial venerable level, while the strong ones were already at 5th level Dao venerable. Their numbers were dense and endless. He activated the sound isolating formation in the room to prevent the outside noise from affecting Little May, who was cultivating. Lin Moya walked to the ship's rail and saw countless insects surrounding the hurricane warship. The hurricane warship's formations had also been activated to prevent them from rushing in. Many people, like himself, were standing at the ship's rail, looking at the sea of insects outside. Many people's expressions showed panic. Being surrounded by so many insects, most cultivators found it hard to remain calm. However, due to their trust in the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, most managed to control their panic. Something's wrong. Lin Moya knew something must have happened, but these insects alone were not enough to deal with the hurricane warship. If the hurricane warship wanted to force its way out, they couldn't stop it. Then he saw Lu Fengmiao in her flowery dress fly out of the warship, seemingly to negotiate with the insect race. Facing the sea of insects, Lu Fengmiao didn't show any fear, demonstrating her strength and also revealing her confidence in the hurricane warship. On the insect race's side, an insect queen flew out. The two sides were clearly negotiating, using soul transmission. Due to the influence of the hurricane warship's formations, only they knew exactly what was said. A moment later, Lu Fengmiao flew back, but the insect queen didn't leave. The surrounding sea of insects also didn't disperse, still tightly surrounding the hurricane warship. Lin Moyo had a feeling that this insect queen seemed to be staring at him. They're here for me. Lin Moyo thought of what he had done in the Buddhist race territory. He had personally killed an insect queen there. Perhaps he had left some aura of hatred there. If the insect race could identify enemies through aura like the dragon race, then it was possible. However, the hurricane warship was now enveloped by formations, so the insect race shouldn't be able to see the situation inside the hurricane warship. Only people inside the hurricane warship could see them. Soon, there was a knock on the door. Lin Moya sensed Lu Fengmiao's aura. The door opened, and Lu Fengmiao rushed in hurriedly. Little brother Lin, they're here for you. You killed a 9th level insect queen in the Buddhist race territory back then. Lin Moya said, indeed, it's as I thought. It seems they can also leave marks on their enemies. What are their demands? Lu Fengmiao said, little brother Lin doesn't need to worry about this. I'll drive the hurricane warship out in a moment. After we return, I'll tell the 3 ancestors about this. Perhaps in the future, we'll withdraw from the insect race territory. Lin Moyo asked, is there no room for negotiation? Lu Fengmiao said, it's not that there's no room. They said there's a dragon race elder on the ship. If we can hand over the dragon race elder, they won't pursue the previous matter. Little brother Lin, do you think I can hand you over? This was clearly a rhetorical question. Lu Fengmiao obviously knew that he was the dragon race elder. The person the insect race wanted could only be him. Lin Moya joked, if Sister Fengmiao really wants to hand me over, it's not impossible. Lu Fengmiao gave him a look, then I'll hand you over. Lin Moya smiled and said, go ahead. The two joked around, not taking the sea of insects seriously at all. Lu Fengmiao said, alright, I'm going to drive the ship out. There might be some shaking later, don't worry about it. Lin Moya said, do you want me to clear the way for you? Lu Fengmiao looked at Lin Moya curiously, how do you plan to do that? Rush out and kill insects yourself. Lin Moya's mind stirred, and the lightning lich appeared beside him. Using this to clear the way is enough. I don't need to act personally. Lu Fengmiao looked at the small lightning lich, can it? Lin Moya said, I've studied the hurricane warship's formations. There are too many insects outside. The hurricane warship can indeed break through, but the consumption will be great. Some formations, once activated, need maintenance. Such a price, for these things, is not worth it. If I eliminate a portion of the insects, it can reduce the pressure on the hurricane warship. What does Sister Feng Yao think? Lu Fengyao laughed carefreely. You want to help your sister, how could an elder sister not allow it? Thank you Daily Reader for the donation. I have completely translated the following books. The 100th Regression of the Max Level Player. Real Life Player. Your Girlfriend Was Amazing. Corruption in the Dungeon. Check them out on my P at TR30N. Chapter 3327. Chapter 3327, 3327. Chapter 3327, Breakout, Interception from the Insect Race. Lu Fengyao referring to herself as sister made Lin Moya feel close, reminding him of Lin Mohan. It had been many years since he'd seen her, and he didn't know how she was doing now. Lin Moya knew Lin Mohan's cultivation level must be higher than his own. The blood resonance still existed, and he could feel it even during her first advancement. When he advanced to 4th level Dao Venerable before, Lin Moya had a faint sensation. A force arose from the unknown and returned to the unknown, which should have been the power of blood resonance. From this, it could be seen that Lin Mohan was still well. But sensing was one thing without meeting in person, he would occasionally think of her and feel uneasy. Don't think about it anymore, we'll meet sooner or later. Lin Moya chuckled softly, no longer dwelling on it. The hurricane warship started up, activating formation after formation. Having studied the hurricane warship's formations before, Lin Moya was very familiar with its state. Now about 50% of the formations had been activated. In this state, the hurricane warship itself didn't need to bear much pressure, but breaking out wouldn't be easy. There were too many insects, plus several insect queens at 7th level Dao Venerable or above, and 1 9th level Dao Venerable insect queen. Unless the hurricane warship's formations were activated to over 80%, it wouldn't be able to break through smoothly. However, activating the formations to 80% would put extreme pressure on the hurricane warship. Some formations would operate beyond capacity, requiring maintenance afterwards, and might even affect the subsequent journey. The price was not small. That's why Lin Moya offered to clear the way for Lu Fengyao, actually to reduce the pressure on the hurricane warship. He flicked his finger, and a drop of ancestor water flew out, landing on the lightning lich. At the same time, a large amount of belief power burned. Since he decided to act, he wouldn't be stingy. Lin Moya felt one drop of ancestor water wasn't too much to use. The lightning lich, cloaked in the lightning great Dao, flew out of the warship to face the sea of insects directly. The lightning lich was too small, only about the size of an adult's fist. Its appearance didn't attract much attention. The next second, lightning flashed. Chain lightning drew an irregular beautiful arc in the sky, then exploded among the sea of insects. In an instant, the chain lightning spread through the insects' bloodlines, instantly sweeping across the entire sea of insects. Thunder roared. In an instant, thunder became the only sound in this world, all other sounds covered by the thunder. The sea of insects turned into a sea of lightning. Countless insect warriors perished in the sea of lightning, turning to ash, not even dregs remaining. This technique was truly unreasonable. It had once killed a great Buddhist Tathagata in one strike, and had also nearly killed Withering and Flourishing Elder's wild grass avatar in one strike. No matter how many insects there were, as long as their bloodlines were connected, chain lightning would become their nightmare. At this moment, the hurricane warship started with a boom, charging into the sea of lightning at an astonishing speed. With lightning clearing the way, the hurricane warship advanced through the sea of lightning, flying tens of thousands of miles in just half a second, completely breaking out of the sea of lightning. After breaking out of the sea of lightning, the hurricane warship turned into a beam of light and sped away, getting faster and faster. Many Dao Venerables on the ship witnessed the whole process. They didn't know the sea of lightning was Lin Moya's doing, thinking everything was done by the hurricane warship. A Dao Venerable said in a low voice, "It's said that the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce's hurricane warship is incredibly powerful, even able to defeat a 9th level Dao Venerable. Seeing it today, that's not exaggerated at all. It's truly terrifying. I thought there would be a big battle, but it turned out to be a one-sided massacre. The insect race has offended the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. They're going to be in big trouble. The insect race seems to have been a bit arrogant. They're already mortal enemies with the dragon race. Now they've offended the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce too. I'm afraid their days ahead will be difficult." In the blink of an eye, the sea of lightning was behind them, gradually disappearing from view. The Dao Venerables on the warship also relaxed, but Lin Moya wasn't relaxed at this moment. They hadn't left the insect race's territory yet. It wasn't time to relax. If the insect race were so easy to deal with, they wouldn't be able to stand against the dragon race. Although it said the dragon race couldn't exterminate the insect race, if the insect race weren't strong enough, they certainly wouldn't be evenly matched with the dragon race as they were now. The hurricane warship sped towards the Buddhist race territory along its original route, much faster than normal. At this speed, it would take less than half a day to leave the insect race territory. Suddenly, large dark clouds appeared in the distant sky. The dark clouds looked extremely heavy, flying towards the hurricane warship. Lin Moya muttered, "Sure enough, they've come." What was coming naturally couldn't be ordinary clouds, but the insect race. The dark clouds and the hurricane warship rapidly approached each other. Then a cold light flashed out from the dark clouds, tearing open a huge rift in the sky, completely shattering space. The cold light fell on the ground, and the entire earth shattered with a rumbling sound. The mountain range stretching tens of thousands of miles below turned to dust on the spot. Very strong. Could it be that the insect race also has pseudo-heavenly Dao realm beings? Lin Moya was slightly shocked. The strength of this attack seemed to have surpassed 9th level Dao Venerable, but seemed slightly weaker than pseudo-great Dao realm. The hurricane warship glowed brightly, its formations erupting with a boom. Vast power condensed into a shield, blocking in front of the warship, breaking through the light to clear the way. The vast powers collided, terrifying aftershocks swept out, flipping tens of thousands of miles of land, turning it into a scene of devastation. Living up to its title as the strongest warship, the hurricane warship didn't even pause in the face of such an attack, directly smashing through the attack to meet the enemy head-on. The hurricane warship was a warship, inherently possessing extremely strong attack power. While blocking the attack, equally powerful attacks burst out from the warship, killing into the dark clouds. The entire ship was rumbling. Lin Moya could feel that at least 70% of the hurricane warship's formations had been activated. Then, world-destroying attacks erupted from the dark clouds one after another, like a huge net sweeping towards the hurricane warship. The hurricane warship's formations continued to rumble and operate, resisting the attacks. Although the attacks couldn't harm the hurricane warship's speed had slowed down. Lin Moya frowned, standing at the ship's rail looking back. Two black dots were rapidly approaching from behind. Two 9th level Dao Venerable insect queens were chasing after them. If they caught up, the hurricane warship would likely be in trouble. In Lin Moya's eyes, the problem the hurricane warship was facing now was more troublesome than when facing the sea of insects earlier. Lin Moya activated the formation in the room to contact Lu Feng Yao. Sister Feng Yao, there are 9th level insect queens chasing from behind. How are you managing? Soon, he heard Lu Feng Yao's voice. Not very well. There's some trouble with the formations. Lin Moya said, I'll come take a look. Lu Feng Yao said, alright, hurry. Lu Feng Yao very readily let Lin Moya come over, without any hesitation. The core of the hurricane warship's formations wouldn't allow outsiders to enter. Only Lin Moya had entered before, and twice at that. Lin Moya came to the second level below the warship at top speed, seeing Lu Feng Yao standing in the center, controlling a formation. Actually, she could control the formations from elsewhere too, but the effect wasn't as good as here. Especially for several powerful core formations, they had to be controlled here. At this moment, Lu Feng Yao was frowning, sweat already seeping from her forehead. With her cultivation level, it wasn't easy to bring out the full power of these formations. Lin Moya could see she had already reached her limit. Walking over quickly, Lin Moya said softly, let me. Lu Feng Yao nodded, handing a crystal to Lin Moya, it's yours. I have completely translated the following books. The 100th Regression of the Max Level Player. Real-Life Player. Your Girlfriend Was Amazing. Corruption in the Dungeon. Check them out on my P at TR30N. Chapter 3328. Chapter 3328, 3328. Chapter 3328, Sister Won't Keep You Company. Lu Feng Yao clearly trusted Lin Moya very much, directly handing over the core for controlling the formations to him. Whoever held the core was half the owner of the hurricane warship. If it wasn't for complete trust, Lu Feng Yao wouldn't have done this. Why only half the owner? Because the core of cores of the hurricane warship was on the third level below. Only the three ancestors could enter there. No one else could. Only by controlling the third level below could one be the true master of the hurricane warship. After receiving the core, Lin Moya's soul power stirred. In an instant, his soul entered a vast realm. His perspective became a bird's-eye view. The hurricane warship itself, including everything around it, appeared clearly before his eyes. His gaze penetrated the dark clouds, seeing an extremely ferocious and terrifying insect. This insect seemed to be an insect queen, but was somewhat different from other insect queens. It had 8 huge insect legs covered in saw-like teeth, with the front ends extremely sharp. The moment he saw it, Lin Moya sensed danger. It seemed capable of harming the hurricane warship. Compared to it, the two 9th level insect queens chasing from behind didn't seem as dangerous. Lu Feng Yao's voice sounded in his ear. This is the insect race's 4th combat form. This insect queen has evolved the 4th combat form, but hasn't fully evolved yet, only halfway. But it has already surpassed 9th level Dao Venerable. You need to be careful. The insect race had 3 forms. The first was normal form, the second was combat form, and the third was ultimate combat form. These 3 forms grew increasingly powerful. When they evolved into the third ultimate combat form, they could be considered invincible at the same level. Only the dragon race could contend with them, and even then the odds weren't high. Now this insect before them had evolved a 4th form, with even stronger combat power. Though not fully evolved, it had already surpassed 9th level Dao Venerable. If it could fully evolve, it would almost certainly be pseudo-great Dao realm. Lin Moya took a deep breath, his soul power erupting violently, quickly connecting with the various formations. With his understanding of formations, plus soul power far surpassing Lu Feng Yao's, he directly raised the power of the formations by a level. Operating at 70% capacity, the hurricane warship's combat power far exceeded before. At this moment, Lin Moya felt the hurricane warship's power. He felt he had underestimated it somewhat. At 70% formation power, it could contend with 9th level Dao Venerable. At 80%, it could surpass 9th level Dao Venerable. At 90%, it could contend with pseudo-great Dao realm. As for fully activating the formations, Lin Moya suddenly realized he couldn't do it. There was one formation not under his control. He could sense this formation was very powerful, and was the center of all formations. Through that formation, all formations on the hurricane warship could be controlled. The skill of the person who arranged this formation, their understanding of formations, far surpassed his own. Lin Moyo instantly understood this formation's control was in the three ancestors' hands, and it wasn't on the second level below, but likely on the third level. As long as that formation remained, the absolute controller of the hurricane warship was the three ancestors, no one else. But Lin Moyo could roughly judge that if all formations were activated, the hurricane warship could probably contend with Great Dao Realm. However, some formations were single use. After use they needed maintenance. Its sustained combat ability wasn't as good as Great Dao Realm. All these thoughts appeared and disappeared in an instant. Lin Moyo immediately erased all distracting thoughts and began truly controlling the hurricane warship. Come on! His mind stirred, and the formations roared to life, instantly activating several unactivated formations. The activated formations rose from 70% to 80%. The hurricane warship released dazzling light, and an extremely complex pattern appeared in front of the ship. The pattern contained the Great Dao, extremely profound. When the Dao venerables on the ship saw it, they all groaned, feeling splitting headaches. All those below 7th level couldn't withstand the pressure from the pattern. If they forcibly looked, their soul power would be exhausted in an extremely short time. The pattern suddenly enlarged, covering the sky. Then a powerful warrior in golden armor flew out from the pattern. The golden armored warrior swung his battle blade, the dazzling attack illuminating heaven and earth. Within the light, countless complex patterns appeared, followed by a golden Great Dao. Cries of alarm, groans, and screams rang out. On the hurricane warship, many Dao venerables couldn't withstand the afterglow of this attack. Many Dao venerables fell sitting down, faces full of terror. This strike shattered the sky, incomparably terrifying. The dark clouds were shattered by the blade light, revealing the true form of the insect race warrior within. This insect warrior that had evolved the fourth form screamed as it swung its sharp legs to collide with the blade light, and was violently sent flying. Of its 4 pairs of sharp legs, 2 legs directly shattered, while the other 2 pairs were covered in cracks. The aftershocks spread out, shattering space for 10,000 miles. The 2 9th-level insect queens chasing from behind were sent flying by the aftershocks. The next moment, Lin Moyo controlled the hurricane warship, instantly raising its speed to the limit, flying towards the distance. Lin Moyo didn't completely annihilate them. If he continued controlling the formations, he could indeed kill several insect queens. But that would make the insect race and Lu Feng Chamber of Commerce mortal enemies. Such a decision should naturally be left to the 3 ancestors, not him. The most important thing for him in controlling the hurricane warship was to break out of the encirclement and return safely. While flying at high speed, Lin Moyo continued observing the surroundings. With the help of the hurricane warship's formations, his vision was dozens of times stronger than usual, and his perception also greatly increased. He deeply felt that the hurricane warship should be an extremely powerful military combat weapon, probably related to the Divine Talisman Army. The golden armored warrior summoned through the formations just now was very similar to the Divine Talisman Army. Plus the Divine Talismans contained in the formations, the hurricane warship might well be related to the Divine Talisman Army. Half a day later, the hurricane warship finally flew out of the insect race territory. Accompanied by Buddhist chants, they had entered Buddhist territory. Lin Moyo returned the core for controlling the formations to Lu Fengyao. Mission accomplished. Lu Fengyao laughed carefreely. Thank you, little brother. Little brother is indeed impressive. Your attainment in formations is probably unmatched by few in this world. Lin Moyo smiled and said, I'm still far from it. The senior who arranged these formations is the true formation master. Lu Fengyao said, little brother, have you heard the saying that excessive modesty is pride? Lin Moyo smiled and said, then let's say I'm proud. I want to stay here for a while. Some formations need maintenance. The formations had just operated at full power, and several formations had operated beyond capacity and needed maintenance. Some origin crystals needed to be replenished, and any deficiencies in the formations needed to be fixed. Although the formations would still allow the hurricane warship to operate normally without maintenance, it would be difficult to exert full power when encountering enemies. This kind of work wasn't for ordinary people. In Lin Moyo's view, only 7th grade formation masters or above could fully restore the formations. Lu Fengyao said, this kind of thing can be left to the Chamber of Commerce's formation masters after we return. Why should little brother do it personally? Lin Moyo said, this matter arose because of me, so it's only right that I do these things. Moreover, while maintaining the formations, I can also learn. Lu Fengyao smiled, alright then, take your time. Sister won't keep you company. I have completely translated the following books. The 100th Regression of the Max Level Player. Real-Life Player. Your Girlfriend Was Amazing. Corruption in the Dungeon. Check them out on my P at TR30N. Chapter 3329. Chapter 3329, 3329. Chapter 3329, Cutting Off Relations with the Insect Race. After this battle, there was considerable chaos on the hurricane warship, with many people still looking panicked. Only when the hurricane warship reached Buddhist territory did they finally breathe a sigh of relief. The Lu Feng Chamber of Commerce people worked hard to maintain order. After the initial chaos, there were no major disturbances. Lin Moyo maintained the formations. During the maintenance process, he also took the opportunity to carefully analyze and study the formations. Some formations on the hurricane warship retained an ancient aura, coming from prehistoric times. These prehistoric formations were of great research value to Lin Moyo. Last time he only sensed and understood them, but this time he was hands-on. Lin Moyo took out origin crystals one by one, replacing those that were more than half consumed. The complex formations of varying grades and interlocking with each other required a large number of origin crystals. Some nodes needed low-grade origin crystals, while others needed high-grade ones. Fortunately, Lin Moyo had both. This brief battle brought Lin Moyo great insights. The process of controlling the formations gave him extreme enlightenment. Using formations to summon the Great Tao, then borrowing the power of the Great Tao to evolve various powers. The way of formations was ever-changing, inspiring Lin Moyo. Especially that moment when he overlooked heaven and earth, the feeling was very marvelous. What brought this visual perspective was a formation called the Universe Formation. This formation could observe heaven and earth, patrol the universe, very useful for controlling the entire battle situation. Lin Moyo had a sense of sudden enlightenment, advancing another step in his understanding of formations. After maintaining the formations, Lin Moyo finally left the second level below. By this time, 3 days had passed, and the warship had docked in front of a Buddhist kingdom. In Buddhist territory, the Hurricane warship would dock multiple times, needing about 10 more days before truly leaving and entering the Boundary Sea. After returning, Lin Moyo continued teaching Little Mei, while also integrating his gains from the past few days. Lu Fengmiao had been very busy these past few days. Just before leaving the western continent, she came to find Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo was drinking tea in his room, admiring the scenery outside the ship, while also listening to the Buddhist chants from the Buddhist lands. It must be said, the scenery in Buddhist lands was very beautiful. Green mountains and clear waters were everywhere, and the Buddhist chants brought peace, allowing people to calm down. Lu Fengmiao came over hurriedly, sat down casually, and drank 3 cups of tea before letting out a long breath. This young lady is worked to death. Lin Moyo smiled and said, "That busy?" Lu Fengmiao snorted lightly, "How can I not be busy?" The 3 ancestors arranged many extra tasks, keeping me extremely busy. Unlike the managers of other warships, they're free to the point of boredom. Lin Moyo smiled and said, "The 3 ancestors know about this incident, right?" Lu Fengmiao made a sound of agreement. "Of course, I transmitted the information back immediately. 2 days ago, the 3 ancestors sent a reply. From now on, we'll completely cut off relations with the insect race, no longer doing business with them." Lin Moyo said, "It seems I've affected the chamber's business." Lu Fengmiao was unconcerned. There wasn't much profit from the insect race to begin with. It's fine not to do this business. There's no loss to the chamber. The real loss should be to the insect race. Some materials will be hard for them to obtain now. But if we don't do it, naturally other chambers of commerce will. It's just that they might not be able to get those materials. The materials the insect race wanted were very rare. Ordinary small chambers of commerce would find it hard to obtain them. Lin Moyo said, "Then you can tell those small chambers of commerce to come ask the Lu Feng Chamber of Commerce to buy materials, letting them earn the price difference." Lu Fengmiao said softly, "This time the 3 ancestors are a bit angry, so they decided to cut off relations with the insect race. In the future, we probably won't cooperate again." It was clear that the Lu Feng Chamber of Commerce truly didn't care about the insect race's meager offerings. The key was that this incident was very disrespectful to the Lu Feng Chamber of Commerce, actually slapping the 3 ancestors' face. The 3 ancestors, being Great Tao realm, cared very much about face. Being slapped like this by the insect race, they definitely wouldn't swallow this anger easily. Because of the insect race's special status, the 3 ancestors wouldn't personally wipe them out. They could only cut off relations with them, which was also a form of punishment. If the insect race lost those rare materials, both their evolution and reproduction would slow down considerably. Lin Moyo asked, "Regarding the insect race evolving the 4th form this time, did the 3 ancestors say anything?" Lu Fengmiao giggled, "You really guessed it. The 3 ancestors did say something. The 3 ancestors said that evolving the 4th form was inevitable. It's an ability in their bloodline, but not many insects would be able to evolve the 4th form, at most 2, and it would take a very long time. After 9th level Tao Venerable, the insect race evolving the 4th form was equivalent to Pseudo-Great Tao realm. Having 2 Pseudo-Great Tao realm beings was already very powerful. The dragon race currently only had 1 Pseudo-Great Tao realm. If the insect race had 2 Pseudo-Great Tao realm beings, the dragon race would be in trouble. But this matter seemed not to require his concern. Alright, the 3 ancestors seemed to say something else, but it was too quiet, I couldn't hear clearly. Lin Moyo asked, "What did they say?" Lu Fengmiao said, "The 3 ancestors should have been muttering to themselves, saying something about time, change, preparation." "Little brother Lin, do you know what it means?" Lin Moyo shook his head, "I don't know." Lu Fengmiao didn't pursue it further, thanks to little brother Lin this time. "Sister will use tea instead of wine to thank you." Lin Moyo felt a bit uncomfortable with Lu Fengmiao's sudden formality. "Sister Fengmiao, let's not say such things between us. Besides, I was the cause of this incident." Lu Fengmiao said, "You can't say that. No matter the reason, once on the ship, you're a guest of our Lu Feng Chamber of Commerce. We would never hand over our own guests, regardless of your identity." They chatted for a while longer, then Lu Fengmiao went back to her busy work. Lin Moyo leisurely drank his tea, murmuring, "Time, change, preparation." What the 3 ancestors said should be about the great upheaval of heaven and earth. Could it be that the insect race's 4th form evolution is related to the great upheaval? Or is it because changes in heaven and earth allowed the insect race to evolve the 4th form? That must be it. The 3 ancestors see this as a kind of sign, so they're preparing. The 4th form is an ability in the insect race's bloodline. Just because it didn't appear before doesn't mean they didn't have this ability. It was just due to certain restrictions that they couldn't manifest the 4th form. But the three ancestors can be so certain that at most two fourth form insect queens will appear, and it will take a long time. Does this also indicate from the side that they have some judgment about the great upheaval? The three ancestors must know more than the beast emperor, but given the three ancestors' tight-lipped nature, they wouldn't say it. Lin Moya speculated secretly, like an experienced hunter deducing results from clues. Finally, before the warship left the western continent, Little May completed her mastery of first-grade formations. Little May could now fuse first-grade device formations and first-grade rune formations together. However, the success rate of fusion wasn't too high yet, only about half. She would need a lot more practice in the future to improve the success rate. Lin Moya was satisfied with this result and began teaching Little May second-grade formations. Lin Moya could clearly feel that as his relationship with Little May grew closer, the destiny he received from her gradually increased. The great Tao is fair. How much you give is how much you receive. I have completely translated the following books. The 100th Regression of the Max Level Player. Real-Life Player. Your Girlfriend Was Amazing. Corruption in the Dungeon. Check them out on my P at TR30N. Chapter 3330. Chapter 3330, 3330. Chapter 3330, For Crazy Girls, perfect for a mahjong game. The Hurricane warship was flying over the Boundary Sea, heading from the western continent to the southern continent. The journey across the Boundary Sea would take about 30 days. In truth, with the Hurricane warship's speed, it could reach the southern continent in less than 10 days of flying at full power. However, it was clear that the Hurricane warship had other tasks to complete, so it wasn't flying particularly fast. According to Lu Feng Yao, they would pass by a small island called Basian Island along the way. They needed to stop there to collect some special shells and bring them back. These shells were cultivated by the Lu Feng Chamber of Commerce on Basian Island and were usually tended by the sea race. The Lu Feng Chamber of Commerce paid for this service. The shells were unique and could only survive on Basian Island, so every time the Hurricane warship returned from the western continent, it would make a stop there. The Boundary Sea looked uniform, with no apparent differences in environment or scenery. It all seemed identical. However, Lin Moya could sense subtle differences. He felt a strange familiarity with this sea region. It was here that he had once participated in the Boundary Sea contest. The Boundary Sea contest only took place in this part of the Boundary Sea between the western and southern continents. Whether cultivators came from the eastern, northern, or southern continents, they had to come here if they wanted to participate in the contest. The sea race had designated a large area of the Boundary Sea for this contest and divided it into 100 smaller regions. Each small region was overseen by a celestial venerable who maintained basic fairness. This specific contest area was relatively close to the southern continent. It was said that Buddhist cultivators had once participated in the Boundary Sea contest. However, after offending the sea race, they were banned from entering the Boundary Sea. Since then, they had no place in the contest. This time, the Hurricane warship would also pass through the contest area. Lin Moya looked out at the Boundary Sea from the ship's rail, his gaze filled with memories. Once upon a time, he had set out from this sea region, led by Celestial Venerable Zishui, heading to the southern continent. He wondered if Celestial Venerable Zishui was still around now. He should be. Hundreds or thousands of years might seem long, but for Celestial Venerable Zishui, it might just feel like a nap. Celestial Venerable Zishui was very unique. He had lived for an incredibly long time and once said that he had lived longer than even the king of the Boundary Sea. At that time, Lin Moya hadn't understood what that meant, but now he did. Celestial Venerable Zishui was only at Celestial Venerable level but had survived since prehistoric times. This time upon returning, if there was an opportunity, Lin Moya thought he might visit Celestial Venerable Zishui for a chat and bring him some wine. The wine he gave him before was probably long gone after all these years. After several days of sailing over the Boundary Sea, the Hurricane warship slowed down and stopped. Beneath them was a small island with a diameter of only about 1,000 miles. For ordinary people, a 1,000-mile island wasn't small, but for cultivators, it was just a speck of land. Waves from the Boundary Sea crashed against the island's shores, revealing large expanses of reef. On those reefs and beaches glimmered points of light in various colors. Each glimmer represented a shell. The shells emitted different lights corresponding to their different attributes. Moreover, clear patterns on each shell indicated their age. Only shells of a certain age were useful. Lu Feng Chamber of Commerce personnel disembarked from the warship with special tools to collect shells. Meanwhile, formations on the Hurricane warship were activated to prevent anyone from leaving. It wasn't that Lu Feng Chamber of Commerce was stingy, it was to avoid causing trouble. Fortunately, all Dao venerables aboard were well behaved, no one caused any issues. Otherwise, Lu Feng Chamber of Commerce wasn't known for being lenient. Little May watched as Lu Feng Chamber of Commerce members collected shells with curiosity in her eyes. Teacher, what are these shells used for? Despite her past life's memories and having reached 9th level Dao Venerable before, Little May still didn't know many things. She had spent most of her time cultivating in her past life. Her knowledge as a 9th level Dao Venerable wasn't even as extensive as Lin Moya's current understanding. Lin Moya smiled and said, "These are called rainbow fairy shells. Their colors represent different attributes. Rainbow fairy shells over 100 years old are materials for crafting Dao Venerable level artifacts. The shell meat is excellent for alchemy. If you find a 1,000-year-old rainbow fairy shell, it's material for 4th level Dao Venerable artifacts. A 10,000-year-old rainbow fairy shell is material for 7th level Dao Venerable artifacts." Little May said, "So they're quite precious." Lin Moya replied, "Indeed they are. But they're not easy to obtain. This Basian island is isolated deep in the Boundary Sea. The surrounding area often sees visits from sea race members. Rainbow fairy shells are often eaten before they can grow. Little May asked curiously, then why not set up defenses? Lin Moya laughed and said, this is sea race territory. Are you suggesting setting up formations to keep them out? Rainbow fairy shells aren't just food for some members of the sea race, they're also essential for their growth and evolution. So this place is likely shared between the three ancestors and the sea race. The harvests are limited and depend on luck. But at the same time, this creates scarcity value, making rainbow fairy shells more expensive. The three ancestors won't lose out. Little May understood now and said with admiration, so that's how it is. The three ancestors really are businessmen. Lin Moya chuckled and said, indeed, they're probably the biggest foxes on the origin continent. Little May giggled but then said seriously, but I think teacher is smarter than them. Lin Moya squinted at Little May with mock sternness. It seems you're itching for trouble, daring to joke about your teacher. Little May stuck out her tongue playfully. Teacher's heart is as vast as the boundary sea, surely you won't blame me. With her past life's memories combined with her current age's innocence, sometimes mature and sometimes adorable, Lin Moya had grown used to Little May's demeanor by now. Thinking about returning to Eastern Continent soon made Lin Moya reflect aloud, for crazy girls, enough for a game of mahjong. Little May blinked her big eyes curiously. Teacher, what's mahjong? Lin Moya explained, it's a game played by 4 people. When we return to Eastern Continent, I'll teach you so you can play with Xiaoyu and others. Knowing about Xiaoyu and others already made Little May excited. Alright, I'll play with them when we get back. After staying at Baisian Island for one day collecting shells, the hurricane warship set off again, flying lower this time only about 100 meters above sea level. Half a day later a silvery light appeared ahead on their path. As soon as this silver light appeared, 10 large nets dropped down beneath them into boundary sea waters, dragging behind as they flew forward. The warship accelerated, plunging into shimmering silver light. In an instant the view outside became filled with countless silvery glimmers like stars scattered across night skies, a breathtaking sight. So beautiful. Little May exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at dazzling silver brilliance outside. Lin Moya explained, these silvery glimmers are silverlight fish, a fantastic alchemical ingredient. Though their cultivation level isn't high, their bloodlines contain traces of great Tao power and they're essential ingredients in many pills. And they're incredibly abundant, the single net will likely catch millions. Little May marveled, I know about silverlight fish but I've never seen them before. So this is what they look like. The three ancestors must make so much money. I remember silverlight fish aren't cheap. Lin Moya agreed, they're not cheap, which is why Lufeng Chamber of Commerce became #1. Just silverlight fish alone can fill their coffers. Other chambers couldn't even qualify or have resources to collect materials from boundary seas. Many materials were exclusive monopolies held by Lufeng Chamber, which naturally made them dominant. The hurricane warship continued collecting materials while navigating through boundary seas for over 10 days before suddenly slowing down again. Lu Fengyao's voice rang out, ahead lies Golden Water Beast territory, there may be conflict, please remain calm. I have completely translated the following books. The 100th Regression of the Max Level Player. Real-Life Player. Your Girlfriend Was Amazing. Corruption in the Dungeon. Check them out on my P at TR30N. Chapter 3331. Chapter 3331, 3331. Chapter 3331, by Yaiwan's words still hold true. The Golden Water Beast is a spirit beast living in the Boundary Sea, also considered part of the sea race, occupying an area of the sea. In the Golden Water Beast's territory, a type of ore called Golden Water Stone is produced, which is an excellent water attribute material for artifact refining. Every time Hurricane Warship Number 4 returns from the western continent to the southern continent, it visits the Golden Water Beast's territory. With luck, they can obtain some Golden Water Stones. The appearance of Golden Water Stones is somewhat random and not easy to obtain. The Hurricane Warship's speed dropped to its lowest, sailing at an extremely slow pace. Its formations were activated, completely concealing the warship's aura, entering an invisible state. Golden Water Beasts dislike any intruders in their territory and attack all outsiders. Lu Fengyao also notified everyone on board not to leave the Hurricane Warship. Anyone who left would bear the consequences themselves. Lin Moya smiled and said, this time the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce isn't forcing people to stay on board. Little May asked, why aren't they enforcing it this time? Lin Moya leisurely sipped his tea, use your brain and think about it. Little May tilted her head, pondering for a while with her hand supporting her chin. Is it because there are very few Golden Water Stones? But that's not right. Shouldn't they want to keep control of them even more if they're rare? They did that on Rainbow Fairy Shell Island before, and the following times too. Why is this time different? After thinking for quite a while, Little May still couldn't figure out why. She looked at Lin Moya with intense curiosity. Teacher, please just tell me. Lin Moya said, actually, I'm just guessing too. Many times, there aren't perfectly accurate answers for many things. Little May frowned, her small face scrunching up. Teacher, stop being mysterious. Just tell me how you guessed. Lin Moya smiled and said, first, you need to know the value of Golden Water Stones. Without hesitation, Little May replied, Golden Water Stones are of the water element of the 5 elements, but also contain a trace of metal attribute. They're excellent materials for Dao Venerable Realm artifact refining, extremely valuable. Especially the top-grade ones, their value is immeasurable. Lin Moya said, so you see, people die for wealth, birds die for food. Seeing Golden Water Stones, some people are bound to be tempted. Some people even came specifically for Golden Water Stones. The Lufeng Chamber of Commerce said people would bear the consequences of leaving the ship. But what if someone successfully obtains golden water stones? Wouldn't that be a huge fortune? Also, you need to understand the habits of golden water beasts. They have an extremely strong xenophobic nature. Not just outsiders like us, even fellow sea race members aren't allowed to approach. At the same time, some information indicates that the Golden Water Beast clan regularly holds a sacrificial ceremony. They sacrifice living beings, including both sea race and other races. Hearing this, Little May was suddenly shocked. Teacher, are you saying the Lu Feng Chamber of Commerce is using those people as sacrificial offerings for the Golden Water Beasts? Lin Moya chuckled. It's not the Lu Feng Chamber of Commerce sending them, but they're sending themselves, due to their greed. At most, the Lu Feng Chamber of Commerce provided bait, and this bait is out in the open for everyone to see. Whether to take the bait depends on how smart you are, whether you can control your inner greed. Everyone has greed. When faced with temptation, whether one can maintain their Tao heart is the key. If one can't maintain it, even if nothing happens today, something will happen in the future. Little May said, the Lu Feng Chamber of Commerce doing this seems a bit cruel. And what benefit does it bring them? Lin Moya said, Little May, you have memories from your past life. You should know what this world is like. As for benefits, there certainly are some. The three ancestors don't do business at a loss. Little May sighed. At this moment, the childishness disappeared from her small face, replaced by a hint of maturity. Teacher is right. This is just how the world is. Lin Moya took a sip of tea and slowly uttered 8 words. The weak are prey to the strong, only the fittest survive. The weak have no say. This world is very unfair, but from a certain perspective, it's also very fair. Might makes right. The words Bai Yaiwan once said still hold true on the Origin continent. Little May looked at the Tao Venerables also standing by the ship's rail, wondering how many of them would die for golden water stones. The hurricane warship slowed down, concealing its aura. After flying in the Golden Water Beast territory for half an hour, a golden light suddenly appeared in their view. The golden light intertwined with the water light of the boundary sea, looking extremely beautiful. Golden water stone. Someone on the warship exclaimed softly. Little May could clearly sense that many people's heartbeats and breathing had changed. Greed was aroused. The number of people coming for the golden water stones seemed to exceed her imagination. Little May realized that she had spent too long cultivating in her past life, and her understanding of this world was too shallow. Lin Moya said slowly, there are too many temptations in the world. It's difficult to maintain one's Tao heart. Little May deeply agreed. There are countless temptations, but only one path to maintain one's Tao heart. The warship gradually approached the golden water stone. Finally, someone flew out of the warship towards the golden water stone. As soon as he left the warship, his aura was exposed. This was a third-level Tao Venerable cultivator. He was prepared, taking out a magical treasure to conceal his aura again. Everyone on the warship was watching him. He didn't fly fast. After concealing his aura with the magical treasure, he still flew cautiously. He carefully approached the golden water stone. When he reached it, he took out another magical treasure to collect the golden water stone. Boom! The sea waves roared, and the sound of beasts' angry roars filled their ears. Streaks of golden light appeared, each representing a golden water beast. The golden water beasts' auras were powerful. Even the weakest were Tao Venerables, and there were dozens of them. These were just the outer perimeter. If they went deeper, the number and strength of golden water beasts would increase. The Golden Water Beast clan was no weaker than any royal clan among the demon race. After obtaining the golden water stone, the Tao Venerable immediately returned to the hurricane warship at top speed. He was very lucky, returning to the hurricane warship before the golden water beasts discovered him. These golden water beasts searched once, and finding no results, sank back into the boundary sea and disappeared. Success! Little May exclaimed softly. When that person returned, his face was full of joy. He had indeed succeeded, bringing back a golden water stone. The value of this golden water stone was at least 100 times the price of the ship ticket. Not to mention for him, a third-level Tao Venerable, even for a 7th-level Tao Venerable Elder, this was a considerable fortune. It could be said that his net worth had increased at least tenfold. Many people looked on with envy, their eyes simultaneously revealing a greedy gleam. Lin Moya chuckled lightly, the bait is getting bigger and bigger. Little May nodded. Yes, I see those people seem to be getting restless. Teacher, you're amazing. It's exactly as you guessed. Lin Moya said, it's not that I'm amazing, it's just human nature. In a while, the number of golden water stones will increase, and their quality will improve. By then, it won't be so easy to obtain them. I have completely translated the following books. The 100th Regression of the Max Level Player. Real-Life Player. Your Girlfriend Was Amazing. Corruption in the Dungeon. Check them out on my P at TR30N. Chapter 3332. Chapter 3332, 3332. Chapter 3332, Conforming to the Great Tao is also a business. Not being easy doesn't mean no one can obtain them. Lin Moyo believed that some people would still be able to get golden water stones. Some people relied on strength, while others would rely on luck. If it was as he guessed, the Lu Feng Chamber of Commerce must have a deeper level of agreement with the golden water beasts. As for why the Lu Feng Chamber of Commerce did this, in Lin Moya's view it was actually quite simple. It was nothing but profit. Golden water stones were certainly precious, but golden water essence was even more precious. However, this item had always been monopolized by the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. Not just monopolized, it was almost exclusively for their own use, rarely appearing on the market. If others wanted golden water essence, they had to use a large amount of golden water stones to fuse and refine it. Tens of thousands of caddies of golden water stones could only refine 10 caddies of golden water essence. Some things can't withstand analysis. As long as you think carefully, you can get the result. The Lufeng Chamber of Commerce wasn't a charity. Their purpose for existing, besides making money, was to develop and grow stronger. As for those who died here, they truly died for wealth. Their Dao hearts weren't firm, their destiny was insufficient. They deserved to die. Sure enough, before long more golden water stones were discovered. The hurricane warship's route seemed predetermined. It was bound to discover golden water stones, which weren't as rare as people said. Points of golden light appeared, each representing a golden water stone. The size of the light also represented the size of the golden water stone. As the hurricane warship approached, finally some people couldn't resist and left the ship to take golden water stones. They were all prepared, with magical treasures ready to conceal their auras. Lin Moya used his undead eye to look and saw soul flames ready to erupt near the golden water stones in the boundary sea below. However, not every golden water stone had soul flames nearby, meaning some golden water stones were safe. Lin Moya said softly, "Most of these people will die." Little May knew Lin Moya wouldn't speak carelessly. If he said so, there must be a reason. Sure enough, when someone collected a golden water stone, golden water beasts below the boundary sea suddenly attacked. That third-level Dao venerable cultivator only put up a token resistance before being devoured by the golden water beasts. The same thing happened in several other places. Normally, they should have immediately retreated. But the temptation of golden water stones was too great. Even seeing others die, they were still willing to take the risk. Everyone thought they wouldn't be the ones to die. Screams rang out one after another as people kept dying, vividly illustrating the saying people die for wealth. Some people relied on their strength to forcefully break through and escape. Others were lucky, with no golden water beasts near their golden water stones, allowing them to successfully escape back. Whichever way, as long as they could escape back to the hurricane warship, the golden water beasts wouldn't pursue. Moreover, the bodies of those killed remained relatively intact, falling directly into the boundary sea and disappearing after death. This further verified Lin Moya's guess that the Golden Water Beast clan must have an agreement with the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. Both sides were putting on a big show. Little May watched with slightly furrowed brows. Is doing this really good? Lin Moya smiled and said, "Whether it's good or not, let her tell you." A knock sounded at the door, and Lu Fengyao walked in briskly. As soon as she sat down, Lin Moya spoke. "Sister Fengyao, Little May is asking if what you're doing is really good." Lu Fengyao looked at Little May, then at Lin Moya. After sitting down and drinking a cup of tea, she finally spoke. "You've guessed it all." Lin Moya nodded. Guessed about 80 to 90% of it." Lu Fengyao said, "I knew I couldn't hide it from you. I came over this time to tell you not to go take golden water stones. As for them, everyone has their own fate. The three ancestors won't force them to go, but also won't stop them from going. The value of golden water stones is there for all to see. Even without us, many people would die for golden water stones every year. We've now made an agreement with the Golden Water Beast clan. They've agreed to try not to kill people who come over normally. Actually, the number of people dying each year hasn't increased much, and we can also obtain golden water essence. It's a win-win situation, so why not do it?" Lin Moyo asked, "Is it that simple?" Lu Fengyao said, "More or less. Of course, normally there will be far fewer golden water stones appearing, making it harder to obtain them. Only when our warships pass by will large amounts of golden water stones appear." Lin Moyo understood somewhat and softened his tone. Under the premise that the number of deaths hasn't changed, the amount of golden water stones has actually increased, and the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce can also obtain golden water essence. So what's the benefit for the golden water beasts? Lu Fengyao smiled and said, "There are naturally benefits. If it were someone else asking, I wouldn't say. But since it's you asking, little brother, I'll tell you. The Golden Water Beast clan needs to hold a sacrifice every 100 years. I'm not clear on exactly what they sacrifice, but they need a large number of living beings for the sacrifice. Normally, the bodies of those they kill are preserved for use in the sacrifice. If there aren't enough bodies for the sacrifice, they would rush to the mainland to kill some people. If that's not enough, they would also look for some living beings in the boundary sea to sacrifice. So strictly speaking, more people died then than now. Many years ago, we made a contract with the Golden Water Beast clan. Every time our warships pass by, we let people collect golden water stones, but only allow them to kill half. This reduces casualties, and those who die are destined to die. Little brother Lin, if you believe in fate, you'll know that some people's fates are already determined. If they don't die now, they'll die later. If they can escape here alive, it means their fate didn't let them die." Lin Moyo asked, "Then what if there aren't enough people for the sacrifice?" Lu Fengyao said, "If there aren't enough people for the sacrifice, we'll naturally supplement them. So many people die on the origin continent every year, there's no shortage of bodies. That time you went to the Eastern continent, when the Eastern Spirit Empire launched the Beast Tide, tens of billions of people died. We collected some of those bodies, enough for several sacrifices by the Golden Water Beasts." After finishing, Lu Fengyao looked at Little May. "Little May, is there anything you still don't understand?" Little May shook her head. "Little May understands everything now." Lin Moya smiled and said, "Looking at it this way, the three ancestors have actually done a good deed. Lu Fengyao said, the three ancestors have said before that they never consider themselves good people, but they're not bad people either. They're business people. Conforming to the Great Tao is also a business. The three ancestors' business mindset had long since penetrated their souls. Lin Moyo even suspected if there was a Great Tao called the Business Tao. As they chatted, the hurricane warship had already entered deep into Golden Water Beast territory. More and more Golden Water Stones appeared in view. People kept flying out of the warship, wanting to obtain Golden Water Stones. Half of them died outside the warship, while others successfully obtained Golden Water Stones and returned. Some people even wanted to get a second one after obtaining one, but their luck wasn't so good the second time, and they didn't come back. Sometimes, greed is the original sin. Those who succeeded were full of joy. No one sympathized with those who failed. Watching these scenes unfold, Lin Moyo felt neither joy nor sorrow. Everything was already destined by fate. Suddenly, he looked up into the distance, his whole body abruptly standing up. A terrifyingly huge sword appeared in the sky, slicing through the boundary sea, splitting heaven and earth. Countless golden water beasts died under the sword light. I have completely translated the following books. The 100th Regression of the Max Level Player. Real-Life Player. Your Girlfriend Was Amazing. Corruption in the Dungeon. Check them out on my P at TR30N. Chapter 3333. Chapter 3333, 3333. Chapter 3333, One Sword Splits the Sea. One sword splits the sea. A shout rang out as a terrifyingly huge sword appeared in the sky, as if to cleave the boundary sea in two. In fact, the boundary sea was indeed split open. Massive waves tens of thousands of meters high rose from the boundary sea, shooting into the clouds with no end in sight. A bottomless trench dozens of meters wide appeared in the boundary sea, extending into the distance as far as the eye could see. The power of this sword strike was already incredibly terrifying. Even a 7th level elder would find it difficult to achieve. Lu Fengyao said softly, "What a terrifying sword strike." Even a 7th level elder would sigh in admiration at this strike. When did such a terrifying sword cultivator appear on the Origin continent? I've never heard of one before. At this moment, Lin Moya suddenly flew out of the ship. Little May anxiously asked, "Teacher, where are you going?" Lin Moya replied, "To meet someone." As he spoke, Lin Moya suddenly accelerated and flew out. Little May said curiously, "Teacher's expression seems a bit strange." Lu Fengyao also said, "Indeed, he seems somewhat excited." How strange. Lin Moya usually kept his emotions hidden, staying calm even in the most dangerous situations. Sometimes Lu Fengyao even felt there was nothing in the world that could excite Lin Moya. This time, she didn't know what had happened. Lu Fengyao also wanted to follow and see, but she had matters to personally handle on the hurricane warship soon and couldn't leave. Little May rested her chin on her hand. Where exactly did teacher go? Lu Fengyao thought for a moment. Let's take a look. Lu Fengyao controlled the formations in the warship and projected an image. The projection showed the distant scene, with Lin Moya flying past. The image immediately followed Lin Moyo. After the sword light passed, the terrifying power still remained. Waves continued to surge, with 100-meter swells slow to subside. Lin Moyo passed over the waves and saw the situation ahead clearly. The excitement in his eyes became even more obvious. In the distance, he saw a figure. That figure was so familiar, turning over countless times in his memory. After so many years apart, they finally met again. Lin Mohan stood in the sky holding a sharp sword, her bearing graceful and heroic like a sword goddess overlooking heaven and earth. Still so dashing. Lin Moya's heart trembled. Seeing Lin Mohan instantly reminded him of her past demeanor, destroying all enemies with just herself and her sword. After many years, her style remained unchanged. At this time, Lu Fengyao's projected image also showed Lin Mohan. Lu Fengyao frowned. Who is this? Little May instinctively asked, could it be teacher's wife? Lu Fengyao exclaimed, could it be his wife? Little May shook her head. I don't know, but she's so beautiful. Yes, she really is beautiful. Looking at Lin Mohan in the image, Lu Fengyao couldn't help feeling a sense of inferiority. Lu Fengyao herself was a great beauty, but now she felt somewhat ashamed of herself. Although she only saw Lin Mohan through the formation, Lu Fengyao felt like an extremely ordinary person, while Lin Mohan seemed more like a fairy. This feeling wasn't just hers, Little May felt it too. Suddenly, a sword light flashed in the image, and it shattered with a boom. Lu Fengyao grunted, her eyes showing shock. The formation had been broken. As the controller of the formation, she was slightly injured. But that wasn't important. What mattered was that the formation had actually been shattered. The formation wasn't here, but on the second level of the third floor below the hurricane warship. How could the formation placed there be shattered? As Lin Moya saw Lin Mohan naturally also saw Lin Moyo. A brilliant smile bloomed on her beautiful face. In that instant, it was as if 100 flowers blossomed, putting heaven and earth to shame. But the next second, Lin Mohan swung her sword. A sword light flashed past Lin Moyo, disappearing into the distance. The sword light pierced through space, entering some unknown place. Then Lin Moya seemed to hear a crisp sound. He knew the formation watching him had been shattered. When Lu Fengyao used the formation to watch, Lin Moyo had already sensed it, but didn't react. He didn't expect Lin Mohan to be so decisive, directly shattering the formation. Whether it was the previous one sword splits the sea or now shattering the hurricane warship's formation with one strike, it all demonstrated how powerful Lin Mohan was. Lin Moyo couldn't see Lin Mohan's realm clearly, but he knew his elder sister's realm was higher than his own. Congratulations, elder sister, on your great progress in cultivation. Lin Moyo immediately flattered her upon meeting. Lin Mohan accepted it calmly. Little brother isn't bad either, already at 4th level Dao Venerable. Lin Moya said, it's all thanks to elder sister's blessing. Lin Mohan snorted, do you feel guilty saying that? Lin Moya said, whether I feel guilty or not isn't important. What's important is that my face is thick enough. Facing his own sister, Lin Moya naturally became very relaxed, speaking freely. He only had this state when facing Lin Mohan and his own wives. Reunited after many years apart, there was no sense of unfamiliarity between the siblings. They just smiled at each other, expressing years of longing in that single glance. Lin Mohan's beautiful face wore a smile. After so many years apart, have you thought of elder sister? Lin Moya said, of course I have. Though I can't say day and night, I've thought of you often. Lin Mohan snorted, why don't I quite believe that? Lin Moya said, whether you believe it or not is elder sister's business. I'm just telling the truth. But where have you been all these years, elder sister? I haven't heard any news of you. Lin Moya found it very strange why he hadn't heard any news of Lin Mohan for so many years. With Lin Mohan's talent, it was impossible for her to remain unknown. Yet even the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce had no information about Lin Mohan, which was very odd. If even the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce's all-pervasive intelligence network couldn't find news, either Lin Mohan had been in seclusion the whole time, or she was using another name. Lin Mohan said, I've been cultivating, but my cultivation place is somewhat special. Little brother, don't ask. Lin Moya nodded, alright, I won't ask. Why has elder sister returned this time? Lin Mohan said, to get some golden water essence. But the golden water beasts won't give it, so I can only take it by force. Lin Mohan was still as straightforward and domineering as ever. Her coming to take golden water essence seemed like she was giving face to the golden water beasts. Yet the golden water beasts refused to give it, so Lin Mohan could only forcefully take it with her sword. Reason? That wasn't Lin Mohan's style. Lin Moya said, then I'll help elder sister take action together. Lin Mohan shook her head, no need. This is my business. Little brother, just watch. As she spoke, Lin Mohan raised her sword again and shouted at the boundary sea, your aunt asks one more time, will you give it or not? If not, the next sword strike won't be polite. Roars came from the boundary sea as many golden water beasts rushed out, pouncing towards Lin Mohan. Lin Mohan's voice turned cold as she said lightly, then die. Sword light exploded as Lin Mohan's raised sword slashed down fiercely. One sword splits the sea. It was the same sword strike as before, but even more powerful this time. Within the sword light, golden water beasts were shredded to pieces, turning to dust floating in midair. The sword's momentum remained unchanged as it fell into the boundary sea. With a boom, huge waves surged to the sky again, reaching tens of thousands of meters high and unable to fall for a long time. A second trench appeared in the boundary sea, stretching as far as the eye could see. I have completely translated the following books. The 100th Regression of the Max Level Player. Real Life Player. Your Girlfriend Was Amazing. Corruption in the Dungeon. Check them out on my P at TR30N. Chapter 33-34. Chapter 33-34, 3334. Chapter 33-34, his life is tougher than anyone's, he'll definitely be fine. Two sword strikes created two trenches in the sea. This wasn't just any sea, but the boundary sea. The boundary sea contained powerful forces, yet it could be split open with a single sword strike. Clearly Lin Mohan wasn't even using her full power. This scene was shocking to behold, especially for Lin Moya standing beside Lin Mohan. His perception was even clearer. He could sense that Lin Mohan's sword strike contained pure great Dao power, comparable to some 9th level Dao venerables. Yet judging by the aura Lin Mohan emitted, she didn't seem to have reached 7th level Dao venerable. The contrast between the two was extremely obvious. Lin Moya couldn't help asking, sister, what realm are you at now? Lin Mohan said, 6th level Dao venerable. Lin Moya said, 6th level Dao venerable shouldn't be this strong, right? What he really meant was, even 7th level Dao venerable shouldn't be this strong. Lin Mohan smiled at Lin Moyo, you're allowed to have fortuitous encounters, but your elder sister isn't? Fighting above one's level, isn't that how it should be? Lin Moyo was speechless. Indeed, if he could have fortuitous encounters, it was only natural his elder sister could have some too. But what kind of fortuitous encounter could allow a 6th level Dao venerable to have combat power surpassing 7th level, rivaling 8th or 9th level elders? Even he would need to use various methods, unlike Lin Mohan who could kill with just a single sword strike. After Lin Mohan's second sword strike killed over 100 golden water beasts, there was still no reaction from them. Lin Mohan said, how troublesome. It's just some golden water essence, why not just hand it over? I'm not asking for all of it. Why be so stingy? Lin Moyo asked, sister, how much do you want? Lin Mohan said, not too much, just 10,000 caddies will do. Lin Moyo nearly fell over in shock, saying 10,000 caddies wasn't much. According to Lufeng Yao, each time the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce obtained golden water essence, it was only about 1,000 caddies. Even if the hurricane warship came once a year, getting 10 caddies each time, 10,000 caddies would be 1,000 trips, the total amount the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce would obtain in a full 1,000 years. Lin Mohan asked for 10,000 caddies right off the bat. No wonder the golden water beasts wouldn't agree. Lin Moyo asked, what if they don't agree? Lin Mohan snorted, if they don't agree, I'll beat them until they do. It's just 10,000 caddies, they can certainly produce that much. Seeing this, Lin Moya didn't say anything more. Alright, then I'll fight alongside sister. Lin Moya wasn't worried about the golden water beasts, but rather about fighting a big battle here and possibly attracting the king of the boundary sea. The golden water beasts were after all members of the sea race. If the king of the Boundary Sea was drawn here, that would be big trouble. With him present, the king of the Boundary Sea would give some face. Seeing the golden water beast still had no reaction, Lin Mohan clearly lost patience. Since you refuse to hand it over, don't blame your aunt for being impolite. Lin Mohan then said to Lin Moyo, little you, wait here for a moment. Sister is going to take a trip to their lair. Lin Moya said, I'll go with sister. Lin Mohan looked at Lin Moyo and nodded slightly, alright. She swung her sword, using sword energy to clear a path as she plunged into the Boundary Sea. Lin Mohan seemed very familiar with this place, heading straight down. Lin Moya was curious, have you been here before? Lin Mohan shook her head, first time, but it doesn't matter. The sword Dao gives me guidance, I won't go wrong. Using the sword Great Dao as a guide, this was the first time Lin Moyo had seen such a method. He followed closely beside Lin Mohan, activating his undead eye. Through the undead eye he saw numerous soul flames, each representing a golden water beast. In the direction they were advancing, the soul flames were very dense, clearly the golden water beast's lair. Through the soul flames, Lin Moya roughly judged the opponent's strength. The strongest golden water beast was 9th level Dao Venerable, only one. There were 3 8th level and 18 7th level. Among the sea race, the golden water beasts weren't considered very strong, but because they were members of the sea race with the king of the Boundary Sea behind them, even the 3 ancestors would negotiate with them rather than forcefully taking action. Now, Lin Mohan clearly wasn't giving face to the king of the Boundary Sea, intending to take forceful action. Lin Moya supported Lin Mohan's actions without reservation. This was his own elder sister after all, there was no need for hesitation. Sharing fortune and misfortune together, there was nothing to fear. The sword cleared the way, rapidly parting the Boundary Sea waters. For 100 meters around the two of them, there wasn't a drop of Boundary Sea water. The golden water beasts clearly discovered the two killing their way over. Beast roars rang out as large numbers of golden water beasts began to move. At this moment, the two were already surrounded by golden water beasts, with them charging in from all directions. Earlier the golden water beasts hadn't moved, waiting for the two to be surrounded before acting. Lin Mohan said softly, they have some intelligence, but not much. Little you, watch how sister kills them. Lin Mohan let out a shout, and a great Dao immediately appeared around her. The sound of sword hums filled their ears as the sword Great Dao encircled Lin Mohan. Only now did Lin Moya realize that Lin Mohan had already fused with the sword Great Dao. Something that should only be possible for Great Dao realm beings, Lin Mohan had actually achieved. This situation also meant that Lin Mohan's soul had already entered the innate level. The exact level was unknown, but it was certainly an innate soul. Moreover, Lin Mohan was using some special secret technique to wield Great Dao power. It wasn't borrowing like Dao Venerables, but wielding like Great Dao realm beings. Lin Moya suddenly understood, the mist cleared. He finally knew why his elder sister, though only at 6th level Dao Venerable, displayed combat power surpassing those 7th level elders. The reason was this: Lin Mohan could wield Great Dao power like a Great Dao realm being. This feeling was as if Lin Mohan was originally a Great Dao realm being, just suppressing her realm to 6th level Dao Venerable, but her ability to wield Great Dao power hadn't changed. Moreover, Lin Mohan hadn't even used her full power. Those two sword strikes earlier were very easy for her. If she fully wielded Great Dao power, it was hard to say how high her combat power could rise. No wonder elder sister dares to charge into the golden water beast's lair alone, and doesn't care about the king of the Boundary Sea. It seems she really has trump cards. Originally, to wield Great Dao power, one didn't necessarily have to reach Great Dao realm. It could be done at Dao realm too. If I could also wield Great Dao power at Dao Venerable realm, that combat power. Lin Moya realized he had all the necessary conditions. He also possessed an innate soul, so theoretically he should be able to do it too. With a shout, the Great Dao around Lin Mohan erupted in brilliant light. Streams of Great Dao power transformed into terrifying sword energy, exploding outwards in all directions like raindrops. Most of the surrounding golden water beasts died instantly. The rest were all severely injured and retreated. Huge trenches extended in all directions from Lin Mohan at the center like a spider web, blasting out of the Boundary Sea. On the hurricane warship, Lu Fengyao's expression suddenly changed drastically as she instantly activated many formations. Countless sword energy shot up from beneath the Boundary Sea, attacking indiscriminately. Many sword energies struck the hurricane warship, causing it to shake violently. Lu Fengyao was clearly startled. She immediately controlled the hurricane warship to retreat while saying softly, "What terrifying sword energy." Little Mei was somewhat worried. "Will teacher be alright?" Lu Fengyao comforted her, "Don't worry, his life is tougher than anyone's. He'll definitely be fine. I have completely translated the following books. The 100th Regression of the Max Level Player. Real-Life Player. Your Girlfriend Was Amazing. Corruption in the Dungeon. Check them out on my P at TR30N. Chapter 3335. Chapter 3335, 3335. Chapter 3335, Stop Arguing. Take it when this king tells you to. Lin Mohan turned the sea area within 1,000 miles upside down. The sword Great Dao emitted extremely sharp sword energy, splitting the sea and cutting mountains. Numerous trenches in the sea couldn't be filled for a long time. The Boundary Sea was forcibly divided, with countless waters of the Boundary Sea governing themselves independently, forming a strange scene. It truly demonstrated that as long as one's power was strong enough, any miraculous thing could happen normally. Regarding Lin Mohan's sword strike, Lin Moya could only give a thumbs up and say, "Elder sister is mighty." Lin Mohan, cloaked in the sword Great Dao, emitted a heavy pressure as she rolled towards the golden water beast's lair. The Boundary Sea waters quickly parted before her, forming a waterless passage. Roars came from within the lair as dozens of golden water beasts stared intently at Lin Mohan and Lin Moyo. These golden water beasts were at least 6th level Dao Venerable, with the strongest being a 9th level Dao Venerable, the Golden Water Beast King. The Golden Water Beast King's appearance differed from other golden water beasts. Its body was much larger, glowing golden all over like a giant golden beast. Within its golden body, water currents rolled, making gurgling sounds. Lin Mohan lightly raised her long sword, pointing it at the golden water beasts. Hand over 10,000 caddies of golden water essence and your aunt will leave immediately. Otherwise, I'll kill you all. The sword continuously emitted sword hums, with sword energy surging around. Lin Moya saw that the sword in Lin Mohan's hand was still the one from the Great World, but the sword body had clearly changed. It must have undergone several refinements, becoming much stronger than before. Now the sword was an extremely powerful magical treasure, otherwise it couldn't have withstood Lin Mohan's sword intent. Lin Mohan's sword intent was extremely pure, without a trace of impurity. It gave people a feeling of sharpness and nothing else. The sharpness of the sword intent seemed able to cut open heaven and earth, with nothing able to block it. Just the sword intent made Lin Moya feel pain, a pain coming from the soul rather than the body. He felt that if he were hit by such a sword strike, his soul would be shattered to pieces. What happened to Elder Sister in these years to become so strong? Elder Sister wants golden water essence, probably to temper her sword intent. This time Elder Sister is determined to get it. Even if the King of the Boundary Sea comes, Elder Sister won't stop. Almost without thinking, Lin Moya decided to stand firmly on Lin Mohan's side. He didn't need to intervene against the golden water beasts. If the King of the Boundary Sea came, he would deal with it. No matter what, he had to help Lin Mohan. The Golden Water Beast King seemed to sense Lin Mohan's sword intent too. It let out a low roar but didn't let its subordinates charge forward. It came to the front, confronting Lin Mohan. Do you know what 10,000 caddies of golden water essence means? Lin Mohan said, you can produce 100 caddies of golden water essence annually. You use 70 to 80 caddies yourselves, sell 10 caddies, and can save a few caddies. 10,000 caddies of golden water essence is just over 1,000 years of accumulation for you. Choose between wasting over 1,000 years of time or being killed by me. Your aunt has limited patience. I'll give you 1 minute to think it over. The pleasant voice spoke the harshest words. Lin Mohan didn't give the golden water beasts any real choice. Either hand it over or die here. This wasn't a choice, but robbery. The Golden Water Beast King was clearly angered. You're just a 6th level Dao Venerable. Where do you get such courage? Lin Mohan laughed coquettishly. Courage comes from strength. As her words fell, a huge sword suddenly appeared in the Boundary Sea. This sword was condensed from the sword Great Dao, mixed with Lin Mohan's sword intent. The power it emitted was heart-shaking. At this moment, Lin Moya felt as if he was facing a Great Dao realm being. Lin Mohan's power was still far from reaching the Great Dao realm, but it already had the flavor of the Great Dao realm. Her true power should be around 9th level Dao Venerable. If this sword strike fell, probably only a few 8th level Dao Venerable or above golden water beasts could survive. That would truly be a crisis of extinction. Lin Mohan was as domineering as ever. Die or live, choose one. The Golden Water Beast King's expression was extremely ugly, its entire beast face almost squeezed into a ball. Not just him, the other powerful golden water beasts were the same. They kept letting out low roars, clearly very angry, but didn't dare to act rashly. They all understood the gold content of this sword strike. After a standoff of over 10 seconds, the Golden Water Beast King finally spoke, don't regret it. It opened its mouth and spat out a huge pearl about 1 meter in diameter. The pearl exploded with a bang, turning into a ball of light illuminating the surroundings. A massive aura rose from the pearl, then a black shadow appeared in the bright light. A terrifying pressure suddenly burst out, colliding with Lin Mohan's pressure. The surrounding Boundary Sea was completely overturned. King of the Boundary Sea. Lin Moya's eyes narrowed slightly. The King of the Boundary Sea had arrived, though only an avatar, but its strength was still greater than the Golden Water Beast King's. The key was that once his avatar took action, it wouldn't take long for his main body to arrive. This was the King of the Boundary Sea's territory. Fighting him here had no benefits. Even if the Beast Emperor came here, he might not be able to defeat the King of the Boundary Sea. The King of the Boundary Sea's deep, heavy voice rang out, what's disturbing this king? The Golden Water Beast King slightly bent its 4 legs, bowing to the King of the Boundary Sea. Great King, someone wants to exterminate our entire Golden Water Beast clan and forcibly take our Golden Water essence. Please save our clan, Great Lord. This fellow had no backbone as a Golden Water Beast King, directly begging the King of the Boundary Sea for help. Who dares to be so bold? The King of the Boundary Sea roared. Someone actually dared to cause trouble in his territory. The King of the Boundary Sea became angry on the spot. He turned his head to look, saw Lin Mohan, and felt nothing. But the next moment, he saw Lin Moyo and was slightly stunned. Friend Lin. Lin Moya smiled and greeted the King of the Boundary Sea, long time no see. The King of the Boundary Sea said with surprise, Friend Lin, are you here to kill the Golden Water Beasts? Lin Moya said, no, I just asked them for some Golden Water essence, but they refused. Lin Moya showed a helpless expression, looking as if this matter wasn't his fault. The Golden Water Beast King immediately spoke, they want 10,000 caddies. How many years would it take our clan to save up that much? Lin Moya smiled and said, not much, just over 1,000 years, at most not more than 2,000 years. Let's say 2,000 years. Is 2,000 years a long time? What do you think? Listening to their conversation, the king of the Boundary Sea already understood what was going on. Between the Golden Water Beast King and Lin Moyu, he quickly made a choice. 2,000 years indeed isn't long. Old Jean, take out 10,000 caddies of golden water essence. Hearing the king of the Boundary Sea's words, the Golden Water Beast King's entire body shuddered violently. Great king, do you really decide to do this? The king of the Boundary Sea roared, stop arguing. Take it when this king tells you to. In the Boundary Sea, the king of the Boundary Sea was the supreme existence. With him speaking, the Golden Water Beast King didn't dare disobey and could only take out the golden water essence. The weight of golden water essence was astonishing. 10,000 caddies of golden water essence was only about the size of a fist. One can imagine that if it were 1 or 2 caddies of golden water essence, it might be only as small as a grain of sand. The Golden Water Beast King was very reluctant to hand over the golden water essence. Lin Mohan wasn't polite at all and directly took it. She said loudly, thank you. We'll meet again if fate allows. Little you, let's go. The latter half was clearly said to the king of the Boundary Sea. Lin Moyo also said to the king of the Boundary Sea, thank you, elder. I'll come visit you again when I have the chance. I have completely translated the following books. The 100th Regression of the Max Level Player. Real Life Player. Your Girlfriend Was Amazing. Corruption in the Dungeon. Check them out on my P at TR30N. Chapter 3336. Chapter 3336, 3336. Chapter 3336, Perhaps There Is No End Point. Lin Mohan and Lin Moya left, and the sword hanging over the Golden Water Beast clan disappeared. The Golden Water Beast King, full of resentment, complained pitifully to the king of the Boundary Sea, Great King, why didn't you suppress them? Many of our clansmen were killed by her. The king of the Boundary Sea snorted lightly, luckily you summoned me in the end. If you had been any later, you might not have even saved your own life. Then you'd be facing extinction. The Golden Water Beast King wanted to say more, but was interrupted by the king of the Boundary Sea, listen to me first. An invisible force surged out, enveloping the two. The king of the Boundary Sea's next words were not meant for others to hear. Seeing this, the Golden Water Beast King seemed to realize something and immediately pricked up his ears to listen. That woman just now, her soul has already surpassed the Dao Venerable Realm. She can wield great Dao power. Do you know what this means? It means there's an extremely terrifying being behind her. Ordinary Great Dao Realm beings don't have this ability. She looks like she's only at 6th level Dao Venerable, but if she really fought all out, you wouldn't be her match at all. Even this king's avatar might not be able to defeat her. And that man, though he's only at 4th level Dao Venerable, his combat power is equally terrifying. This king isn't exaggerating, either of them could kill you. Most crucially, there's an even more terrifying being standing behind that man. The Golden Water Beast King listened in a daze. In his heart, the king of the Boundary Sea was already the most powerful being. But why did it seem like the king of the Boundary Sea was somewhat afraid? The Golden Water Beast King instinctively asked, are the people behind them more than a match even for you? The king of the Boundary Sea smiled bitterly, this isn't a question of being a match or not. It's a question of them being able to destroy me with a thought. So, not to mention 10,000 caddies of golden water essence, even if it were 100,000 caddies, as long as you have it, you'd have to hand it over. 2,000 years isn't long. If you're frugal, you can make it up in 1,000 years. As for those clansmen who died, consider them unlucky. It's survival of the fittest, just like your transactions with the 3 ancestors. Those humans you killed, it's the same principle. The Golden Water Beast King was still somewhat unwilling. If we had known earlier, we would have used up all the golden water essence, leaving nothing. The king of the Boundary Sea snorted lightly, with some disdain, then you'd just be waiting for extinction. Old Jean, you may not be smart, but surely you're not this stupid. The Golden Water Beast King thought about it and realized it was indeed so. Thinking it over, there probably wasn't a better way to handle this matter. They could only swallow this bitter pill. Fortunately, though many clansmen had died, it hadn't affected their foundations. People even the king of the Boundary Sea couldn't defend if they provoked them again, it would be like eggs smashing against rocks. What else could they do but let it go? Above the Boundary Sea, the sword energy gradually dissipated, and the Boundary Sea quickly returned to calm. Lin Mohan put away her sword, her beautiful eyes narrowing into crescents. Little Yu is getting more and more impressive now, even the king of the Boundary Sea has to give Little Yu face. Lin Moya smiled and said, he's not giving me face, I once helped him, he's returning the favor. Lin Mohan smiled and said, Little Yu is really being modest. I imagine this favor must not have been small. Lin Moya said, that's a long story, let me explain slowly. Lin Mohan immediately said, since it's a long story, let's talk about it later. Your elder sister still has things to do, so I won't stay long. Lin Moyo asked curiously, we siblings have finally met after so long, and elder sister has to leave again. Lin Mohan said, have you forgotten what your sister told you before? Remembering what Lin Mohan had said before, they both had their own paths. Lin Mohan said, Little Yu, your sister has received the message from the world-suppressing sword. I'll visit Dao City when I have time. Lin Moya sighed inwardly and took out the great Dao sword core he had obtained earlier, handing it over, sister, this is for you. Lin Mohan's eyes brightened slightly, great Dao sword core, this is a good thing. Little Yu can keep it for yourself. Lin Moya shook his head, I don't cultivate the sword Dao, this is useless to me. Since elder sister cultivates the sword Dao, it should be useful to you. Lin Mohan smiled and accepted the great Dao sword core, it is indeed somewhat useful. Then your sister won't be polite. Thank you, Little Yu. Come, let your elder sister give you a hug. My Little Yu has grown up. As she spoke, Lin Mohan opened her arms as if to hug him. Lin Moyo immediately retreated several meters. No need, elder sister. We're both getting on in years, let's not do this. Lin Mohan giggled. Oh, at our age, little you is still shy. Come, let your elder sister hug you. Lin Moyo immediately retreated in defeat and quickly changed the subject. Where is sister going next? Lin Mohan looked at the sky, her voice becoming strong and resonant. Sharp, peerless sword energy shot straight into the sky. Your sister is going to walk a path no one has walked before. A path no one has walked before. Just hearing it, Lin Moyo could feel how difficult this path would be. But Lin Mohan was so determined, her Dao heart unshakable. Lin Moya said, then I wish elder sister success in completing this unprecedented path. Lin Mohan put away her sword intent and smiled brightly. Little you must work hard too. Your path is no easier than your sister's. When we reach the end, we'll meet at the finish line. Lin Moya nodded. We'll meet at the finish line. Lin Mohan left, riding on sword light into the distance. Only after Lin Mohan disappeared from view did Lin Moyo murmur, the finish line? Perhaps there is no finish line. His gaze became increasingly complex as he turned to return to the Hurricane warship. By now the Hurricane warship had retreated 1,000 miles. Earlier, the crisscrossing sword energy had cut the boundary sea to pieces, and the Hurricane warship had also been affected, forced to retreat. A few unlucky people were injured by the sword energy, fortunately preserving their lives. When immortals fight, mortals suffer. They could only blame their bad luck. Returning to the Hurricane warship, Lu Fengmiao and Little Mei were both very happy. They had been worried earlier. Though Lu Fengmiao had said there was no need to worry, she had actually been concerned inside. Now seeing Lin Moya return safely, both were very happy. At this moment, Lin Moya's gaze showed deep thought as he sat down at the tea table. I need to think about some issues. Hearing this, the two immediately fell silent. Little Mei quietly made tea for Lin Moya without making a sound. Lu Fengmiao left to handle affairs. She still had things to attend to. Lin Moya drank tea, pondering everything that had happened after seeing Lin Mohan. Every detail replayed in his mind. This unexpected encounter with Lin Mohan contained many strange aspects. Many of the details were worth pondering. First was Lin Mohan's attitude towards him. Though Lin Mohan was his own elder sister, which couldn't be fake, her reaction was indeed a bit strange. Lin Mohan showed no excitement at their reunion after a long separation. He himself was indeed somewhat excited. Lin Moya could feel the surging in his heart, but Lin Mohan wasn't. Lin Mohan seemed happy on the surface, but without any excitement. It felt as if Lin Mohan had been watching him all along, knowing what he was doing, and this meeting was just the happiness shown after seeing him in person. There must be something strange. I have completely translated the following books. The 100th Regression of the Max Level Player. Real-Life Player. Your Girlfriend Was Amazing. Corruption in the Dungeon. Check them out on my P at TR30N. Chapter 3337. Chapter 3337, 3337. Chapter 3337. Even as a chess piece, one can overturn the chessboard. Lin Moya repeatedly recalled everything that had just happened, feeling more and more that something was amiss. First, Lin Mohan's reaction upon seeing him was off. There was no excitement of reuniting after a long separation. Lin Moya could indeed sense that Lin Mohan was happy, but this happiness was different from reuniting after a long time apart. Second, Lin Mohan didn't ask about Ning Yi and the other's situation, nor did she urge him to have children. This was different from her thoughts in the great world. While not urging him to have children was understandable, not asking about Ning Yi and the others was extremely abnormal. Lin Mohan knew about Ning Yi and the others, and knew that after coming to the origin continent, he would certainly find ways to change their fates against heaven's will. This was a very important matter, yet she didn't ask a single question about it. Besides this, there was also Yu Qingguo and Yu Zhu. She didn't mention them at all, which was equally abnormal. There were only two possibilities for why this was so. The first possibility was that she wasn't Lin Mohan, so she wouldn't care about them. The second possibility was that she already knew about Ning Yi and the others' current situation. The first possibility could be directly ruled out. Blood resonance couldn't be faked, and Lin Moya's spiritual sense wouldn't be deceived. Lin Mohan was undoubtedly the real person. So the answer could only be the second possibility. Lin Mohan knew about Ning Yi and the others' situation, so she didn't need to ask. And Ning Yi and the others had been taken away by that mysterious old man in blue robes, and that old man's Dao partner had said she would have Ning Yi and the others cultivate the 6 phases formation. From this, it could be inferred that Lin Mohan had some connection to the old man in blue robes. But Lin Mohan was his sister, so how could she be connected to the old man in blue robes? Sister said she was going to walk a path no one had walked before. How could such a path be so easy to walk? In the small world, Sister's cultivation path didn't have anything strange about it. After entering the great world, it was normal at first too. It seems that later, Sister's cultivation path changed. If there was a problem, it should have occurred at that time. I should be right in thinking this. It must be related to that old man in blue robes. Sister being able to reach innate soul level at Dao Venerable Realm, plus her ability to wield great Dao power, and that sword having undergone multiple refinements, vaguely surpassing the Dao Venerable category. When she got the Great Dao Sword Core, she didn't show surprise, and immediately recognized it as a Great Dao Sword Core. This indicates Sister had seen or even obtained a Great Dao Sword Core before. Things of this level aren't easily obtained. There are no traces of Sister on the origin continent, meaning she very likely didn't cultivate on the origin continent. There's another point. Sister called the 72 swords the world-suppressing swords. Even I didn't know they were called world-suppressing swords. In this world, apart from the three ancestors and a few others, no one should know their true name. Lin Moya recalled and pondered repeatedly, finally reaching a conclusion. This conclusion might not be entirely correct, but it was probably 80 to 90% accurate. His elder sister definitely had some connection to the old man in blue robes. Moreover, his sister could see him through some method. Only by frequently watching him would she have that kind of reaction when reuniting after a long separation. And only the old man in blue robes would have the ability to let his sister walk a cultivation path no one had walked before. Thinking this way, everything made sense. Lin Moya felt like he was being monitored. He gritted his teeth and said softly, "Old man, what exactly are you trying to do? Using me as a chess piece? Aren't you afraid this chess piece will eventually overturn the chessboard and smash it on your head?" Lin Moya was very unhappy, gnashing his teeth inwardly, wishing he could take the Calamity Scepter and give that old man a couple of whacks. Even if the Calamity Scepter couldn't kill him, at least it would give him a couple of big bumps. Fortunately, his Dao heart was still firm. After thinking wildly, he quickly calmed down. Lin Moya let out a long breath and slowly opened his eyes to see little Mei looking at him with concern. "Don't worry, teacher is fine," Lin Moya said softly as he took the teacup little Mei handed him. Little Mei nodded. "Did you encounter some trouble just now?" Lin Moya shook his head. "No trouble, just some things I couldn't figure out that needed some thought." Little Mei said, "I saw teacher frowning earlier, seeming very unhappy." Little Mei, with her innate Dao soul, was also very sensitive. She had sensed Lin Moya's emotional changes. Lin Moya said, "There are indeed some unhappy things, but thinking too much is useless. To solve some things requires strength." Little Mei naturally understood the meaning in Lin Moya's words. Lin Moya clearly didn't want to talk about it, so she didn't pursue the question further. She changed the subject. "Teacher, who was that young lady just now? She was so beautiful." Lin Moya said, "That was my elder sister." Little Mei exclaimed, "Oh, so teacher has an elder sister." Lin Moya chuckled, "Is that so surprising?" Little Mei shook her head. "It's just that teacher never mentioned it before. Elder aunt is so beautiful. If only Little Mei could be that beautiful." As women, they all had a love for beauty. Lin Moya roughly understood Little Mei's envy, but as a man, he couldn't discuss this topic. Lin Mohan's beauty overshadowed many things. If one day Little Mei experienced Lin Mohan's domineering personality, who knows whether she would cry or cry. The Boundary Sea returned to calm, and the hurricane warship again advanced in its original direction. Some Dao Venerables began to act again, going to collect golden water stones. The Dao Venerables suddenly found that the success rate of collecting golden water stones had greatly increased. They rarely encountered attacks from golden water beasts. Even if they were attacked, the number of golden water beasts had greatly decreased. As long as one's strength wasn't too poor, they could safely escape back. Lin Moya knew the reason for this best. Lin Mohan's sword strike had killed a large number of golden water beasts, leading to this situation. It was fate. One could only say these Dao Venerables had benefited from Lin Mohan's actions. The hurricane warship arrived at the core area of the golden water beasts. Lu Fengyao flew out alone, entering the Boundary Sea. A moment later, Lu Fengyao returned from the Boundary Sea. When she returned, Lin Moya clearly sensed that Lu Fengyao had gained an additional aura, the aura of golden water essence. She had completed this transaction with the golden water beasts, successfully obtaining golden water essence. Just as Lin Mohan had said, 10,000 caddies of golden water essence was only over 1,000 years of accumulation for the golden water beasts. The golden water beasts had existed for countless years. 10,000 caddies of golden water essence wasn't enough to shake their foundations. Handing it over was just handing it over, not a big deal. The hurricane warship set off again, leaving the golden water beasts' waters a day later. Lu Fengyao finally had some free time and began to have time to chat and drink tea with Lin Moya. They talked about Lin Mohan again, with Lu Fengyao also expressing deep envy. Women, no matter what realm they reached, had an instinctive pursuit of appearance. Unfortunately, some things were destined. Even if Lu Fengyao could transform into Lin Mohan's appearance, it would be difficult to imitate Lin Mohan's unique temperament. After flying for several days, the hurricane warship entered a special sea area. Just 1,000 miles away from the warship was the sea area where the Boundary Sea contest took place. From afar, Lin Moya sensed several powerful auras. There were Dao Venerables above that sea area, seemingly waiting for something. I have completely translated the following books. The 100th Regression of the Max Level Player. Real-Life Player. Your Girlfriend Was Amazing. Corruption in the Dungeon. Check them out on my P at TR30N. Chapter 3338. Chapter 3338, 3338. Chapter 3338, The Old Turtle Will Speak Casually. You just listen casually. The sea area where the Boundary Sea contest took place was extremely vast. This sea area was very special. There was an agreement between all races that no one should interfere lightly with the Boundary Sea contest. Without proper reason and without the sea race's consent, interfering with the Boundary Sea contest would certainly be punished. The sea race wasn't easy to deal with. Someone once didn't believe it and came to interfere. As a result, he couldn't leave the Boundary Sea and was buried here forever. Only those who have dealt with them can understand how domineering the sea race is. Arriving here, they were not far from the southern continent. Lin Moya said to Lu Fengyao, "Sister Fengyao, I'll disembark here." Lu Fengyao knew Lin Moya's background. "You want to revisit old places?" Lin Moya nodded. "There's an old friend I want to see." Lu Fengyao smiled and said, "Go ahead, some old friends indeed need to be seen. You've almost cleared out all kinds of wine in the ship's trading center, that's for your old friend, right?" Lin Moya smiled and nodded. "That guy loves wine like his life." Wine is the best gift. Bidding farewell to Lu Fengniao, Lin Moya left the hurricane warship with little Mei. In the blink of an eye, the hurricane warship had gone far, disappearing without a trace. Lin Moya had little Mei sit on the cloud-piercing sword, while he flew towards his destination following the direction in his memory. The Boundary Sea contest area was very large. He only remembered a rough location and needed to search for the specific spot. If it were at his previous speed, with the vast Boundary Sea, he might not find it even after searching for years. But now was different from before. Not only was his speed faster, but with his soul improvement, his sensing ability had also greatly increased. It only took a few days for Lin Moya to find the old place and sense Waterstop Celestial Venerable's aura. From afar, Lin Moya saw Waterstop Celestial Venerable. That guy had half his body submerged in the Boundary Sea, with only his big head and huge turtle shell exposed. Little Mei also saw him and asked softly, "Teacher, is that the Waterstop Celestial Venerable you mentioned? He really is ancient." The Celestial Venerable realm wasn't much to Little Mei, but Waterstop Celestial Venerable emitted an ancient and vast aura, telling the world that he had lived for an incredibly long time. Lin Moya nodded. "That's him. That guy must be drunk again." Even from far away, Lin Moya could smell the strong scent of alcohol. Who knows how much Waterstop Celestial Venerable had drunk? Seeing Waterstop Celestial Venerable again, Lin Moya also noticed some unusual things. Waterstop Celestial Venerable had indeed lived for countless years. The aura of time on him was incomparable even to the three ancestors and others. Because of this, when Lin Moya saw him again, some doubts arose in his heart. When they were still 10,000 meters away, Waterstop Celestial Venerable finally noticed Lin Moya. His huge head slowly turned, opening his eyes full of drunkenness. Seeing Lin Moya, Waterstop Celestial Venerable said lazily with a hint of drunkenness, "Am I dreaming? You little guy actually came back." Lin Moya smiled and said, "You're not dreaming. Wake up quickly." The next second, the Boundary Sea waters boiled, raising huge waves that washed over Waterstop Celestial Venerable. Countless alcohol vapors surged out from Waterstop Celestial Venerable's body. After being washed by the huge waves, he completely sobered up. Waterstop Celestial Venerable was now clear-headed, looking at Lin Moya with surprise. "Goodness, it really is you. You've actually become a Dao Venerable." Lin Moya smiled and said, "Is it strange that I've become a Dao Venerable?" Waterstop Celestial Venerable exclaimed, "Of course it's strange. How many years have you been cultivating to become a Dao Venerable like this? The great Dao is unfair. This old turtle has been cultivating for so many years and still hasn't become a Dao Venerable. How could you become one? The great Dao is unfair. It's really too unfair." Waterstop Celestial Venerable was shouting over there, looking extremely pitiful. Water was spraying from his eyes, unclear whether it was tears or Boundary Sea water. Anyway, it was like a fountain. Little Mei had a look of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. She had never imagined that the Waterstop Celestial Venerable Lin Moya spoke of would be like this. But it seemed he wasn't serious. Lin Moya waved his hand, pushing away all the water spraying over. "Stop pretending to be pitiful. You just want wine, right? I brought it all for you. There's wine." Waterstop Celestial Venerable stopped crying in a second. His big head suddenly drooped down, his eyes shining. "The wine from last time is almost gone. I was about to face a famine. Since you've brought wine to my door, this old turtle won't complain about the great Dao anymore. Quickly bring out all the wine, quickly, quickly." Lin Moya took out the fine wine. Most of the wine was brewed in the Rules World, and some was purchased from the Lu Feng Chamber of Commerce. Added together, it was over 100 million catties, enough for Waterstop Celestial Venerable to drink for a while. Waterstop Celestial Venerable didn't stand on ceremony, taking all the wine, constantly muttering, "You little guy still have some conscience, not forgetting this old turtle." Lin Moya smiled and said, "How could I forget you? Back then, without your help, it would have been difficult for me to win in the Boundary Sea contest." Waterstop Celestial Venerable said, "This old turtle saw you were congenial, and you were also sensible. It doesn't count as really helping you." Lin Moya smiled and said, "This time I came back, firstly to see you and bring you some wine. Secondly, there are some things I want to ask you about." Waterstop Celestial Venerable said, "What things?" Lin Moya said, "Things related to the origin catastrophe." Waterstop Celestial Venerable was suddenly stunned, his expression instantly becoming serious. "You know about the origin catastrophe?" Lin Moya nodded. "Over these years, I've learned quite a few things, but there are some things I still don't quite understand. So I came this time to ask for your guidance." Waterstop Celestial Venerable had said that although his cultivation wasn't high, he had lived long enough, longer than even the King of the Boundary Sea. The King of the Boundary Sea was at the Great Dao Realm and had experienced the origin catastrophe, which meant the Celestial Venerable had also experienced the origin catastrophe. To have survived the origin catastrophe, Waterstop Celestial Venerable must be extraordinary. Especially this time, seeing Waterstop Celestial Venerable again, Lin Moya was more certain that Waterstop Celestial Venerable was unusual. Just now when he looked over from afar, he used the Destiny Great Dao and saw that Waterstop Celestial Venerable's destiny was astonishing. Even compared to the three ancestors and the Beast Emperor, it was not inferior, and might even be slightly stronger. This wasn't the destiny a Celestial Venerable should have, and someone with such destiny couldn't possibly be just a Celestial Venerable. Unless Waterstop Celestial Venerable was like Little Mei, also having dissolved his cultivation and reincarnated. But when he looked with his undead eye, Waterstop Celestial Venerable's soul was indeed at the Celestial Venerable realm. Living from prehistoric times until now, with a Celestial Venerable realm soul and Great Dao realm destiny. Put together, it became extremely unusual. Waterstop Celestial Venerable said in a deep voice, "Tell me first, how much do you know?" At this moment, he no longer had the joking manner from before, becoming very serious. Lin Moya detailed everything he knew, including matters related to the outer realm divine gods, and the existence of great Tao realm beings like the three ancestors. He also roughly described how he had driven away Withering and Flourishing Elder. The reason he spoke in such detail was that Lin Moya was betting that Waterstop Celestial Venerable was unusual and knew a lot. With someone like Waterstop Celestial Venerable, Lin Moya was being open-hearted. Only by being frank could he get frankness in return. If he concealed anything, then the answers he got might not necessarily be correct. After listening, Waterstop Celestial Venerable sighed. "I didn't expect your experiences over these years to be so rich, and that you know so much. Since you already know so much, then it's no harm to tell you some things. This old turtle will speak casually, you just listen casually. As for whether it's right or wrong, you judge for yourself. I have completely translated the following books. The 100th Regression of the Max Level Player. Real-Life Player. Your Girlfriend Was Amazing. Corruption in the Dungeon. Check them out on my P at TR30N. Chapter 3339. Chapter 3339, 3339. Chapter 3339, Then Why Did You Stay Behind? Waterstop Celestial Venerable had lived for too long, from prehistoric times until now, experiencing the origin catastrophe in its entirety. He knew many things, no less than the King of the Boundary Sea. According to him, when the catastrophe descended, countless powerful experts on the origin continent formed great armies, led by great Tao realm powerhouses to battle against the enemy. The enemies were numerous, coming from different worlds, engaging in great battles with cultivators from the origin continent in different regions. At that time, the origin continent was divided into 9 continents and 1 sea, with different continents facing armies from different worlds. The sea race and the Boundary Sea also faced an enemy force. In addition, above the great Taos beyond, they had to deal with the outer realm divine gods and the Black Blood Great Realm. In other words, there were as many as 12 worlds simultaneously attacking the origin continent. Under these circumstances, the origin continent still didn't lose. Although the damage was severe, with 5 of the 9 continents sinking, countless great Tao realm beings perishing, and several great Taos being suppressed into dormancy, the origin continent still persevered to the end, proving how strong it was. In fact, the origin continent's armies even launched a counterattack. They not only defeated the invading forces but also fought back to the enemy's homelands. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. The cultivators from the origin continent weren't just passively taking hits. This great war lasted many years. Some people achieved the Tao during the war, reaching the great Tao realm. It was precisely these great Tao realm beings and countless powerful experts, sacrificing themselves one after another, that allowed the origin continent to stand until the end. But after that battle, heaven and earth were severely damaged. The origin continent began to hibernate, and the connection between heaven and earth was severed. Great Tao realm beings could no longer stay on the origin continent and had to return to the world of the great Taos beyond. After listening, Lin Moyo had a rough guess in his heart and couldn't help asking, if great Tao realm beings aren't allowed to stay on the origin continent, why can the King of the Boundary Sea stay here? Waterstop Celestial Venerable said, they can stay here because they achieved the Tao during the Great War and have a special relationship with the origin continent. There are very few such people, and they've paid a considerable price to be able to stay on the origin continent. Lin Moyo had a thoughtful look. Why did they want to stay behind? Waterstop Celestial Venerable chuckled, staying behind, naturally there's a purpose. They're waiting for a great change, an opportunity, a chance to ascend in broad daylight, to advance 1,000 miles in a single step. Waterstop Celestial Venerable's voice grew lower and lower, and their ability to stay behind isn't something they could achieve on their own. You understand, right? Lin Moya suddenly understood somewhat. The 3 ancestors and others achieved the Tao during the catastrophe, and it was for this reason that they could stay behind, and they also paid a great price. Their foundations were shallow, without deep accumulation in the great Tao realm. That price might not necessarily be something they could pay. So who paid the price? Naturally, it was the people behind them. Like the whale being he had rescued, it should be a member of the force behind the King of the Boundary Sea. If a dramatic change occurred in heaven and earth, presenting an opportunity to advance 1,000 miles in a day, not only would they benefit, but the forces behind them would likely benefit as well. So when he forced Withering and Flourishing Elder away, he might have offended not just Withering and Flourishing Elder, but also the forces behind him. Lin Moyo had a headache. He hadn't even reached the Great Tao realm yet, and he had already offended a force from the Great Taos beyond. He hadn't even gone to the Soul Void, and he had already offended a big shot there. He might not have other talents, but his talent for causing trouble was truly not small. What Waterstop Celestial Venerable said almost completely matched what Lin Moya knew before, without much discrepancy. The picture of the origin catastrophe in Lin Moya's mind became increasingly clear and complete. It also made Lin Moya more certain that behind the Divine Realm and the Black Blood Great Realm, there must be a mastermind who shattered hell. Lin Moya looked at Waterstop Celestial Venerable and asked word by word, then why did you stay behind? Silently, an invisible force enveloped him and Waterstop Celestial Venerable. Even little May beside them couldn't hear their conversation. Waterstop Celestial Venerable slowly narrowed his eyes. You little brat, why are you asking this? Lin Moya said, although I'm not 100% certain, I'm at least 80% sure. You don't need to hide it anymore. Let's just talk privately, I promise not to tell anyone. Waterstop Celestial Venerable chuckled. What do you think this old turtle stayed behind for? Lin Moya said, That's what I'm asking you. The opportunity in that great change? Is it what you called advancing 1,000 miles in a day, ascending in broad daylight? I feel that what you're seeking isn't that simple. Waterstop Celestial Venerable said, some things this old turtle still can't conveniently say, but rest assured, this old turtle staying here only benefits the origin continent, with no drawbacks. Alright, since you're so eager to know, I'll reveal a bit more to you. This is something many great Tao realm beings don't even know. Lin Moyo immediately pricked up his ears. He was indeed very interested in things even great Tao realm beings didn't know. Waterstop Celestial Venerable said, back then, the origin continent wasn't fighting alone. The origin continent also had helpers. Guess why the Buddhist race's heritage could remain here? Why can the insect race multiply on the origin continent? Lin Moya narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you saying the Buddhist race and insect race were the origin continent's helpers? Waterstop Celestial Venerable nodded. That's right. Many great Tao realm beings don't know this. They only know these two races have great karma and can't be touched. Lin Moyo completely understood. The true root cause was actually here. If the two races had stood on the origin continent's side during the origin catastrophe, they indeed would have generated enormous karma with the origin continent's great Tao, making it difficult to touch them. Waterstop Celestial Venerable continued, so with these two races, if you can avoid entangling with them, don't entangle with them. The Tao of karma is too complex, with both good and bad. If you can't sort it out clearly, sooner or later you'll be trapped in it, unable to extricate yourself. Lin Moya nodded. Then do you know when the great change in heaven and earth will come? Waterstop Celestial Venerable shook his big head. That's hard to say. It could be tomorrow, or it could be several million years from now. You might not even see it in your lifetime. The great change needs an opportunity. When the opportunity appears, it means the time has come. Although we don't know the exact time, there will always be some signs before the great change comes. Lin Moyo asked, a while ago, I was in the Western continent. A genius appeared in the Buddhist race who comprehended the three lives secret technique and achieved pseudo-great Tao realm. An insect queen in the insect race also evolved a fourth form. Do these count as signs? Waterstop Celestial Venerable thought for a moment. They could be considered as such. Before the great change comes, powerful geniuses always emerge. This is due to changes in the world's destiny. But such signs are still not enough. The closer the great change, the more obvious various anomalies will become. Alright, we've talked so much, this old turtle is tired of talking. Do you have any more questions? If not, this old turtle wants to drink some wine and then sleep for a while. Lin Moya still had many questions in his heart, but seeing Waterstop Celestial Venerable's manner, he clearly didn't want to say more. Indeed, he had already said quite a lot today. Many things he said shouldn't have been told to Lin Moyo. Lin Moya thick-skinnedly said, don't sleep yet, let me ask a few more questions. Do you know about the dragon race's crown prince? A while ago, he went to the Buddhist race and knocked the three lives Buddha Lord down from pseudo-great Tao realm. I have completely translated the following books. The 100th regression of the max-level player. Real-life player. Your girlfriend was amazing. Corruption in the dungeon. Check them out on my P at TR30N. Chapter 3340. Chapter 3340, 3340. Chapter 3340, you help teacher keep them in line. The dragon race's crown prince. Waterstop Celestial Venerable seemed to be recalling, thinking for a long time before shaking his head. It's too long ago, I really can't remember clearly. I recall the dragon race's crown prince seemed to have gotten into some trouble and was punished. Now that you mention it, it seems the dragon race's crown prince also stayed on the origin continent, and must certainly have some scheme. The reason he knocked down the three lives Buddha Lord's realm is simple: he didn't want to form great karma with the Buddhist race, and he also wanted to delay the coming of the great change. As for the specific reasons, you'll have to investigate yourself if you want to know. But this old turtle advises you not to do so, it's useless. Everyone who stayed behind has their own purpose. As long as you don't disturb them, they won't come cause you trouble either. Everyone's methods are different, but the goal is the same. Waterstop Celestial Venerable's voice grew lower and lower. A large jar of wine was taken out, and wine flew from the jar into his big mouth. In an instant, the fragrance of wine filled the air. In the blink of an eye, Waterstop Celestial Venerable was exuding alcohol vapors. His eyes closed and he fell asleep. The next second, thunderous snoring sounded. The boundary sea rose in huge waves with Waterstop Celestial Venerable's breathing. Lin Moya knew Waterstop Celestial Venerable wouldn't say any more. He removed the barrier and said to Little May, let's go. Little May didn't ask what Lin Moya and Waterstop Celestial Venerable had just talked about. Just what the two had said earlier was enough for her to digest. She felt her previous life was lived in vain. Cultivating to the peak and living for so many years, she still didn't know as much as she had learned in recent years. This world actually hid such huge secrets, far beyond her imagination. Lin Moya now sat on the cloud-piercing sword, letting it carry him towards the southern continent. At the cloud-piercing sword's speed, it would take less than 2 days to reach the southern continent, much faster than when Waterstop Celestial Venerable sent him last time. Along the way, Lin Moya pondered Waterstop Celestial Venerable's words, carefully sorting through the information he had obtained, then handed all the information to the human emperor. After the human emperor stored it in the database and combined it with various materials for analysis and deduction, he would finally arrive at a more accurate answer. This was what the human emperor was best at, but the amount of data was quite large and would take some time to analyze completely. Lin Moya was very eager to know what exactly the so-called great change in heaven and earth was. During the 2 days, Little May also worked hard to digest the information she had received earlier, re-understanding this world. It wasn't until the coastline reappeared in view, with islands of various sizes visible, that Little May asked softly, "Teacher, what exactly is Waterstop Celestial Venerable's identity? I feel like he's not just a Celestial Venerable." Lin Moya said, "I don't know his exact identity either. He's a Celestial Venerable now, but as for what he was before, it's hard to say. His lifespan is even longer than the Cold Water Holy Land, and he knows a great many things. In any case, he bears no ill will towards us or this world, and that's enough. As for what exactly he wants to do, we don't need to concern ourselves with it, nor can we manage it." Little May nodded obediently. Just like the 3 ancestors and the Beast Emperor, we can't manage what they want to do either. Lin Moya smiled and said, "That's right, we take care of ourselves. As long as we're powerful enough, we can deal with anything. If our strength is insufficient, we might be finished by even a small disturbance. When we get back to the eastern continent, I'll give you a task." Little May immediately nodded. "Please tell me, teacher." Little May guarantees to complete the task. Lin Moya said, "When I'm not around, you need to lead Little Wu, Little You and the others in cultivation. Don't let them slack off, especially that girl Little Wu. You help teacher keep them in line." Little May exclaimed, "Aren't they my senior sisters?" Lin Moya said, "Whether they're senior sisters or not isn't important. What's important is that teacher believes you can manage them well." Though Little May was young, she had memories from her previous life. In terms of cultivation experience, even Lin Moya might not be able to match her. Little May sensed some other meaning in Lin Moya's words. "Teacher, do you think there will be danger in the future?" Lin Moya shook his head. "Whether there's danger or not, improving our strength is never wrong." Little May nodded. "Anyway, Little May will listen to teacher and definitely keep them in line." Lin Moya indeed felt that the great change in heaven and earth might not be far off. The 9 wheels convergence that hadn't appeared for countless years had appeared. The insect race had also evolved a 4th form. The human race had obtained a method to advance to the Great Tao Realm. Though success was difficult, there should be quite a few pseudo-Great Tao Realm beings appearing. All of this seemed to be indicating that the great change was about to come. At the same time, Lin Moya also had doubts in his heart. What exactly is Antares preparing? Knocking down the 3 lives Buddha Lord's realm, was it really to delay the time of the great change? But if I hadn't notified Antares at that time, Antares wouldn't have known either. That guy doesn't tell me anything, being all mysterious. Who knows what he's up to? He believed Antares must also have his own affairs to attend to. He also thought of Lin Mohan. One more mysterious than the other, all very strange, impossible to figure out. Lin Moya felt as if he was surrounded by one puzzle after another, with great difficulty in solving them. But no matter how difficult, he would unravel these puzzles. They were getting closer and closer to the southern continent. The coastline kept expanding in view, and finally the mainland of the southern continent could be seen. The aura became different, with the power of the boundary sea gradually receding. Around the small islands, many fishermen were fishing. The fishermen who could fish in the boundary sea were not ordinary people, they were all cultivators. They formed small forces, striving to survive. The location where Lin Moyo entered the southern continent this time was similar to when he first entered the origin continent. The first city he saw was Coastal City. Coastal City used to be the Lan family's territory. Now it had changed hands, but Lin Moyo wasn't interested in who it had changed to. He had Little May point the way, heading directly to where the Cold Water Holy Land was located. The southern continent was very large, and the Cold Water Holy Land, being a holy land, controlled an extremely large area. Unless he could use origin spirit veins for teleportation, even at Lin Moya's speed, it would take at least more than a day of flying. Half a day later, streaks of rosy light appeared in view. The rosy light was like a rainbow in 7 colors, falling from the sky, illuminating a city as if in a dreamlike realm. Little May said, "That's 7-colored city, the territory of the 7-colored sect. The 7-colored sect is in the mountain range behind it." The 7-colored sect was formed with a structure of 7 parts and 1 main. Each color was one sect, divided into 7 branch sects. Then the 7 colors converged into one, which was the main sect of the 7-colored sect. At the same time, each sect controlled one city, so the 7-colored sect had 8 sects and 8 cities in total, considered one of the more powerful sects within the Cold Water Holy Land. Lin Moya smiled and said, "So this is 7-colored city?" Little May asked curiously, "Does teacher have a grudge with the 7-colored sect?" Lin Moya shook his head, "Not really a grudge. We had a slight interaction before, but it's not important." Little May made a sound of understanding. The strongest in the 7-colored sect is only 5th level Dao Venerable. To teacher, they're just small fry. The two flew directly over 7-colored city, disappearing into the distance. In Lin Moya's current view, the 7-colored sect was indeed just small fry, easily destroyed. Lin Moyo had no interest in destroying them. "I have completely translated the following books. The 100th regression of the max-level player. Real-life player. Your girlfriend was amazing. Corruption in the dungeon. Check them out on my P at TR30N. Chapter 3341. Chapter 3341, 3341. Chapter 3341, do you want to kill me here?" The temperature began to gradually drop. Without realizing it, snowflakes were falling from the sky. Little May said, "We've already entered the Cold Water Holy Land's territory. The Cold Water Holy Land's cultivation techniques lean towards ice and cold. Over years of accumulation, a large area where the cold water Holy Land was located had become extremely cold, getting colder the closer one got to the Holy Land. All of this was demarcated by snow and ice, somewhat resembling the Beast Emperor's wind and snow mountains. The snow and ice contained a strange power. If one wasn't a cultivator, they couldn't withstand the cold brought by the snow and ice for long. No matter how many clothes one wore, even carrying a fire basin in one's arms would be useless. This was the invasion of great Tao power, not something ordinary fire could resist. A force rose from the cloud-piercing sword, completely blocking out the snow and ice. Lin Moya naturally didn't mind, but Little May couldn't handle it. At this time, Little May was still very weak. Although she had cultivated to the peak of the transcendent realm in these 3 years, she still couldn't withstand it for long. The snow and ice grew denser. Gusts of cold wind blew over, enough to kill those at the transcendent realm. Lin Moya said, "It seems your cold water Holy Land really doesn't welcome outsiders." Little May said, "This is the wind and snow formation left by the ancestors. Its power isn't very great, just enough to block some unnecessary trouble. Every 140 years, there are 10 days when the wind and snow formation reveals a passage. At that time, if anyone wants to join the Holy Land, they can come in along the passage." Lin Moyo pointed to the distance. "Is that the passage?" Little May looked over. In the distance, amidst the wind and snow, a black line appeared. This black line was crowded with people, many were moving forward. There was no wind or snow there, and the temperature was normal. Even ordinary people could pass through. Little May said, "What a coincidence, it's exactly the day for accepting disciples." Lin Moya chuckled, "Let's go over and take a look." Little May smiled and said, "Whatever teacher says." Lin Moya immediately flew over. In the vast expanse of snow and ice, Lin Moya's appearance became very abrupt. In the passage revealed by the formation, many people looked up at Lin Moyo. Seeing Lin Moya standing on a flying sword like an immortal, these ordinary people showed envious expressions. The reason they came to the cold water Holy Land was to join the Holy Land and become cultivators. But they also knew that the cold water Holy Land was extremely strict in accepting disciples. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't be able to get in. It was just that everyone held hope, wanting to try before they could be content. Lin Moya's gaze swept over, looking at everyone's souls. These people's aptitudes were all passable. If they were too poor, they probably wouldn't have come here. Looking at their destiny, there was no one with strong destiny. They were all ordinary people. Lin Moya said softly, "With these people's aptitudes, joining some small sects would be enough. Wanting to join the cold water Holy Land is slightly insufficient." Little May naturally believed Lin Moya's words. Teacher is right. The Holy Land accepts disciples once a year, but often it takes 3 to 5 years to get one qualified person. Lin Moya said, "Although it looks hopeless, under the great Tao there's always a glimmer of hope. You never know when a miracle might happen." Little May followed Lin Moya's words. Teacher is right, miracles are everywhere. Lin Moya was amused by Little May. When did you learn to flatter so well? Little May said, "It's all thanks to teacher's good teaching." The two flew towards the cold water Holy Land along the passage through the snow and ice. The terrain kept rising, getting higher and higher. Although there was no snow and ice blocking the way, just this terrain was enough to stop many people. This was also the first test given by the cold water Holy Land. If one couldn't even reach the gate, they had no qualifications to join the Holy Land sect. At the top of the mountain, amidst the swirling snow, ice, and clouds, a huge mountain gate could be vaguely seen. This was the endpoint for all those coming to seek discipleship, and also the starting point for the next stage. Lin Moya flew all the way up towards the mountain. Along the way, they didn't see any Holy Land disciples. No one was managing this road. According to Little May, if someone accidentally died halfway, then they just died. It could only be said that their fate wasn't good. The Holy Land wouldn't care. This was the world of cultivators, extremely cruel. Every step was dangerous. One mistake meant death. Soon, the two arrived at the Holy Land's main gate. Lin Moya smiled slightly. They've indeed come. At this moment, Wu Xingguang and several Wu family members were standing in front of the gate. Those ordinary people wanting to become disciples were still on the way. The fastest one was still some distance from the gate. Back then, Lu Fengmiao had said Wu Xingguang would come to the cold water Holy Land to propose marriage. He really did come. Lin Moyo asked curiously, "Since they've come, why don't they go in?" Little May explained, "During these days when the Holy Land is accepting disciples, the gate doesn't open. Only when all the people..."
Every novel listed in the description comes with permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. You pay once, and if the novel is still ongoing, you'll receive all future updates automatically. No extra cost. Choose your novel from the description, then DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-Fi, or Patreon, you'll get instant access. Simple, secure, lifetime listening. Guys, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Your support means a lot.